Chapter 27-23. While his imagination was running wild, Xiaofan suddenly thought of Fairy Wuxia. He came to a realization and then smiled bitterly. Needless to say, with Xue's competitive character, she must feel that her cultivation was inferior to Fairy Wuxia and would not look good in front of Xiaofan. That's why she wanted to catch up. When she saw Fairy Wuxia, she would not lose to Fairy Wuxia in terms of cultivation. Women, whether it's a secular woman, a female cultivator, or a female swordsman, I'm afraid they all have a competitive heart. Xiaofan thought to himself as he took out a cyan spirit pill and casually popped it into his mouth. After this battle, I have to find an opportunity to let Xue and Fairy Wuxia meet. The two of them have already heard of each other for a long time, but they have never mentioned anything about meeting each other. They must have some grudges in their hearts. I can take this opportunity to eliminate them. This young master's happy life should be beckoning. Xiaofan. Zhang Qingxiao's voice sounded from the side. Oh? What's the matter? Xiaofan sat on the flying boat. Most of the time, he was meditating with his eyes closed. Zhang Qingxiao did not pay attention to him. He did not know why she suddenly woke him up. You don't seem to be meditating. Zhang Qingxiao frowned and asked. Who said? Xiaofan raised his eyebrows and tilted his neck. I'm comprehending the wonders of this soul execution light. Impossible. Zhang Qingxiao said impolitely, look at your wretched smile, how can you be comprehending the secret technique? Why is it impossible? Haven't you heard that the wonders of the secret technique make people scratch their ears and cheeks happily? Xiaohua's face was not red. He even stretched out his hand and scratched his ears a few times. Don't think that people are fools. Zhang Qingxiao sneered and asked again, haven't you already condensed your core? Why are you still taking cyan spirit pill? According to the practice of the Dao sect, you should take clearly pill now. Xiaofan understood that this clearly pill was an ordinary pill used by early gold core stage cultivators. He should indeed take this pill. However, Xiaofan glanced at Zhang Qingxiao and said, I'm happy, so what? I still have some cyan spirit pills in my storage bag. It's a waste not to use them. I thought you returned to the Imperial Thunder sect to ask your junior martial brother to give you clearly pill and other medicinal pills used by early Jindan stage cultivators. In the end, it wasn't. Now that you have just condensed your golden core, you should take some clearly pills to stabilize your golden core realm and stabilize your newly condensed golden core. Don't be stingy. Once your Jindan collapses, it will be too late for regrets. Although Zhang Qingxiao was concerned, her words didn't sound concerned at all. She even seemed to be gloating. Is this young master poor enough? Xiaofan naturally wouldn't whisper his situation to Zhang Qingxiao, and said snappily, not only did I not take the clearly pill, I also don't have the Jindan cultivation method to cultivate. How is that possible? Didn't I give you some golden core cultivation methods? Zhang Qingxiao said in disbelief. Those aren't enough. Xiaofan stretched out his hand and said, you have to give me all the gold core stage 5 elements cultivation methods. Damn it, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not a disciple of my heavenly demon sect. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand angrily. Go back and ask your master for it. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Luer and said, let's not talk about other things. We're about to reach the transmission array. What about Luer? Just bring him along. There's nothing shameful about it. Xiaofan said curiously, at worst, let him wear camouflage clothes. Damn it, you're the one who let Jiang Luer get into the spirit storage bag, and now you're also the one who let him wear camouflage clothes. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, do you have any idea? At first I thought it was inconvenient to bring Luer along, but after thinking about it, who would care about an unconscious child? Xiaofan said with a smile, let's just bring him along. Do you have a brain? Zhang Qingshao scolded, look at Lure's posture, is this a Taoist spell? Although the Buddhist sect has been destroyed by the Taoist sect, if someone really sees that it's a Buddhist sitting posture, aren't you asking for trouble? It's better to be safe than sorry. My goodness, this is really rare. Isn't the heavenly demon sect's sovereign always fearless? Now we're thinking so much. Xiaohua said with an exaggerated expression. Of course I'm not afraid, but this is Jiang Lure, junior sister's son. Zhang Qingshao said coldly, it's your responsibility to make him like this, but it's also my fault. I can't let Jiang Lure suffer any harm. Besides, there's the pressure of teleportation in the teleportation array. Not to mention that Jiang Lure is still a child who hasn't cultivated yet, he's in such a situation now. Can he bear it? Hee, second senior brother, you're so thoughtful. Xiaohua scratched his head and laughed, I'll put Lure into the spirit storage bag now. Give it to me. Zhang Qingshao said coldly, there's no need for you to take the spirit storage bag, I'll take it myself. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this matter happened because of me, so I'll naturally be responsible for taking care of Lure. Can you guarantee that Lure will be fine? Zhang Qingshao was a little doubtful. To be honest, he had never thought of putting someone into the spirit storage bag. It was simply a fantastic idea. I guarantee that he'll be fine. Xiaohua patted his chest and said, that day, a few disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. I put them in there for a few days. Alright, you must be careful. Zhang Qingshao knew that Xiaohua wouldn't speak without thinking. He wouldn't casually take Jiang Lure's life as a joke, but he still warned him as usual. Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's concern, there was no trace of the heavenly demon sect leader's coldness that didn't care about human life. Immediately, Xiaohua took out the spirit storage bag and put his arm around Jiang Lure's thin shoulders. He smiled and said, good nephew, come in. Seeing Jiang Lure's figure disappear and Xiaohua even waved the spirit storage bag in front of him a few times, Zhang Qingshao sneered and said, Jiang Lure is your nephew, not your nephew. Not my nephew? Xiaohua scratched his head and said, what's the difference between a nephew and a nephew? Go back and ask your eldest senior brother. Zhang Qingshao patted the flying boat, and the flying boat rushed into the air and quickly flew into the distance. Xiaohua glanced at Zhang Qingshao and his mind entered the space. Naturally, he wouldn't put Jiang Lure into the spirit storage bag. The spirit storage bag was just a cover. Xiaohua wrapped Jiang Lure's body with his mind and easily put him into the space. After the thunder tribulation and the core condensation, the range of Xiaohua's divine thought and Buddhist awareness had greatly increased. The range of the space had naturally expanded a lot. According to Xiaohua's rough estimate, it should be more than 1,000 miles. However, Xiaohua didn't have full confidence in this number. After all, he had a vague idea of this number and direction. Xiaohua was afraid that Jiang Lure would wake up at any time, so he naturally didn't dare to place him near the spiritual herbs, nor did he dare to place him near the spiritual insects. He only sent him to a remote place far away. The space was big enough that for a child who had never cultivated before, it was almost impossible to touch. Even if Jiang Lure woke up, he definitely wouldn't discover anything. In the space, Jiang Lure still looked the same. He was very calm, and his breathing was normal. Xiaohua's mind looked at him for a moment and didn't find anything strange. Only then did he withdraw. However, what Xiaohua didn't notice was that Jiang Lure's eyes, which hadn't moved at all before, were actually moving slightly in this space. After flying for a while, the flying boat landed at the edge of a small town. Zhang Qingshao didn't say anything and flew down from the flying boat. With a shake of her hand, she put on a camouflage robe. Xiaohua naturally did the same as Zhang Qingshao. Seeing Zhang Qingshao keep the flying boat, he followed behind him and flew towards the teleportation array. In the next 10 days, they just shuttled back and forth between teleportation arrays. Every time they came out from the teleportation array, Zhang Qingxiao would definitely ask Xiaohua to take Jiang Luer out of the spirit storage bag and put him on the flying boat. No matter if the flying boat flew for half a day or a few days, he had to see with his own eyes that Jiang Luer was fine. Sigh. Second senior brother. Just let Jiang Luer stay in the spirit storage bag. He won't get in the way. In the end, Xiaohua was a little annoyed. I guarantee that he'll be fine. Humph, Zhang Qingxiao snorted coldly. Unless I'm not by your side, don't think of putting Jiang Luer in the bag like a spirit beast. Alright, alright. Xiaohua was helpless. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, Zhang Qingxiao frowned and the flying boat stopped in midair. Then, Zhang Qingxiao stood there quietly, her body emitting a faint black qi. That black qi was like a thin layer of silk covering a layer, and that black qi was flowing slightly. It didn't change into strange runes. The rune's shape was somewhat like a talisman, but also somewhat like a green seal script. Occasionally, there were even pictures of demonic beasts mixed in. Half a meal's worth of cultivation, the black qi suddenly stopped and was absorbed into Zhang Qingxiao's body. Wait here for a moment, Zhang Qingxiao only said one sentence before her figure disappeared into the void. So mysterious. What is she up to? Xiaohua muttered a few times and closed his eyes again. That spirit-punishing vital light was indeed a little troublesome to use, and it wasn't as easy as Xiaohua had thought. If he didn't follow the spirit-punishing vital light's cultivation method and just used the yin-yang sword gourd's cultivation method, then there would be 2 flying swords. It couldn't be said that the power of these 2 flying swords wasn't enough, but compared to the true spirit-punishing vital light's cultivation method, the power of these 2 flying swords was really lacking by a lot. Moreover, Xiaohua himself already had 2 flying swords. Naturally, there was no need for 2 more flying swords, right? Spirit-punishing vital light. As long as there is a living creature with spiritual intelligence, it can be killed. Damn it, this tone is really not small. Xiaohua was comprehending while sighing with emotion. Just as he was thinking, the primordial spirit in Xiaohua's space suddenly sensed something. Chapter 27-24. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space, he immediately understood that the sword-controlling technique of the primordial spirit, which hadn't improved for a long time, finally had a major breakthrough after the primordial spirit went through the lightning tribulation. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. However, while he was pleasantly surprised, Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. Because now this primordial spirit. Well, perhaps it could no longer be called a pure primordial spirit. Originally, the primordial spirit was just a small strand, faintly discernible, without any fixed shape, and could only be perceived by Xiaohua's mind. But now, the primordial spirit had already condensed, as if it was a kind of substance. Although this substance was still a small in Xiaohua's mind, there was actually an illusory outline, and this outline faintly had the shape of a person. Of course, this shape was extremely faint, and the appearance couldn't be seen. Since this primordial spirit had such a change, Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to neglect it. He looked at the 2 primordial spirits in the sky Dao starry sky and the karma hand. These 2 primordial spirits didn't grow as fast as the one comprehending the technique, and their shapes were also different. Above the sky Dao starry sky, the core looked like a star, faintly shining, and the faint, almost invisible shadow was also in the shape of a star flame. Inside the karma hand, there seemed to be a chain, and also seemed to be a ring, but it was too small to see clearly. Its shadow was also in the shape of a big hand, similarly faint and invisible. Strange. Could this be the power of the lightning tribulation? During the lightning tribulation, several primordial spirits were sent into the heart sword by Xiaohua. Xiaohua himself was focused on passing the lightning tribulation, so he didn't pay attention to the changes in these primordial spirits. Now that there was a change, it was naturally due to the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation is beneficial to Little White Dragon's soul. It also said that it was beneficial to the primordial spirits comprehending the soul cultivation technique in the mysterious dark clouds, so these primordial spirits should also be harmless. Xiaohua thought, urging the primordial spirit, and while continuing to comprehend the technique, he actually began to cultivate the medicine field with those tireless puppets. Xiaohua sensed that the primordial spirit's initial unfamiliarity gradually grew, and even had a familiar feeling that he was working in the field. Xiaohua smiled. In this way, isn't it just another me working in the space? After I familiarize myself with the control of these invisible hands and feet, won't I be able to use the technique next? This is bad. Damn it, this primordial spirit of yours truly doesn't need to cultivate Dao techniques anymore, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought of another problem. Heh, who cares? Xiaohua immediately laughed. Even if I want to cultivate, wouldn't I be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in this space? Immediately after, Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his consciousness and followed the soul mark of the Dharma Eye into the mysterious dark clouds. When he saw the scene in the sky, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Of course, in the current heaven ring of Qi, where was the little white dragon and the wisp of his primordial spirit? Motherfucker, did these two things disappear into thin air? Xiaohua remembered that when he sent little white dragon and his own primordial spirit into the mysterious dark clouds, he didn't check carefully at all. Even Xiaohua's own primordial spirit didn't enter the dark clouds. Impossible. Xiaohua frowned as he looked around at the empty but bright sky. The other nascent divinities didn't have any problems with the lightning tribulations, and all of them underwent incredible transformations. How could this soul cultivator's nascent divinity be so special? Besides, Little White Dragon's soul is so amazing. Among nascent soul cultivators. When he thought of this, Xiaohua's consciousness would definitely slap his forehead if he had hands. The brilliance in the heaven ring of Qi is dim, and even the moonlight has disappeared. Naturally, the first layer of the soul cultivation technique has been completed. These two things must have broken through the barrier between the heaven ring of Qi and the clear spirit sky, and entered the second layer of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. Ha ha ha. Thinking about how he had practiced soul cultivation for a long time and how he had finally broken through with great difficulty, Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. His consciousness looked up at the heaven ring of Qi, and sure enough, a faint green brilliance seeped out from the dark clouds. If this wasn't the brilliance of the moonlight, what else could it be? Xiaohua's consciousness almost couldn't wait to rush to the top of the heaven ring of Qi. Previously, although Xiaohua's consciousness could move freely within the heaven ring of Qi, its height was limited, and it couldn't exceed the height of the primordial spirit. But now, he easily arrived at the border between the heaven ring of Qi and the clear spirit sky. See this, isn't this soul silk? When Xiaohua saw the dark clouds that were still rolling and surging, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These seemingly endless dark clouds were completely formed by countless soul silk, and those soul silk were constantly trembling, emitting mysterious fluctuations. Whoosh! As if sensing the arrival of Xiaohua's mind, a similar wave of energy swept out from the gap where some of the light had passed through. Immediately, the dark cloud formed by the soul strands was pushed aside, and a passage was formed from the soul strands. Through the gap in the passage, Little White Dragon's soul, which was almost inaudible, was still slowly dancing on the other side of the passage. It was just that the fluctuations emitted from this dance were so strong that even though Xiaohua's consciousness was separated by the passage, he could still feel the vigorous energy within. Xiaohua's consciousness slowly, and even somewhat cautiously, passed through the passage. On the 4 walls, countless soul silk were wantonly swaying. As they swayed, one by one, faint, strange shapes faintly appeared. As soon as these shapes appeared, they gave birth to a kind of fluctuation, and following this fluctuation, a strange sound was emitted. This sound was like the roar of the wind, like the roar of the waves, and even like the roar of some malicious spirits. Green seal text. When Xiaohua heard this sound, he immediately understood that his previous thought was not without foundation. Moreover, it was also very accurate. After a soul cultivator entered clear spirit heaven, his primordial spirit was already strong enough to be able to use soul silk to speak. Of course, how to chant the green seal text still required Xiaohua's attempt, and even the soul cultivator's further cultivation. As soon as he passed through the passage, a dim yellow scenery appeared in front of him. Countless dark clouds were rolling high up in the sky, like the changing scenery in the sky, revealing endless mysteries. Under this high altitude, little white dragon's soul was like a grass floating in water, slowly swaying. Not far from little white dragon, a ball of dark green, rather dazzling brilliance was changing like a water bubble. As the water bubble continued to change, all kinds of different fluctuations were emitted from the water bubble, overflowing the entire small area of clear spirit heaven. Outside this water bubble, there was a similar illusory figure, the same as the primordial spirit Xiaohua saw just now. It was a human figure, but he still couldn't see its features clearly. However, what was different from the primordial spirit of the past was that on this human figure, or perhaps through the bubbles of the human figure, there were countless soul strands that were connected to the clouds that surrounded the sky. These soul strands were intermittent, faintly discernible, and extremely mysterious. This is the core of that wisp of primordial spirit. Xiaohua's mind fell on the water bubble. The water bubble was endlessly changing, just like the dance of the primordial spirit. Following the changes of the water bubble, the green light reflected on the human figure, and the human figure also swayed in the green light. This swaying was somewhat compatible with Little White Dragon's dance. Little White Dragon had already said earlier that it was currently weak, so they should not disturb it. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then quietly retreated. Moreover, he sent some of the moonlight into clear spirit sky, illuminating the entire clear spirit sky. Lightning tribulation is indeed incomparably mysterious. Xiaohua was satisfied. If Little White Dragon didn't tell me, how would I know that this lightning tribulation that can strike people to death has so many benefits? There is really a great terror between life and death. And in between this terror, there are great benefits. It's just that, ordinary people are already exhausted from dealing with the lightning tribulation. Who would dare to do such a thing? Even now, when this young master thinks about it, this young master's actions that day were really too crazy. Xiaohua curled his lips. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a desperate situation with no way out and had the idea of taking a gamble, this young master wouldn't have divulged all these details. Thinking of the endless benefits, Xiaohua's heart itched again, and he prepared to look at the Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter. However, at this moment, Zhang Qingxiao's figure appeared not far away, and she was happy. Zhang Qingxiao's expression was a little strange, as if she was a little excited, but also a little disappointed. Zhang Qingxiao's figure landed on the flying boat, but she didn't activate the flying boat. Instead, she asked Xiaohua, "Has the nascent soul master of your Imperial Thunder sect already gone to Sky Patrol City?" "Yes." Xiaohua said curiously, "When I met with the junior brother of the Myriad Thunder Valley that day, Spiritual Master Me, you had already led a group of disciples to Sky Patrol City. What's wrong? Qian Lei Zi is in seclusion? Why didn't he go to Sky Patrol City? Is he really in seclusion?" Zhang Qingxiao's tone was a little hesitant. Xiaohua smiled and replied, "How would I know about this matter? Even Cui Hongshan only heard about it from others. Whether he is really in seclusion or not, I'm afraid only the 8 masters of my Imperial Thunder sect know about it, right? Humph, they are all a group of old foxes." Zhang Qingxiao snorted coldly. She seemed to be very angry. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua asked, other than my Imperial Thunder Sect's master, which other masters didn't go to Sky Patrol City? Almost half of the sects didn't go. Zhang Qingxiao said lazily. What does this have to do with you? Xiaohua asked halfway before he suddenly realized something. He, I understand now, it's good that you understand. Zhang Qingxiao's face was lonely, she sighed and said, I have calculated everything, I just want to take advantage of the time when these nascent soul masters go to Sky Patrol City to spread the banner of Heavenly Demon Sect, but I have already prepared everything, but they have left half of their masters in their own nest. What am I supposed to do? Then don't be in a hurry to open a sect. Come with me, and we'll talk about it later. Xiaohua said with a smile. What a pity. Zhang Qingxiao stretched and said, in addition to this bad news, I have another bad news to tell you. Chapter 27-25. What bad news? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Could it be that you're not going with me? Yes, not only can I not go with you. Even you can't go. Zhang Qingxiao stopped playing around and said seriously, I just don't know how you're doing with your soul-punishing light. Oh? They're here? Xiaohua's expression turned cold as he whispered. Yes, it's him who's here, not them. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and corrected, but then he clenched his teeth and said, however, I can't be sure if it's him or not. If it's him, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If it's not him, with your help, do I still have a chance to escape? Who is him? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He knew Zhang Qingxiao's strength, and although Zhang Qingxiao didn't know his strength, he should have some estimation. Even Zhang Qingxiao thought that the two of them weren't a match for him. This person is really terrifying. Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao didn't answer his question, but looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said word by word, this has nothing to do with Shang Huaming. It has nothing to do with revenge. You don't have to participate. Who is him? He's actually so powerful? Xiaohua didn't answer his question and asked again. Who knew that Zhang Qingxiao was even more ruthless and said, now, on your shoulders, besides yourself, there's also Jiang Luer. Even after I die, there's still Shang Huaming's blood feud, junior sister, and Zhang Yutong. Who is him? Xiaohua said coldly, answer my question first, then I'll decide for myself. Zhang Qingxiao shook his head slightly and said indifferently, at this time. I can't tell you yet. If it's really him, and I mention him here, him will immediately be alerted. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this divine ability similar to the power of Zhong Haoran's prayer? Zhong Haoran's prayer was devout, and he could sense it from nearby. But this him, as long as he crossed the millions of Meng mountains, he could sense Zhang Qingxiao's chanting in the entire Xiaoyu continent. This kind of divine ability, perhaps even a spirit-severing cultivator couldn't compare? It's not as powerful as you think. When Zhang Qingxiao saw Xiaohua's astonishment, she knew that he had misunderstood. She hurriedly explained, anyone can mention him, and he might not feel anything. I'm the only one who can't mention it. Oh. So that's how it is. Xiaohua somewhat understood. You'd better go somewhere else. Zhang Qingxiao said gloomily, earlier, I wanted to use your cultivation to kill him. However, you've never been able to successfully refine the golden dragon silver. Although your strength is comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator, you're not a nascent soul stage cultivator after all. There are many methods of a nascent soul stage cultivator that you can't use. To tell you the truth, when I was on my way back, I was still thinking about how to join hands with you to kill him. But after thinking about it, apart from this spirit-slaying origin light, there really isn't any other treasure that can restrain him. Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple? Xiaohua exposed the truth. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly, if it's the person you're talking about, I wouldn't have said these words to you. The strength of the demon realm's demon monarch is not something we can compare with. You and I should run as far away as possible. Is that the demon monarch? Xiaohua knew that Zhang Qingxiao couldn't say it out loud, so he could only guess. No. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, he is a demon general of the demon realm. Oh, you can't say that he's a real demon general. He's just a wisp of the demon general's divine clone. Divine clone. Xiaohua was stunned. He had just seen his primordial spirit that had gone through the lightning tribulation, and now he heard about the divine clone. It was really fate. Even if it's a divine clone, you and I can't beat him even if we join hands? Xiaohua asked. Maybe we can. Zhang Qingxiao pursed her thin lips and said hesitantly, but it's not more than 40%. So low. Xiaohua also hesitated and said in a low voice, can't you abandon your demonic sect? Can't you just quickly run away from here? You don't understand. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly, if I don't get rid of this person, I'll be found by him no matter where I run. Where is he? Xiaohua asked again, was he the one who sent you a message just now? At this point, Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything from Xiaohua and said, just now, the deputy sect master of my demonic sect sent me a message and told me the list of nascent soul stage cultivators sent by the three kingdoms to Sky Patrol City. He also asked me when I would open the sect. Just when I was hesitating, a communication talisman fell in front of me. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao took out a thumb-sized, pitch-black demonic slip. This demonic slip was a bit different from what Xiaohua had seen before. Within the pitch-black demonic energy, there were traces of bloodstains. The bloodstains were like ghost heads surging. This isn't the communication talisman of my demonic sect, nor is it the communication talisman of the demonic cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Zhang Qingxiao said helplessly, although there's no information about him inside, his aura and style of doing things are no different from him. Xiaohua didn't take the devil slip. Instead, he asked, what did the communication talisman say? He told me to open the sect according to the previous plan. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, and he told me to go to Tianzhu Peak to see him. It seems that he has been here for a long time. Xiaohua said with a sullen face, and he even colluded with some people from your demonic sect. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, that's for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about my plan. Yin Meng? Xiaohua asked. Most likely. Yin Meng seems to have come from Mount Million Meng. Zhang Qingxiao gritted his teeth and said, this Yin Meng is more sinister than I thought. He must have been here for a long time, but the deputy sect master of my demonic sect didn't report to me. If Yin Meng came looking for the universal shift token, do you think I would be lucky enough to escape? You have the Imperial Thunder sect to protect you. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, or you can give me the universal shifting token now, and you can stay out of this. Let's go. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took Jiang Luer into his space, sighing, Jiang Luer is senior sister's child, I can't ignore his matter. Your trouble is my second senior brother's matter, I can't ignore it. Now that my cultivation is higher than yours, if I don't help you, how will master and eldest senior brother reprimand me when they find out? When did your cultivation become higher than mine? Zhang Qingxiao's heart warmed, but he didn't give in and said coldly, even if you're comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, you're still inferior to mine. It's useless to say more. Let's see who kills him, that's the real expert. Xiaohua said with a smile. All right. It's a deal. Zhang Qingxiao stretched out his hand and pressed on the flying boat. The flying boat suddenly soared into the sky and rushed to the place where he went. Is Tianzhu Peak over there? Xiaohua looked into the distance and asked. Nonsense, Tianzhu Peak naturally isn't there. Zhang Qingshao smiled and said, let's first settle Jiang Luer down, then I'll send out the order for Heavenly Devil Sect's establishment. Only then can you and I head to Tianzhu Peak. Oh. All right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Just as Zhang Qingshao had expected, the news of the Heavenly Devil Sect's establishment was like throwing a huge rock into the already chaotic Dawn Rain continent, shocking all the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent to the point that they were caught off guard. On the Dawn Rain continent, fiendish cultivators had always been despised by everyone. They were all inferior cultivators. All the cultivators, no matter if they were from cultivation sects, cultivation aristocratic families or rogue cultivators, they all treated devil cultivators as abnormal. Even if their devil artifacts were useful and many body cultivators liked to use them, they never thought that these devil cultivators who couldn't see the light of day actually dared to establish their own sect. Once this Heavenly Devil Sect was established, it was established in Xi, Meng and Lian at the same time. There were actually 3 places where the Heavenly Devil Sect's banner was raised. What's more, these 3 places were originally where the Dao Sect's cultivators were located. Xi country's Huai Xian Fan clan, Jiaran Zhao clan and Fan Qiu Zhao clan were originally 3 famous cultivation aristocratic families in the eastern part of Xi country. Now that all their disciples had joined the Heavenly Devil Sect, the 3 families were originally not far from each other in terms of strength. Now that they were joined together, they became the foundation of the Heavenly Devil Sect in Xi country. Meng country's Dengqian city's Ming clan, Mo country's Qi clan and Yi city's Qian clan were similar to the 3 aristocratic families in Xi country. However, these 3 families had a fierce and cruel battle with the Heavenly Devil Sect's disciples. However, because the Heavenly Devil Sect had been planning for a long time and these 3 families were caught off guard, the surrounding small cultivation sects didn't have time to send reinforcements and the 3 families had already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Lian country's Qianpeng Ridge's Huang clan, Heavenly Devil Cave's Chang clan and Fanyi Mountain's Wang clan had long been controlled by Zhang Qingshao. Once Zhang Qingshao gave the order, the 3 families simply fell under the Heavenly Devil Sect without shedding a drop of blood. Regardless of whether it was the 3 cultivation aristocratic families in Xi country, Meng country, or Lian country, they were all very close to each other. They could train together and support each other. The foundations of the 3 Heavenly Devil Sects in the 3 countries were also not too far apart. They could also support each other. Even the foundations of these Heavenly Devil Sects were connected by secret transmission arrays that Dao Sect cultivators didn't know about. The Heavenly Devil Sect's move could not be said to be small and the timing could not be said to be not clever. However, the 9 cultivation aristocratic families they found were not particularly big and their relationships with the nearby cultivation sects were not particularly close. Not to mention that at this time, the various sects and clans had sent out their elites to fight the sword cultivators of Huan country and suffered heavy losses. It was very unlikely that they would make a big fuss over the establishment of a devil sect like the Heavenly Devil Sect. Even in normal times, the reputable sects and clans wouldn't stand up and exterminate the Heavenly Devil Sect for 9 ordinary cultivation aristocratic families. Therefore, although the establishment of the Heavenly Devil Sect had caused a great commotion in the Xiaoyu continent, there were only a few cultivation sects that truly wanted to interfere. As for these 3 cultivation sects that were close to the Heavenly Devil Sect's foundations, they wanted to interfere, but they were really powerless. There were also a few sects that tried to send some disciples, but they were all defeated by the Heavenly Devil Sect one by one. Moreover, it was only defeat and not the bloody annihilation that everyone had imagined. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 27-26. Naturally, after learning about the establishment of the Heavenly Demon Sect, many cultivators secretly pondered. After all, demonic cultivators were also cultivators. Furthermore, demonic cultivators had been around in the Dawn Rain continent for a long time. There seemed to be no conflict of interest between them and cultivators. The conflict between the cultivators of the Dao sect and the swordsmen of the Huan country was far less acute. The current plan was to eliminate the swordsmen. As for the heavenly demon sect, it could be dealt with after the great battle between the cultivators of the Dao sect. Therefore, after more than 10 days of waves caused by the establishment of the heavenly demon sect, the crowd no longer paid attention to the heavenly demon sect after being probed by some cultivators. Instead, they turned their attention to the Sky Patrol City. A group of nascent soul cultivators gathered in the Sky Patrol City. This was the opportunity that Zhang Qingxiao had been planning all along. The development of the matter was also within his calculations. Even if the leaders of the Imperial Thunder sect and other cultivators did not go to the Sky Patrol City, these accidents did not stop him from establishing the Heavenly Demon sect. Of course, if there was no such accident as him, that would be even better. Unfortunately, although Zhang Qingxiao was an ambitious and ruthless person, it was impossible for him to control everything in his hands. 20 days after issuing the order to establish the sect, he had no choice but to set off alone from the Heavenly Demon sect in the country of Xi and head to the southwest of the Lian country. The southwest of the Lian country was a continuous stretch of lakes. It was the land of fish and rice that the people of the world spoke of. This stretch of thousands of miles was different from the cold river of the Tianmen Mountain. The cold river of the Tianmen Mountain was a large river that meandered through the entire plain. Many rivers nearby rushed over and merged into the cold river, thus forming the land of water. The land of water in the Lian country was made up of hundreds and thousands of lakes of various sizes. Each lake was connected by small streams of water. Naturally, the lakes varied in size. The large ones were hundreds of acres in size while the small ones were tens of feet in size. These lakes were not connected by a large river like the cold river. At the edge of the land of fish and rice, there was a mountain range that was neither tall nor short. It was called the Chu Ling Mountain. There were waterfalls on the mountain and various mountain springs could be seen everywhere. It was beautiful and magnificent. It was a famous scenic spot in the southwest of the Lian country. Tianzhu Peak was the highest peak in the Chu Ling Mountain. This heavenly pillar peak was also strange. It was as straight as a pillar, extending out from the middle of the mountain range. It appeared so abrupt and unruly. Not to mention that it did not match the appearance of the water village that stretched for thousands of miles, it also appeared out of place when compared to those dwarf-like mountain ranges within 100 miles. Although Tianzhu Peak wasn't the highest peak in the Lian Kingdom, and it wasn't even in the top 10, its reputation was the most resounding in the Lian Kingdom. Every spring and autumn, there would always be a large number of people from the secular world who would bring their families here to enjoy the scenery. The firewood and cotton that bloomed in the spring and autumn was the focus of their pursuit. The firewood cotton was a mixture of red and yellow. It was fluffy like ordinary cotton and didn't look particularly outstanding. However, from top to bottom, Tianzhu Peak was covered in this rare firewood cotton. When it bloomed, the entire Tianzhu Peak was dyed in a reddish-yellow color. This reddish-yellow color swayed in the wind like a burning flame. The entire Tianzhu Peak was covered in a layer of reddish-yellow flames. It was like a burning sword piercing into the sky. Everyone was curious. Being in this flame-like place, it was as if they had turned into a cluster of flames. Their entire body and mind were filled with joy. Right now, it was obviously not the time for the northern winds of spring and autumn. However, the faint, rustling snowflakes that blanketed the sky and covered the earth, landing on the pillar of heaven's peak. The scenery that was completely white had an indescribable charm to it. However, the mountain path of Tianzhu Peak was covered in snow and was very smooth. Although the mountain path was wide, how could ordinary people climb up the mountain? However, there was always something unusual in this world. Halfway up Tianzhu Peak, there were two people who were slowly climbing up the peak. Actually, it was a little forced to say that they were climbing. These two people were wearing strange clothes that covered their entire body. Their figures and appearances couldn't be seen. Although their feet landed on the mountain path, the snowflakes under their feet didn't move at all. It was as if their feet were floating in the air above the snowflakes. The two people walked slowly, as if they had walked for a long time without saying a word. The falling snowflakes also landed on their bodies. However, with a slight bounce, they fell down the strange clothes. Not a single snowflake was left on them. "Save me!" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang out about 400 feet above the two of them. Immediately after, a black shadow fell down from the cliff on their left with a whoosh sound. Sigh, I knew it. In such a snowy day, sitting on your own Kong bed, drinking wine, looking at the snowy scenery outside when you have nothing to do. When you have the leisure to tease your wife, when you're frustrated, you can grab your children and give them a few slaps. Isn't this 100 times better than coming to this bullshit Tianzhu Peak to die? This voice was very strange. It was the voice of the person who had gone through the maze. However, wasn't this the voice of the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao, who was extremely popular in the Dawn Rain continent? As he spoke, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the person beside him and asked curiously, "Haven't you always liked to reach out and save people? Why, this time?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the person beside him immediately moved and flew towards the cliff at the side. Naturally, who else could it be other than Xiaofan? "Tsk, I knew it. It would be strange if you could endure it." Zhang Qingxiao sneered. He did not stop and continued to walk up the mountain path. However, when he raised his head, he saw a mountain range that was covered by craggy rocks. A soft sigh came from within the maze. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, Xiaohuakai slowly flew up from the cliff and landed behind Zhang Qingxiao. "Why are you only back now? Don't tell me you sent him back?" Zhang Qingxiao asked indifferently. "How can one learn without suffering a setback?" Xiaohua also replied indifferently, "If we had saved him when he had just fallen, I'm afraid that he would have been lucky. If I saved him when he was completely disheartened, would be able to give him an unforgettable lesson." "Good." Zhang Qingxiao almost clapped his hands. "I didn't expect you to have grown up and know how to save people." "Damn. How much older can you be than me?" Xiaohua smiled. He pointed at the pillar of heaven's peak and said, "Moreover, who knows if this matter was done by him or not? Who knows if this is a test of our cultivation level? I can't not be careful. If it was done by him, then I wouldn't be worried." Zhang Qingxiao sighed. "Him would never do such a senseless thing. We, people from the devil realm, have always been straightforward. We definitely won't use any probing tricks." "That's enough." Xiaohua sneered. "If they don't know how to probe, then what's the matter with the devil cultivators on Xiaoyu continent? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with that, him? Humph, sword cultivators can sneak attack Lian country, why can't my devil sex people?" Zhang Qingxiao stopped as he spoke. At this time, not far away, near the innermost part of the mountain path, there were several trembling men and women squeezed together. These men and women weren't cultivators, and they were all in their teens. The innermost young man's hand was tightly grasping the protrusion of the stone wall, while the others were holding on to each other. These young people were wearing thin clothes. Although they were squeezed together, their lips were blue from the cold. Clearly, they weren't warm at all. Instead, they looked extremely miserable in this snowy day. Seeing two people suddenly emerge from the mountain path amidst the falling snow, the few youths were stunned at first. Then, a look of surprise flashed across their faces. However, just as they were about to call for help, their gazes fell on the ground beneath the two people's feet. There was no trace of them at all. Looking at the feet of the young people, several long snow marks were drawn from the top of the mountain path. It was extremely messy, and there was even a long snow mark that was drawn out of the cliff. Wasn't it left behind by the person who fell just now? Save me. A girl with a childish face couldn't help but call for help. Her trembling lips and teeth were constantly clattering together. It was extremely cold. Immortal Elder, save me. Immediately after, a boy of the same age also called out. However, this child stood outside the group of people, and his hand seemed to be a little stiff. As he spoke, his whole body trembled, and his hand actually loosened. Although it wasn't a big deal that his hand loosened, his feet also slipped, and he slid down the slanted mountain path towards the cliff. Save me. A hysterical cry could no longer be suppressed, and it came out from this young man's mouth. The previous restraint, hesitation, and doubt had long been abandoned in this moment of life and death. Sigh. Knowing that this heaven pillar peak is so dangerous, I just came here normally. Xiaofan sighed. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared beside the youth. He raised his hand and grabbed the youth. However, the heavenly pillar peak is already snowing. For the sake of a bet, for the sake of showing off and wanting to win, you actually climbed up without saying a word to your parents. If you didn't meet this Xiao, wouldn't all of you have lost your lives? Yes. Yes, Immortal Elder, save me, Immortal Elder, save me. That young man used his hand and his entire body to hug Xiaohua's arm. He used all the strength in his body, afraid that this life-saving straw would disappear without a trace. Do all of you know that you are wrong? Xiaohua's arm was like cast iron, and it didn't move at all. He easily lifted up the young man's thin body, and looked at the few young people. Yes, we know that we are wrong. The few young men scrambled to be the first to cry out. However, Xiaohua still asked with interest, tell me. Do you know where you are wrong? Chapter 27:27. We shouldn't be so competitive. We knew that this Tianzhu peak is slippery in snow and could easily get into trouble. But for some silver, to fight for our dignity, we climbed this dangerous peak. A girl cleverly says. What else? Xiaohua says unrelentingly. We shouldn't be so impulsive and bet with those people. A few people clench their teeth and endure the cold as they say. Sigh. Young people. Xiaohua sighs. Just as he is about to open his mouth, the innermost youth who has been using his hand to grab the stone wall, his knuckles are already white and blood is seeping out from his fingernails. He says, the most damnable thing is that we didn't think of our parents. They must be panicking right now and must have begged their neighbors to search for us. But they definitely didn't think that we would be so reckless and actually climb Tianzhu Peak. Xiaohua looks at the youth from top to bottom. The youth uses his hand to grab the stone wall and has his back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua can only see his delicate and pretty face from the side. However, although the youth's clothes are a bit shabby, they are washed very clean. He looks a bit different from the other youths. That's right, you are absolutely right. Xiaohua nods and says, when a person is alive, there is not only himself. You also have your family by your side. You are the flesh and blood of your family. If you don't protect yourselves, then you are letting down your family. Don't think that your parents don't know that they have already gathered at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. However, the mountain path is slippery now. Even if there is a large sum of money, no one will come to die. Instead, your parents are already preparing to come up personally. Father, mother, hearing this, how can these people still hold back the fear in their hearts and the longing for their family? They all cry out and the tears of the two girls flow out. Daoist Xiao. Hurry up and send them down. Zhang Qingxiao smiles and says, if you don't send them off, their parents will really come up. At that time, you still have to send them off. Daoist Xiao. The youth who is climbing the stone wall hears Zhang Qingxiao's words and hurriedly calls out, You are Daoist Xiao? I am not. Xiao Hua replies without any trace of politeness, You all come over here. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several youths involuntarily flew towards Xiao Hua. Daoist Master Xiao. The innermost youth was still holding onto the stone wall, unwilling to let go as he called out, Today, I came to Tianzhu Peak differently from them. This kid has a blood feud, so I came to Tianzhu Peak to look for Senior Immortal. Why would Xiao Hua care about him? His body flew up and fell down the cliff. Ah, faintly, the two girls cried out in fright. This time, he was extremely fast. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua flew over again. It's quite fast this time. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have become more talkative after reaching Tianzhu Peak. And, their parents have already climbed up the Pillar of Heaven Peak. I only sent them to the foot of the mountain, beside their parents. Xiao Hua said, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have also discovered something fishy and said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Hua shook his head. If it was a normal day, I would have helped. But now, we can't even guarantee our lives, how can we care about others? Following which, Xiao Hua walked up the mountain path. There are those adults watching from the left and right, he won't be able to climb up today. Are we still going to continue? Zhang Qingxiao asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. When Xiao Hua heard this, he stopped a few feet away, turned his head and said, If you feel that there is nothing left in this world, if you feel that you can already face him, then we don't have to leave. Actually, when Xiao Hua said this, his heart was also nervous. When he and Zhang Qingxiao flew over and saw Tianzhu Peak in front of them, Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been fearless, actually felt fear in her heart. She even suggested that they slowly climb up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hua really didn't know what this him had on Zhang Qingxiao, to make Zhang Qingxiao, who was almost at the late stage of golden core, have a slight change in expression and even her body slightly tremble, as if in front of him, Zhang Qingxiao was only a child who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. At the same time, Xiao Hua also understood that if he didn't come, Zhang Qingxiao alone would probably surrender upon seeing him, without even the courage to resist. Therefore, Xiao Hua had no choice but to come. Even without Yin Meng and the Grand Universe teleportation token, he still had to come. He was currently Zhang Qingxiao's mental support, the family behind those youngsters who rashly climbed up the Pillar of Heaven Peak. In this world, there are naturally things that I am reluctant to leave behind. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the snowflakes floating in the air, and then looked at the abyss where the snowflakes fell, and said with a smile, In the future, there will be even more things that I am reluctant to leave behind in this dawn rain continent. But right now, I have to first walk this path and not fall into the abyss. As she said that, Zhang Qingxiao turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, I have no choice but to walk this dangerous path, but you are really good, insisting on joining in the fun. If you fall down yourself, don't blame me. Ha ha ha, it's still not certain who will fall down. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His figure suddenly shot straight up into the sky, and all the snow was scattered by his figure. Even if I fall down, I will definitely pull someone down with me. Zhang Qingxiao also shouted, and her figure also flew up into the sky with Xiao Hua. The peak of the Pillar of Heaven Peak was naturally not flat, and there were even some abrupt rocks and stone spikes all over. Moreover, this peak was already extremely cold, and cold winds would occasionally blow past. Only a few sharp thorns grabbed onto the gaps between the rocks, and only then was Xiao Hua able to find a trace of azure within this pale white color. Xiao Hua's two hands slightly clenched into fists, and he had already released his divine sense, scanning the several hundred feet around the peak. Other than the wind and the drifting snowflakes, there was not a single person. Zhang Qingxiao, who was behind Xiao Hua, also clearly heaved a sigh of relief, and even said somewhat deliberately, "Looks like I still came early." However, before Zhang Qingxiao's words fell, she saw a faint black shadow appear in the distance, and it flew towards the two of them. Although this black shadow was still very far from the Pillar of Heaven peak, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiaohua were already on high alert. The moment the black shadow appeared, the two of them discovered it, and their divine sense swept over without hesitation. As expected, it was this fellow who revealed it. Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense swept over the black shadow, and she immediately gnashed her teeth and said, "I should have killed him long ago." Seeing that the black shadow was Yin Meng, who was rushing over, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense. He had seen Yin Meng once when he was training in the Foundation Establishment realm. At that time, he and Zhang Qingxiao had yet to recognize each other. Now that he was already in the Gold Core realm, how could he still put Yin Meng, who was only in the Foundation Establishment realm, in his eyes? "Humph, you should say this to yourself." Xiaohua sneered, "If this fellow was not useful, I'm afraid you would have already killed him." He. Zhang Qingxiao rubbed her hands and laughed, "I wanted to rope him in, and even gave him the position of the first vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I had always been showing weakness in front of him, making him feel that he was the true sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But I didn't expect that all of these could not be compared to him." When she mentioned him, Zhang Qingxiao, who had already recovered her calm, became cautious again. She released her divine sense again, and not only did it sweep behind Yin Meng, but it also swept the surroundings of the Pillar of Heaven peak. "There's no need to look, there's no one nearby, no matter if it's a cultivator or a demon general," Xiaohua whispered. "Humph, how would you know the methods of the demon realm's demon generals?" Zhang Qingxiao was still not at ease. "My concealment technique is not worth mentioning in his eyes. So powerful." When Xiaohua heard this, his heart jumped even more, and he unconsciously opened his Dharma eyes again. Ever since the lightning tribulation, Xiaohua increasingly felt that there was something wrong with his Dharma eyes. It was like the naked eye was blurry, and there were often some places that he could not see clearly. However, Xiaohua himself did not know the origin of this Dharma eyes and how to use it, so naturally, he could not find the source. After Xiaohua looked at it again, he really didn't see anything. Only then did he close his Dharma eyes and watch Zhang Qingxiao inspect it over and over again. Seeing that Yin Meng had already flown close, and after Yin Meng's divine sense swept over, Zhang Qingxiao stopped her useless inspection, got rid of the Mimi, and flew in front of Xiaohua to welcome Yin Meng. "Greetings, Sect Master." When Yin Meng saw Zhang Qingxiao after the Mimi was removed, his face showed a look of understanding, and he flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao unhurriedly and bowed. However, looking at his indifferent appearance, it seemed that as Zhang Qingxiao said, he really did not put Zhang Qingxiao, the Sect Master, in his eyes. "Vice-Sect Master Yin, why did you come to Tianzhu Peak?" Zhang Qingxiao asked gloomily. "Now is the critical moment of my Heavenly Demon Sect's establishment. Sect Master is not here, but you, as the first Vice-Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, should be in charge of the affairs of the Lian country. Why did you run here?" Yin Meng frowned, puzzled, and said, "Well, Sect Master knows, this Yin received a communication talisman, saying." At this point, Yin Meng's gaze fell on Xiaohua, and he whispered, "I don't know who this person behind Sect Master is." This Sect Master's trusted aide. This Sect Master can trust him. Speak." Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and asked indifferently. "Are you sure you want this Yin Meng to say it?" Yin Meng said coldly. "Nonsense, I told you to say it, so say it." Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, "Are you the Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, or am I?" "Sect Master Zhang, you are so awe-inspiring, so ferocious." "Ha ha ha." Yin Meng laughed, clapped his hands, and took out a magic slip similar to the one Zhang Qingxiao showed Xiaohua before, and said, "Lord Ji Peng." Chapter 27-28. At this point, Yin Meng purposely paused and coldly looked at Zhang Qingxiao, just as Xiaohua was worried. Zhang Qingxiao suddenly felt like he had lost his soul. His eyes flashed with fear, and he almost blurted out, "Where is my lord?" What did he say? After speaking, Zhang Qingxiao came to his senses. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He looked at Yin Meng with some anger and said coldly, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't be so long-winded." However, when Yin Meng heard this, he waved his hand and put away the magic slip. He smiled and said, "It's rare to see Lord Sect Master angry." This old man thought that Lord Sect Master wouldn't get angry. Zhang Qingxiao didn't feel any pressure in front of Yin Meng. He faintly said, "Although this sect master is very modest and usually doesn't get angry at subordinates, this sect master is being played like a monkey. This sect master will naturally get angry." Played like a monkey? Ha ha ha, Sect Master Zhang, you are indeed insightful. These words are extremely well said. Yin Meng suddenly stared blankly, then he clapped his hands and laughed. "Since you know that this subordinate was disrespectful to Sect Master, Lord Sect Master will get angry. However, what if someone doesn't listen to Lord Ji Peng's words? What if they feign compliance but secretly disobey his orders? Lord Ji Peng will get angry?" Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He looked around and coldly said, "Yin Meng, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this old man?" Yin Meng's face revealed a mysterious expression. He glanced at the motionless Xiaohua and said, "This old man only wants to ask on behalf of Lord Ji Peng. Do you still remember why Lord Ji Peng brought you here and left you in the cultivation 3 kingdoms? Have you already forgotten that you are a member of the demon realm?" Zhang Qingxiao's face was slightly pale, but he still reluctantly scolded, "This is our sect master's matter. When Lord Ji Peng arrives, this sect master will personally report to him. What does this have to do with you?" Naturally, it has nothing to do with this old man. Yin Meng was still smiling. However, this old man still wants to ask Lord Sect Master, what is going on with Yellow Flower Ridge? Yellow Flower Ridge? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and her body involuntarily moved a little. But looking at Yin Meng, he was still calm, and his body didn't move at all, as if he had nothing to fear. How do you know about Yellow Flower Ridge?" Zhang Qingxiao looked around again, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in her heart as she coldly asked. "What a coincidence." Yin Meng answered all of Zhang Qingxiao's questions. "This old man was once in the country of Xi and happened to meet a disciple of my heavenly demon sect who I had some impression of. When I spoke to him, he was actually vague and even evasive. This old man had no choice but to ask about him. Did you kill Bai Tianfeng?" Zhang Qingxiao suddenly realized something and asked coldly. If he doesn't answer this old man's question, it means that he's being disrespectful to this old man, the vice sect leader. According to the rules of my heavenly demon sect, it's not a big deal for this old man to attack him. Yin Meng giggled and said, "Besides, this old man only searched his soul and didn't take his life. It was just that he went crazy and fell from the cliff." Zhang Qingxiao's face turned extremely ugly. From Bai Tianfeng. This old man didn't get anything useful. Yin Meng looked at Zhang Qingxiao and said with interest, "This old man only knew that Bai Tianfeng was going to Yellow Flower Ridge. This Yellow Flower Ridge. What kind of place is it? This old man is very curious. Lord Sect Leader, you said that my heavenly demon sect already has a foundation in the country of Xi. Why are you going to Yellow Flower Ridge? This sect leader's actions. Do I need to tell you the reason?" Yes, this old man thought. Even if this old man wanted to ask, Lord Sect Leader wouldn't answer. So, this old man had to go check it out personally. You went to Yellow Flower Ridge? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were already curved like a falcon's. This old man hasn't been to Yellow Flower Ridge yet. Yin Meng shrugged slightly and said with a smile, if this old man went, wouldn't Lord Sect Leader know? Of course, it's not that this old man didn't want to go, but before this old man went to Yellow Flower Ridge according to plan. I've already discovered some of Lord Sect Leader's secrets. What do you know? Zhang Qingxiao crossed his arms and seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Yin Meng was still smiling as he said unhurriedly, actually, it's nothing much. This old man just found out that Yellow Flower Ridge didn't belong to 100 Herbs sect, but a small sect called Shanghuaming. This small sect only has 3.5 disciples, and one of them is called Zhang Qingxiao. But that Zhang Qingxiao doesn't seem to be the same person as Lord Sect Leader. He's far from being as handsome and charming as Lord Sect Leader. Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids twitched and he raised his arm. But when he saw that Yin Meng was still fearless and didn't care about his actions, he stopped and said lightly, continue. Actually, even if this Zhang Qingxiao has the same name as Lord Sect Leader. And, even if Lord Sect Leader is this Zhang Qingxiao, it's fine. Yin Meng said again, but this old man found out that Shanghuaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect is called Xiaohua. Lord Sect Leader, don't you think it's strange? This Xiaohua has the same name as Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even their looks are the same. Yin Meng's tone was a little cold, even if this Xiaohua of Shanghuaming is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect, it's fine. But this Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect seems to be the Xiaohua who got the Deqianquan teleportation token from Fan Tong, right? It seems. Lord Sect Leader still doesn't know this Xiaohua, right? You still want this old man to go to Meng Nation to find Xiaohua? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Actually, this old man doesn't care if Lord Sect Leader is the same person as this Zhang Qingxiao of Shanghuaming. So what if this Zhang Qingxiao is that Zhang Qingxiao? Doesn't Lord Ji Peng have thousands of incarnations? It's normal for his subordinates to have hundreds and thousands of incarnations. Moreover, Lord Sect Leader has racked his brains for this heavenly demon sect, working hard every day. This old man has seen this merit. It's also for this heavenly demon sect that this old man has been assisting Lord Sect Leader. However, after this old man found out about Shanghuaming, I shockingly discovered that Shanghuaming had disappeared from Yellow Flower Ridge in a single night. This old man has some doubts. If 100 Herbs sect were to take action, aren't their guts too big? Aren't their appetites too good? Of course, no one knows how Shanghuaming's sect was exterminated that year. Even this old man couldn't find any results by several days. However, this old man also doesn't want to investigate. Because whether Shanghuaming existed or not has nothing to do with this old man. This old man's purpose in coming to the Three Kingdoms has nothing to do with this sect. Yin Meng's voice became colder. However, this old man has no choice but to ask Lord Sect Leader. Since Lord Sect Leader knows the whereabouts of Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect, and also knows that the Deqianquan teleportation token is in Xiaohua's hands, and Lord Sect Leader even has some connections with Xiaohua. Why did you throw Lord Ji Peng's matter to the back of your mind? Don't you know the true meaning of this Deqianquan teleportation token? At this point, although Yin Meng didn't point out Zhang Qingxiao's true identity, he had already treated this Zhang Qingxiao as the same person. Immediately, Yin Meng turned to look at Xiaohua and said, moreover, Shanghuaming's Xiaohua also has a mysterious background. When he was in Shanghuaming, he was just a boy who hadn't even reached level 3 of the Qi refining stage. After he came to the Imperial Thunder sect, his cultivation soared. According to the latest battle report, not only did he make a lot of military exploits, but he even killed Qin Jian. His military exploits are second only to Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. Lord Sect Leader, don't tell me, you didn't contribute to this? This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Qingshao said coldly, I really don't understand. This is an old story from decades ago. Where did you find it? In this world, whether it's the Xiaoyu continent, millions of Meng mountains, or even the demon realm, if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. People leave their names and geese leave their voices. As long as you have the heart, you can always find out. Yin Meng said proudly, then turned to Xiaohua and said, don't you think so, fellow cultivator Xiaohua? That's right. Xiaohua had long wanted to get rid of the Mi Meng. When he heard Yin Meng's words, he tore the Mi Meng away and said coldly, in this world, only the dead can't reveal secrets. I'm afraid you're really tired of living. You're Xiaohua. When Yin Meng saw Xiaohua's true face, he couldn't help but be stunned. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. As Yin Meng said this, he looked at Zhang Qingshao and suddenly realized something. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. When we were at Lingpei Mountain Villa, Lord Sect Leader had already hidden this matter from me. Lord Sect Leader's shrewdness is really deep. However, Zhang Qingxiao's figure moved slightly and began to circle to the other side of Yin Meng, forming a triangle with Xiaohua. What? Lord Sect Leader wants to keep me here. Yin Meng wasn't timid and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently. That's right. Zhang Qingxiao said calmly. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao has already said it very well. Only the dead can keep secrets. You know so much, yet you still want to leave this Tianzhu peak? Ha 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 ha, I naturally want to leave. Yin Meng laughed loudly. This heavenly demon sect has just been established. How can it be established without the sect leader's guidance? I'm the first vice-sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. In the absence of a sect leader, it's naturally up to me to lead the heavenly demon sect. I understand now. Zhang Qingshao suddenly understood. So, that Lord Ji Peng's Mo bamboo slip was planned by you all. Lord Ji Peng, he didn't even come to the cultivation 3 kingdoms. Chapter 27-29. Ha ha ha, of course. If Lord Ji Peng were here, would you still be standing here obediently? Yin Meng laughed. You've had a problem with me for a long time, but you didn't dare to do anything because the heavenly demon sect hasn't been established yet. Now that the heavenly demon sect has been established, I'm no longer of any use to you. Is that why you want to get rid of me? Zhang Qingshao said coldly. When Yin Meng heard this, he shrugged and said with a smile, this old man didn't want to get rid of you so early. After all, Qing Fengmin and the others have been planning this heavenly demon sect for many years, but they never realized it. Only you can establish the heavenly demon sect. You're indeed very useful. In fact, in my plan, you can always be the sect master of the heavenly demon sect until Lord Ji Peng and the others arrive. It's a pity that you're walking further and further away from Lord Ji Peng. Furthermore, your cultivation is becoming increasingly powerful. If this old man doesn't act now, I'm afraid that you'll kill this old man before I even do anything. Especially when I realize that you no longer have Lord Ji Peng in your heart. If I let you develop, when Lord Ji Peng arrives, I won't be able to answer to him even if I'm still alive. So, you used Lord Ji Peng's demonic slip to order us to establish the sect first and then deceived us to come here? Zhang Qingshao asked coldly. Huh, sect master, you're wrong. Yin Meng clapped his hands and took out the demonic slip. He smiled and said, this was given to me by Lord Ji Peng. It's used to order you, evil creature. However, I didn't take it out because I've been watching your performance all this time. You. Could it be that you've already? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed abruptly. That's right. Yin Meng sneered. Although you're good at concealing yourself and hid the aura of the demon realm in your body, I have Lord Ji Peng's demonic slip. How can I not know your origin? So what if you erase the demon soul imprint? Do you think your contract with Lord Ji Peng will disappear in front of the demon god? Upon hearing the word contract, Zhang Qingxiao trembled involuntarily as if she was extremely afraid. Since you have this demon token, why did you ask me to come to this heaven pillar peak? Zhang Qingxiao's teeth began to chatter. Do you still need to say it? Yin Meng looked at Xiaohua proudly and said, if he wasn't at Tianzhu Peak, if he wasn't close to the great Dao cultivation strategy, would this junior brother Xiao of yours be able to appear in time? Could he send the Grand Universe teleportation token over? He has benefited a lot from you. When you are in danger, how can he not help you? Good plan. Good plan. I always thought that I had you in the palm of my hand, but I never thought that you were actually a poison thorn. Zhang Qingxiao laughed like a madman. That's right. Zhang Qingxiao had been enduring silently in front of Yin Meng. She had thought that she was the master of the matter, but in the end, she realized that what she had done was just a farce. Yin Meng had already seen through it. In fact, Yin Meng's arrogance and conceit was just arrogance and conceit to begin with. How can this old man compare to Lord Ji Peng? Yin Meng said with a smile. This was all his orders. Hearing the mention of Lord Ji Peng, Zhang Qingxiao's body trembled again. Clearly, she was extremely afraid. Xiaohua had been silent all this while. Seeing this scene, he sneered and said, Yin Meng, the three of us will definitely fight today. Either you die or I die. This young master has a question that I really want to know. I wonder if you can answer it. This young master? This old man? As expected of senior brother and junior brother. All of you are extremely arrogant. Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, go ahead and ask. See if this old man wants to answer. It's very simple. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the Grand Universe teleportation token. He asked indifferently, this item is merely a Dharma token used for long-distance teleportation arrays. Is it that important? Is it actually worth your scheming? Oh, you are really making things difficult for this old man with this question. Yin Meng glanced coldly at Zhang Qingxiao, whose body was slightly bent, and said, in the entire Dawn Rain continent's 3 cultivation countries, I am afraid that only this old man knows the secret. It's just that, this involves the arrival of Lord Ji Peng. How can this old man tell you? If you tell me, this young master might be merciful and not destroy this Dharma token. As Xiaohua spoke, he extended his left hand and held the 2 ends of the Grand Universe teleportation token. He smiled and said, if you don't tell me, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and destroying this Dharma token. That Lord Ji Peng of your family can forget about ever coming over. What a joke. Do you think that this Grand Universe teleportation token is merely a Dharma token used for teleportation? Yin Meng laughed loudly. You can try, this old man doesn't believe that you can actually destroy this item of the demon realm? What? This Dharma token has other uses? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he had already exerted force in his hand. Who would have thought that the Grand Universe teleportation token would be so incomparably hard? Even when Xiaohua exerted force in his hand, this item did not budge at all. There was simply no reaction at all. Damn it, there is indeed something fishy about this item. Xiaohua suddenly understood. This Yin Meng might be using the pretense of repairing the Grand Universe teleportation token as an excuse to do some other tricks. How about it? Yin Meng looked at Xiaohua's deflated expression and sneered. This item is completely useless in your hands. If you give it to this old man, this old man can still consider letting this evil creature live. As he spoke, Yin Meng glanced at Zhang Qingxiao. Whether I live or die, it is naturally up to me to decide. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Qingxiao roared angrily. He opened his mouth and the bright scenic bell immediately flew out. It turned into a golden light and smashed towards Yin Meng. At the same time, he touched his hand and took out a scarlet triangular flag from his storage pouch. He was just about to wave it. Evil creature. Yin Meng sneered. The devil slip in his hand suddenly released countless black threads that were several feet long. They were like the tentacles of the devil slip. The moment these black threads appeared, the devil slip immediately let out a strange cry. This cry was extremely ear-piercing and rushed into Xiao Hua's ears like a sharp sword. When Xiao Hua saw Zhang Qingxiao make a move, he originally wanted to open his mouth and release the Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter. However, this devil slip not only pierced his ears, but also his heart. It caused the blood in his veins to surge. It was extremely similar to the feeling during the blood sacrifice. How could Xiao Hua still want to attack? He hastily patted his forehead. Amitabha, he released the 3 feet tall Buddha relic. Amidst the wind and snow, the merciful Buddha's light shone brightly, blocking the demonic cry of the black silk. Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the 5-element staff. He clenched his teeth and stood under the Buddha relic, coldly looking at Yin Meng. This Yin Meng was indeed not simple. Just now, the devil slip of unknown origin caused Xiao Hua to be at a disadvantage. And this disadvantage was secondary. The most important thing was that the devil slip seemed to be Zhang Qingxiao's nemesis. As soon as Zhang Qingxiao heard this devil slip, his entire body trembled rapidly. His limbs did not listen to him at all and curled up together. His entire body even fell down in midair. Moreover, after the waving devil slip trembled, the devil slip suddenly expanded and fell on Zhang Qingxiao's body. The devil slip firmly entangled him, and there were even hundreds of devil slips black slip that pierced his glabella. He. Zhang Qingxiao's mouth was wide open, making inexplicable sounds. It seemed like he was howling, but also seemed like he was crying. His round eyes were now white, and his black pupils had shrunk to the size of a bean, slowly rotating in his eye sockets. As Zhang Qingxiao screamed, his corporeal body began to twist and change. Some sharp black thorns suddenly shot out from a certain part of his body, and these black thorns quickly retracted the moment they pierced through his clothes. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He really did not expect that Zhang Qingxiao would not have any strength to fight back against Yin Meng. And he really understood Zhang Qingxiao's fear from before, as well as his abnormal behavior when he went up the mountain. This Yin Meng was none other than that bullshit Lord Ji Peng. With just a devil slip, he was able to torture Zhang Qingxiao to this state. If it was really as Zhang Qingxiao had expected, then when Lord Ji Peng came, Zhang Qingxiao would probably be paralyzed, right? What kind of secret technique did you use? You actually managed to erase the devil slip so cleanly? Not only was Xiao Hua shocked, but Yin Meng was also extremely shocked when he saw Zhang Qingxiao struggling under the devil slip's black slip. According to Lord Ji Peng, as long as you hear the devil slip's black slip, you will return to your original body. Why are you still struggling after using the 1,000 slips entanglement? You vile spawn, you really want to be a human being. Go! Yin Meng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of devil slip's black slip towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao could not help but cry out loudly. His body under the devil slip's black slip quickly squirmed, as if it had no bones. Devil slip. Go to hell. Xiao Hua felt a pain in his heart. His figure flashed through the air like a breeze and flew in front of Yin Meng. He raised his wishful steel staff and struck towards Yin Meng's head. Oh! It's actually the flowing cloud movement technique? Yin Meng's eyes lit up. He casually waved his hand and a devil slip's black slip rushed out of his sleeves and blocked the wishful steel staff. The devil slip's black slip seemed to have intelligence as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Humph. The primordial spirit within the Buddha's relic was not stimulated by Xiaohua. He slightly opened his mouth and said, Lin. Along with the incantation, the Buddha's seal was also pinched and struck out. Oh. You actually understand the Buddhist mantra? Seeing Xiaohua's Buddha's relic strike out, the golden Buddha's light fell. Although this Lin word had the effect of transcendence, it was not used for fighting. However, under the Buddha's light, the devil slip's black slip was like a snowflake under the strong light. It instantly melted, and the devil slip's black slip. Chapter 27:30. Seeing that the Buddhist mantra was effective, Xiaohua opened his mouth again without hesitation. The confrontation character spiraled in the air and fell towards Zhang Qingxiao. You dare! Yin Meng shouted angrily. He also opened his mouth and a black light rushed out. It turned into a black net in front of the mantra to block it. With a pu sound, the confrontation character fell and broke the black net. It landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body without stopping. See? You. Yin Meng was shocked. He did not expect that in just a few decades, Xiaohua's Buddhist cultivation had actually reached such a high realm. It was precisely his nemesis. When the confrontation character landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body, it made a zzz sound. Although the black threads disappeared like melting snow, the golden mantra was also exhausted. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not find it strange. These black threads were the demonic order bestowed by Lord Jipang. If it was broken by his simple mantra, then it would be strange. Confrontation. Xiaohua directly urged the Buddha Sarira to land between him and Zhang Qingxiao. One mantra after another landed on it. Ha ha ha, this old man has not seen your Vajradharma body for many years. Come. Let this old man see what realm your Vajradharma body has reached. Yin Meng naturally would not allow Xiaohua to single-mindedly break the seal. He slapped his forehead, and a black aura emerged from the top of his head. It rushed straight into the air, and enveloped an area of several dozen feet around him. At the same time, the black gas produced thousands of ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was extremely ear-piercing. Following the emergence of the black gas, other parts of Yin Meng's body also surged with black gas. This black gas was different from the black gas above his head. It was like thousands of tentacles covering Yin Meng's entire body. Roar. A muffled roar came from Yin Meng's throat. His body, which was already completely covered by the black gas, began to squirm like Zhang Qingxiao. The black gas on the surface also suddenly surged like boiling water. At the same time, an indescribable deterrence was emitted from the black qi, and it quickly rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He clapped his hands and released the pressure of an early-stage gold core cultivator. He tried his best to resist this demonic deterrence that seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. This kind of deterrence from Yin Meng seemed to be constantly surging over, and it was even climbing steadily. Very soon, it covered his own pressure. That feeling of being unable to resist and feeling of powerlessness came from the depths of his heart. Golden core, golden core. However, this is merely the threshold of cultivation. If I were to stay in the demon-resisting valley, I would be nothing more than a pawn. As he thought this, Xiaohua did his best to use his secret technique to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, slowly increasing the pressure. Little thing, you actually know the secret technique of pressure? A sharp voice came out from the black chi. It seemed to be different from the Yin Meng's voice. It was the voice of the devil world that Xiaohua had heard in Lingpei Mountain Villa. Humph. Of course, I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. Xiaohua smiled coldly. He raised the wishful staff in his hand and prepared to fly towards Yin Meng. Ha ha ha. Just a little thing, you actually dare to show off in front of me. Where is your Buddhist Dharmakaya? To fight with a nobody from the devil world like you, do I still need to use my Dharmakaya? Xiaohua said in a disdainful tone. Ha ha ha, you only know one Buddhist mantra, and you still dare to exaggerate? I'll let you see how powerful I am. As Yin Meng spoke, another angry roar was emitted from the black gas. Following the angry roar, the black gas suddenly expanded and stood upright in midair. The swarming black gas was like a fountain that shot upwards by more than 40 feet. A huge force was generated from the black gas, pushing aside everything within 100 feet. Even if Xiaohua wanted to fly to Yin Meng's side, he would not be able to do so. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only open his mouth and the Dream Executor and Mountain Breaker flew out. They circled in midair and flew to the other side of Yin Meng. Hum, hum, hum. Just after the Dream Executor and Mountain Breaker flew past the black chi, the 4 feet tall black chi let out a loud roar, and then quickly shrank. When the impact gradually disappeared, a 4 feet tall giant appeared in midair. The giant's head was big, and its blood-red hair was curled into a ball. Its fist-sized eyes were black and there were no ordinary eyeballs. In its bloody mouth, 2 long fangs stretched out obliquely, and a garlic-like nose poked the face that was bigger than a basin. The giant was completely naked, and the black gas from before had already turned into a demonic armor that covered his vital parts. There were strange patterns on the demonic armor, and the patterns were constantly overflowing with a pitch-black brilliance. In the middle of the patterns, the demonic armor was filled with a blood-red substance. Outside of the magic armor was the giant's strong arms. The muscles on the arms were bulging and glossy, and from time to time, there were traces of black chi going in and out of them. Grandma, how can I fight with this? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Although he was considered a tall cultivator, it was impossible for him to be more than 10 feet tall. This Yin Meng's body was actually more than 4 feet tall. Standing in front of Yin Meng's body, Xiaohua looked like a child. Little thing. Where is your Dharma body? This senior has been looking forward to it for a long time. Yin Meng roared, and the bloody mouth actually spat out a bloody light. An indescribable stench of blood permeated the whole place. Do I need a Dharma body to deal with an ordinary demon like you? Xiaohua sneered. His figure flew up, and the wishful staff in his hand smashed towards Yin Meng. Ha ha ha, little thing is really a little thing. You actually used a magic weapon in front of this senior. The ignorant are really fearless. Yin Meng did not care. He waved his hand and clenched his fist towards Xiaohua's wishful staff. Yin Meng's fist was also a few feet in size. Against Xiaohua's wishful staff, cough cough, it was really a bit of an unfair victory. However, with a loud bang, Yin Meng screamed. Xiaohua's wishful staff suddenly hit Yin Meng's fist, causing black chi to splatter everywhere. Yin Meng's huge arm involuntarily shrank back, and even his entire arm was gushing with blood. You are not a magic weapon? Yin Meng sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some surprise. What this junior uses is none of your business. Just give me your life. Xiaohua's figure was like a shadow, and the wishful staff was raised towards Yin Meng's head. However, he was really shorter than Yin Meng. The wishful staff was no different from a matchstick to Yin Meng. But just now, he had suffered a loss from the matchstick. How could Yin Meng dare to be careless? His other uninjured arm patted his hand and took out a huge mace from his storage bag. Good boy. This magic weapon. I am afraid it is 2 feet long. Xiaohua watched as the huge mace was wrapped in a faint black aura as it streaked through the air. The sharp teeth on the mace let out a sharp screech. The sound of the wind and the pressure from the mace were produced at the same time. Xiaohua couldn't help but be speechless. Fight. Xiaohua was not afraid of this kind of fight. Although his wishful staff was really short, the courage in his heart was higher than the sky. When he heard his roar, the wishful staff turned around to meet the mace. Boom! Another loud noise, and the air was once again set off in mid-air, and the snowflakes that had been floating in the air were swept away. Xiaohua's body flew back more than 100 feet, and Yin Meng's figure also staggered and retreated. Kill! Xiaohua's figure retreated, but his killing move did not stop. He secretly urged the Zhu Meng behind him to split the mountain, and like a meteor chasing the moon, it stabbed Yin Meng. Humph! Yin Meng naturally saw the 2 flying swords. Seeing the flying swords stabbing at him, he stretched out his hand, and the black qi on the arm that was previously smashed by Xiaohua slowly retracted, and an intact fist appeared again. The large hand opened, and a shadow covered the area. It was as if there was a sealing force that sealed the space around the flying sword. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter immediately felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Kill! Xiaohua coldly snorted again, and his figure just stabilized. Following Xiaohua's urging, the 2 flying swords suddenly emitted a green and red brilliance. As soon as this brilliance was born, it immediately began to blend, and a fist-sized heart shape was born on the 2 flying swords. Oh! Sword intent? You actually know the sword technique? Yin Meng was a little surprised, but the imprisoning force in his hand did not decrease. Thin black silk even grew from his fingers and hung down, quickly wrapping the whole heart shape. You're courting death. Xiaohua sneered. The heart shape in the black qi rapidly expanded, and the black qi had no choice but to expand as well. When the heart shape was a few feet in size, it suddenly emitted a "ga" sound, and a completely green and red sword light burst out from the black qi. A few feet long flying sword stood out from the black qi. Illusory sword? Yin Meng obviously also understood sword cultivation very well, and could not help but be stunned. How can you be an illusory sword cultivator? Wang, as soon as the heart sword was born, it immediately emitted an endless sword intent. The sword qi also penetrated from the sword light, directly piercing towards Yin Meng's big hand. Yin Meng did not dare to be careless. His hand slightly rotated, and a cluster of black qi was born from the palm of his hand, wrapping around the heart sword. Go to hell! Xiaohua roared, and his figure flew up again. The wishful steel staff crossed in mid-air, and the thunder under his feet moved. He borrowed the power of the staff, and the sound of thunder from the staff, and smashed towards the giant Yin Meng without arrogance. The wishful steel staff still had the sound of the wind, but under the roar of thunder, the sound of the wind could not be heard. The suffocating force above the staff stirred up the black gas on the Yin Meng demon armor from afar. A strange flow of black gas and blood appeared on the Yin Meng demon armor out of thin air. Chapter 2731. Yin Meng was originally attracted by the heart sword, but now he was disturbed by the wishful steel staff. He was furious. Roar! He simply retracted his hand and allowed the heart sword to grow bigger and bigger in the black gas. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood-red light, which enveloped the area of 10 feet around the heart sword. He held the mace with both hands and attacked Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Fortunately, Yin Meng made a decision. Xiaohua's attack seemed slow, but in fact, it was really fast. It was absolutely different from the first attack just now. In the blink of an eye, it fell on Yin Meng's left shoulder. It was where the black gas came from. Boom, there was a loud noise, as if the entire Tianzhu peak was blown up by a huge wave. The craggy rocks on the peak were torn apart by the force of the collision between the two. Rumble, the rocks tumbled down from the foothills on all sides. Kung! Just as Xiaohua's seemingly thin and weak body was sent flying like a piece of duckweed, the black gas behind Yin Meng rapidly spun under the bloody light. It was as if countless sentient tentacles had blocked the heart sword. Threads of bloody light seeped into the black gas in an attempt to corrupt the flying sword. With a long cry from the heart sword, the piercing sword light penetrated the black gas and pierced through the blood light. The sword light was like a rainbow, stabbing straight at Yin Meng's back. Yin Meng sent Xiaohua flying, but he himself was also not in a good state. His huge body suddenly flew backwards, and this flying sword just happened to stab diagonally into the magic armor on his back. Buzz, the green and red sword light flashed, and the black gas on the magic armor was defeated. Although the black gas combined with the blood light quickly transformed into patterns, and there was an indescribable fluctuation, the sword light still went in, roared. Yin Meng let out a sad cry, and his whole body shook rapidly. His whole head and feet turned strangely, and his front heart turned into his back. Unexpectedly, his back was facing Xiaohua. Woo! Where the flying sword pierced, there was no blood light. Instead, the black gas surged rapidly, and countless black gas covered the flying sword, as if to swallow the flying sword into the body. Not good. Feeling the surge of the devil qi, his connection with the flying sword weakened. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. The moment his body floated, he hurriedly used the ethereal steps and the wind escape technique. Like a ghost in the air, he instantly appeared behind Yin Meng. Woo! The wishful steel staff struck again. Oh, not good. Although Yin Meng paid attention to Xiaohua, he did not expect Xiaohua's actions to be so fast. How could he dare to deal with the flying sword with all his strength? He hurriedly waved the wishful staff again. Taking advantage of Yin Meng's distraction, the sword light of the heart sword suddenly expanded and slashed a hole several feet in front of Yin Meng's heart before rushing out. Woo! Although there was no trace of blood, Yin Meng still couldn't help but cry out in pain. Little thing! I devil demon devil! Yin Meng sent Xiaohua flying away with his mace, then said viciously, Di Luo, that bastard, didn't he give you too many things? Di Luo? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He did not understand what Yin Meng was talking about, but he did not pay attention to it. The soul of Zhu Dream urged the entire heart of sword to fly into the air. The flashing green and red sword light flashed slightly, and two heart-shaped sword intents appeared at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, piercing towards Yin Meng. At the same time, Xiaohua threw out a fire talisman, which fell at Yin Meng's feet. Rumble! The fire talisman exploded, and waves of fire soared into the sky. The huge impact and flames instantly blew apart the lower half of Yin Meng's body. Streams of demonic energy rolled in the flames, and Yin Meng's exasperated curses and roars were drowned out by the waves of fire. Ha ha ha! What devil cultivator? What deity? Nothing more than this. Xiaohua sneered and looked at Zhang Qingxiao. The Buddha's Saraira was the nemesis of the devil cultivator, but Xiaohua was afraid that Zhang Qingxiao would be in danger. He did not dare to use the Buddha's Saraira against the enemy. He could only rely on the Buddhist mantra to maintain Zhang Qingxiao's current situation. At this time, it was still the same as before. Although the Buddha's light and the mantra's golden light fell, the black silk wrapped around Zhang Qingxiao did not show any signs of collapse. Army! Do! Xiaohua was a bit anxious. He did not care whether the mantra would harm Zhang Qingxiao or not, and spat out the two mantras in succession. The army mantra was still okay. It was no different from the confrontation mantra. When it fell on it, it only dispersed the black qi on the surface, and the black qi recovered in a moment. However, the Do mantra was a bit strange. It actually turned into strands of golden silk, and fell into the black qi. Zhang Qingxiao's body wriggled even more violently in the black qi, and all kinds of devil thorns crazily rushed out from various parts of her body. Damn it, is this right or wrong? Xiaohua was a bit helpless. But at this time, without waiting for him to do anything, a cold voice came from behind him. No matter what deity fought in the so-called Imperial Demon Valley. Don't tell me you want to rely on this bullshit spirit talisman to kill deity? Xiaohua frowned slightly. When he turned his head, he was a bit dumbfounded. But he saw that Yin Meng was different from before. Her legs that were destroyed by the fire talisman had recovered, and her originally bare legs were now covered with black qi. And this black qi? No, it should be said that all the black qi around Yin Meng's body had changed, and turned into dancing flames. It's just that these flames are not the usual green-red color of Dawn Rain Continent, nor are they purple. Instead, they are those pitch-black colored flames. Xiaohua was almost moaning in a low voice. He already understood that this Yin Meng was cultivating the devil flame of the devil realm's cultivation method. She used devil qi to cultivate the devil flame, and according to the level of the devil flame, the devil cultivator's level of cultivation was determined. His fire talisman was admittedly very powerful, but it was still of the fire attribute. When it came to Yin Meng, he was afraid that it would not cause much damage. Innate true water. Xiaohua instantly thought of his other killing move. However, when he thought of Zhang Qingxiao's situation, he immediately killed this idea. What should I do? Xiaohua didn't have many encounters with devil cultivators, and this was the first time dealing with this kind of devil cultivator. He really couldn't figure out Yin Meng's background. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxiao had previously let Xiaohua see the Devil Slip and Blood Drop Paradise's cultivation method, so he had some understanding of the Devil Realm's cultivation method. I'm afraid that second martial brother is right. That spirit-punishing vital light should be able to kill this guy. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, I still haven't mastered the spirit-punishing vital light. If I act rashly and let him prepare, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to succeed. Thinking of Xiaohua, she coldly said, Yin Meng, you're a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. How did you participate in the battle of the Imperial Devil Valley? Don't you find it tiring to keep calling me your highness? My Dawn Rain Continent has a saying, a real man doesn't change his name. Do you dare to leave your name? Ha ha ha, Yin Meng laughed. The pitch-black devil flame around his body moved as if it was breathing, and an indescribable heat enveloped an area of nearly 100 feet. This sovereign is Lord Ji Peng's subordinate, Deputy General Qing Xian. I'm also a famous general of the northern Jian Devil region. What's the harm in telling you my name? It's just to satisfy your curiosity. Qing Xian said arrogantly. You're a devil person. How did you sneak into my Dawn Rain Continent? Moreover, you can cultivate devil techniques? Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. He had also seen the Blood Drop Paradise before, but he couldn't make sense of it at all. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Holding this Qing Xian, his body looked huge, but he wasn't stupid. He coldly looked at Xiaohua and pointed with his hand. If this kind of evil creature can sneak into the Dawn Rain Continent, why can't this sovereign? As for how to cultivate devil techniques. Ha ha ha, seeing that you've even cultivated the Huan country's flying sword to the illusory sword, could it be? You still want to cultivate devil techniques? Since you have such lofty aspirations, why shouldn't this sovereign fulfill your wish? Oh? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and curiously asked, then what's the reason? It's very simple. Qing Xian stretched out a finger that was comparable to a wishful staff and faintly smiled. You only need to be possessed by this sovereign, then you can naturally cultivate. Xiao Hua's expression turned ugly, while Qing Xian laughed heartily. A pitch-black brilliance flashed around his body, and within a radius of 100 zhang that was enveloped by the heat, strands of black flames suddenly flashed. These black flames not only burned the air to the point of distorting, but also surged towards Xiao Hua like a surging wave. Moreover, this space was sealed, completely wrapping Xiao Hua within. Sure enough, it's devil flames that overflow the heavens. Xiao Hua sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fierce flame. He was about to use the divine flame art, but at this moment, behind Qing Xian, a burst of sword cries rang out. An indescribable, bone-piercing pain entered Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his sword art to retrieve his flying swords. Don't you think it's too late to retrieve them now? Qing Xian sneered. He clenched his hand, and a black flame like a waterfall rushed towards the two flying swords that were already besieged by the devil flame. Looking at the Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter, the green-red sword radiance rapidly swallowed and spat out, and also slowly contracted. The strands of devil flame had already seeped into the sword intent of the heart sword along with the sword radiance. It was precisely the two flying swords that were burning. Xiao Hua now also cared about the fierce flame. The sword essence around his body surged, and bursts of sword radiance were released from his body. A huge sword of 2 zhang in size appeared where Xiao Hua was. It was actually very similar to a sword cultivator's sword transformation. However, at the core of this huge sword, Xiao Hua's figure still existed. He did not merge with the sword radiance. Under the lingering sword radiance, Xiao Hua's face was slightly embarrassed. Break! Xiao Hua snorted coldly. The huge sword streaked across the sky and directly slashed towards Qing Xian. Wherever the sword radiance passed, it actually split apart the monstrous devil flame. Hiss! Qing Xian was originally shocked when he saw Xiao Hua transform into a sword, but when he saw that Xiao Hua himself could not transform into a sword, he did not feel it was funny. However, when the sword radiance fell, he was stunned. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The flying swords that Xiao Hua transformed into were neither fish nor fowl, but the fierceness of the sword qi could not be faked. Moreover, before the huge sword fell, the imprisonment comparable to a sword transformation had already appeared around Qing Xian and surged towards Qing Xian, as if it wanted to squeeze Qing Xian. Chapter 2732. This little thing, is really an illusory sword cultivator? Qing Xian was not surprised. He shook his shoulder, and demonic flames surged out from his body. He tried his best to burn away the shackles, and at the same time, he raised his mace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another huge sound rang out. This time, it was even more intense than the previous ones. Qing Xian's 12 zhang tall devil body was struck down by Xiao Hua's huge sword. A huge hole appeared in the space surrounded by the black flames. Return! Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Zhu Meng and Hua Shan took the opportunity to fly across the sky, and landed in front of Xiao Hua with the black flames. Humph! Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He slapped his hand, and the yin-yang sword gourd flew out, stopping right next to the two flying swords. Extinguish! Xiao Hua grabbed with his hand, and the yin-yang sleeve came out. In an instant, the black flames on the flying swords were extinguished. Then, he pointed with his hand, and the two flying swords fell into the yin-yang sword gourd. Xiao Hua held the sword gourd in his hand, and the sword light around his body flashed. He coldly looked at the flustered Qing Xian who was flying up from the black flames. Without waiting for him to stabilize himself in the air, he chanted a mantra. The two red and green flying swords, which were actually stored in the space, flew into the air with the sword gourd, and directly pierced towards Qing Xian's head. "You're courting death." Qing Xian opened his mouth, and a mouthful of bloody light blocked the flying swords. No matter how the flying swords looked for a flaw, they could not pierce through. Xiaohua was helpless. He pointed at the yin-yang sword gourd, and the two flying swords returned. "Damn it! Little thing, this sovereign saw that your body was not bad. This sovereign wanted to use you as a meat cauldron, but you actually don't know what's good for you." Qing Xian angrily shouted. "Hand over your life." As he spoke, he opened his mouth again, and several mouthfuls of bloody light fell into the black flames. The black flames set off waves of fire, and they rushed towards Xiaohua. "It's just demonic flames, what's so great about them?" Xiaohua sneered. The icicle flame from before became even more vigorous. It flashed red around Xiaohua's body, and he fearlessly flew towards the black flames. Boom! Xiaohua usually used the frigid death flame to refine equipment, but he had never used it against an enemy. However, the frigid death flame, which was like a crimson dragon, was not inferior to the Yi-Yang fan from before. It directly threw itself into the black flames. "Kiki! How can such ordinary flames be a match for my sex black flames?" Qing Xian let out an arrogant laugh. He brandished the mace in his hand and chopped towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that although the wishful steel staff was heavy, it was really too small. He would not be able to take advantage of this guy. He simply did not use the wishful steel staff and still turned it into a sword and slashed towards Qing Xian. Boom! Another huge sound rang out. The sword light around Xiaohua's body flickered rapidly, and Qing Xian was sent flying again. It was another tie. However, the same couldn't be said for Lingyin Zhuhua. Just as Qing Xian had said, when the crimson dragons rushed into the black flames, perhaps they couldn't compare to the black flames, or perhaps there were too few of them, they were completely annihilated by the black flames and disappeared. Looking at the black flames that pounced towards him once again, Xiaohua frowned. With a wave of his hands, two purple flames appeared in his hands. The pure as crystal Samadhi true fire immediately forced the black flames in front of him to retreat. "Oh! Samadhi true fire?" Qing Xian was not surprised that Xiaohua had Samadhi true fire. However, seeing this unusually pure Samadhi true fire, he was somewhat moved. This was definitely the first time he had seen something like this in his life. Immediately, the previously extinguished thought of taking over his body was born again. This little thing's physical body is much stronger than this Yin Meng. Not only is it of the fire attribute, but it has also practiced flying swords. That physical body is absolutely strong. If this sovereign takes over his body, advancing to Devil General, is not a problem. Go! How could Xiaohua know what Qing Xian was thinking? Both of his hands waved the fire-controlling art. Dozens of Samadhi true fire danced in the air like needles, rushing towards the top of his head, as if wanting to break through the black flames. It's just Samadhi true fire. How can it break through this sect's black flames? Qing Xian laughed, "Little thing, you should obediently surrender. This sovereign will tell you the secret of devil cultivators." "Go!" Xiaohua did not say anything and pointed his finger at the sword gourd. The execution dream and mountain splitter flew out again, stabbing towards Qing Xian. Qing Xian waved his hand and the black flames flashed with a bloody light, blocking the two flying swords. When Xiaohua withdrew the flying swords again, the mace in Qing Xian's hand involuntarily moved, as if waiting for Xiaohua's sword attack. Sure enough, Xiaohua urged the sword light around his body, and with a "woo" sound, it chopped over. Rumble, the devil flames around Qing Xian rushed out crazily. The wishful staff in his hand barely blocked the giant sword. Qing Xian himself fell several feet and sent Xiaohua flying. But how could Xiaohua be sent flying? The sword light around his body suddenly became resplendent, and the sword chi above his head pounced towards the Samadhi true fire that was already tearing apart the black flames. The Samadhi true fire was much stronger than the Lingyi Zhu fire. Although the quantity was very small, it was already able to resist the black flames and tear a small hole in the black flames. Now that Xiaohua had turned into a sword and stabbed into the small hole, the black flames were immediately split open and forced to retreat. A ray of light shot in from outside the black flames. "Want to leave?" "No way." Xiaohua was just about to rush out when he heard Qing Xian's mockery. He saw that in the black flames that were forced to roll, countless blood threads rushed out and quickly condensed into a blood net above the giant sword. The sword light and sword chi fell into the blood threads and were immediately corroded. Seeing the sword light of the giant sword disappear very quickly, the blood threads under Qing Xian's urging endlessly poured out. Xiaohua had no choice but to retreat. Because of several sword transformations, the sword chi in Xiaohua's body could no longer support him. His thin and tall figure gradually appeared again. It's really only the third grade of the illusory sword realm. Qing Xian smiled with satisfaction. To be able to retreat from this sovereign's blood pool, you can be proud. It's better for you to be proud of yourself. Xiaohua waved his hands as if to use the thunder summoning technique, but to his surprise, there was no reaction at all. It seemed to be completely blocked by the black flames. Not good. Xiaohua's heart tightened and unconsciously pointed his finger at the sword gourd. Whoosh whoosh. The two flying swords rushed out again and still stabbed towards Qing Xian's head. This time, Qing Xian was impatient. He waved his hand as if swatting a fly. The black flames rushed over and blocked the flying swords, and his attention was once again focused on Xiaohua's following attack. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let him down. With a shake of his hand, he took out the wishful staff and threw it in front of him again with a bang. After Qing Xian easily sent Xiaohua flying, the Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter flew back into the sword gourd. However, at this time, Xiaohua waved his hand and a talisman flew out. This talisman was shabby. Xiaohua had obtained it in the Imperial Thunder Sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, but he hadn't used it much. At this time, as Xiaohua urged his spiritual power, an incomplete big hand appeared from the talisman. Following Xiaohua's figure, it grabbed towards the black flames. The hand of a nascent soul? Qing Xian was slightly surprised, but after sweeping it with his devil sense, he smiled again. What kind of talisman is this? It looks like the hand of a nascent soul, but it doesn't have the power of a nascent soul. To deal with a little devil like you, is there a need to use the hand of a nascent soul? Xiaohua urged his golden core. The spiritual power of the golden core rushed out from the two yin and yang meridians. Those incomplete meridians were faintly uncomfortable. Buzz, when the large hand grabbed the black flame, it was as if it was tearing apart a piece of cloth. A 10-feet-long tear appeared. However, the spiritual talisman was immediately contaminated by the black flame. It emitted black smoke and burned at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiaohua waved his hands and used the lightning drawing technique. Dark clouds rolled over Tianzhu Peak, and countless lightning flashed in the dark clouds. Imperial Thunder Technique? Qing Xian was shocked. He looked at the horizon in disbelief, then lowered his head to look at Xiaohua, who was waving his hands. You are a golden core cultivator. How is it possible, Kachacha? The sound of thunder like a drum pulled Qing Xian back from his shock. He couldn't see any understanding in his eyes. Instead, he shouted in a sharp voice, Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Immortal. Who is he to you? Thunder Immortal? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood. He pulled his hands downwards, and with a kacha sound, dozens of heavenly lightning bolts descended following his hand gesture, striking the black flames. Under the light of the lightning, the black flames emitted a sizzling sound, and rapidly retreated. Under the black flames, scarlet blood traces could be seen. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer his question, Qing Xian was furious. Black gas continuously surged out from his body. When the black gas came into contact with the devil flames, it immediately turned into black flames and continuously rushed into the sky, filling up the gaps caused by the lightning strikes. This sovereign wants to see. Even a nascent soul cultivator as strong as the Thunder Immortal couldn't continuously control lightning. You, a little golden core cultivator. But at this point, Qing Xian suddenly stopped and shouted with a strange tone, "This sovereign understands. You are definitely the disciple of the Thunder Immortal." That old ghost couldn't resist the backlash of the Imperial Thunder technique. When his body was on the verge of collapse, he found a way to save himself. Your sword cultivation technique was taught by him. He. Devil brat, you're really smart. Xiaohua already understood from Qing Xian's words that Qing Xian, who participated in the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley, must have fought with the so-called Thunder Immortal. He must have suffered a great loss from the lightning strikes. And his opponent, the Thunder Immortal, can also control lightning like him. Of course, in the Imperial Thunder sect, there are many cultivators who can control lightning. Especially those above nascent soul, Xiaohua doesn't know of them. This Thunder Immortal is either a nascent soul cultivator or a spirit-severing cultivator. Both of them are from the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since you know that this young master is the Thunder Immortal's disciple, why don't you quickly surrender? Obediently let this young master kill you?" Ha ha ha. This sovereign suffered a great loss at the hands of the Thunder Immortal. These thousands of years, I've always been thinking about how to avoid the lightning strikes and how to kill him. Now that I can't see the Thunder Immortal, killing his disciple is also a happy thing. Qing Xian laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and another ball of bloody light flew out. You think this sovereign can't block the lightning strikes? Chapter 2733. Damn it, I've been tricked. Hearing Qing Xian's words, Xiaohua's heart sank. He felt that he had overreached himself. The blood light that Qing Xian spat out was different from before. Once it landed in the air, it immediately turned into blood shadows and rushed into the black flames that were scattered by the lightning. The black flames immediately stopped flowing and turned into all kinds of strange shapes. They looked like demonic beasts and demons. They covered the black flames. Kill. Xiaohua was curious. He waved his hands and dozens of lightning bolts fell and hit the black flames. The protrusions on the black flames were the first to hit the lightning bolts. Under the lightning, the protrusions were immediately flattened. Countless golden lightning bolts covered the protrusions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at the same time that the lightning bolts fell on the black flames, blood threads similar to the lightning bolts were released from the collapsed areas. Sizzle. Sizzle. Countless sizzling sounds rang out from all around the black flames. The power of the heavenly lightning was actually corroded by the blood threads, and it melted away in an instant. Hiss! Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the strange blood threads, he was stunned. He understood that if it was before the lightning tribulation, it would be reasonable for Qing Xian to break his lightning bolts. He didn't feel surprised. However, after going through the lightning tribulation, his gold core contained the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts. His lightning controlling technique had a qualitative leap. At this time, the lightning bolts were several times stronger than before. Even Xiaohua's body felt a little numb. This was the backlash of the lightning bolts that Qing Xian said. Even such a powerful method couldn't destroy the blood threads. No wonder Qing Xian, who couldn't gain the upper hand after several exchanges, wasn't nervous at all. He was still fighting with him methodically. This guy isn't afraid, but this young master is? Xiaohua looked at the Buddha's light that blocked the black flames a few feet away. No matter if it was the black flames or the blood threads, once they touched the Buddha's light, they were like snowflakes meeting fire. They instantly melted. Xiaohua sneered again. At worst, this young master will use the Buddhist sect's techniques to face the enemy. I'll use the innate true water to kill this guy. Humph. Furthermore, in the end, I had to sacrifice my cultivation base to kill you with my spiritual flame. Thinking to this point, Xiaohua's courage was boosted. He pulled with both hands, and another 100 bolts of heavenly lightning fell. Seeing Xiaohua easily draw the heavenly lightning to extinguish his black flames, Qing Xian's heart was in turmoil. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to have such a trick up his sleeve. Don't hesitate anymore. Qing Xian steeled his heart and began to recite the cryptic syllables. As he recited the syllables, Qing Xian's lower body gradually became blurry. Damn it, who said that the people of the demon realm only know how to use demonic tools? When Xiaohua heard this inexplicable syllable, he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. He cursed in his heart and continuously used the lightning controlling technique. Heavenly lightning fell down, wanting to destroy the space surrounded by the black flames. Roar! From below Qing Xian's body, countless black flames mixed with blood-red light surged out and let out a strange roar. The black flames then formed all kinds of shapes, and the strange roar came from these shapes. These black flames spread towards Xiaohua like a tide, as if countless ants were rushing towards a lonely piece of bone. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the area, and he immediately understood that these numerous shapes all contained different types of demonic beast souls. These demonic beast souls formed something like a demonic array to attack him. If these black flames and demonic beast souls pounced on him, he would become a delicacy in the mouths of these demonic beast souls. It's time. Xiaohua calculated for a moment and waved his hand. After a thick bolt of heavenly lightning fell, the wishful staff appeared in his hand again. Quick! Xiaohua pointed his finger at the yin-yang sword gourd. 2 green and red sword lights flew out from the sword gourd and drew 2 arcs in the air, flying towards Qing Xian's head. Humph, boring. Qing Xian waved his hand very naturally, and another blood-red light emerged from the black flames, blocking in front of the green and red sword lights. He also held the wolf-tooth mace in his hand, and his devil sense fell on Xiaohua's wishful staff. The green and red sword lights were the same as before. When they flew to the top of Qing Xian's head, they were blocked by the blood-red light, and then they also retreated, but after retreating a few inches, they suddenly accelerated, and from the sides of the blood-red light, they fell straight on Qing Xian's neck. The green and red sword lights were so fast and so flexible, it was simply beyond Qing Xian's expectations. When Qing Xian realized it, the sword lights had already surrounded his huge neck and slashed. No, these are not the 2 flying swords just now. By the time Qing Xian could tell that one of the 2 sword lights was scarlet red and the other was azure, and not a mix of azure and red, he was scared out of his wits. He even cried out, This seems to be Spirit Slayer." Unfortunately, he didn't have time to say the 2 words, primordial light, before the green and red sword lights twisted around his neck, and a bloody mark appeared on his neck. With a loud pang, the huge head soared from his neck, and from where the head was cut off, black gas and blood-red light rushed out. Whoa! Like the whistling of the wind, all the black flames, black gas, and blood-red light lost control, and like 10,000 streams returning to the origin, they poured into the soaring black gas and blood-red light. Qing Xian's giant body began to collapse, and streams of black gas rolled out from his body. Ho! The deterrence that had been suppressing Xiaohua also receded like a tide, and Xiaohua couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He knew in his heart that under his calculations, this Qing Xian was finally killed. What a scary but not dangerous experience. Thinking about the somewhat difficult fight just now, Xiaohua was extremely emotional. He pointed his finger at the sword gourd, and the spirit execution primordial light fell into the sword gourd again. He glanced at Zhang Qingxiao, who had stopped to rest. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao's body was still surrounded by black gas, and the blood-red light didn't disappear because of Qing Xian's extermination. This is a bit troublesome, Xiaohua thought, and his figure was about to fly over. However, at this moment, an extremely cold and unfamiliar voice came from the collapsing black gas of Qing Xian. You little bug, you actually have the spirit execution primordial light. Moreover, you actually know how to control this ancient killing aura. Looking at the method, it must be that bastard Di Luo who told you, right? Who? Xiaohua was shocked, and hurriedly stabilized his body. However, the black flames that had originally retreated suddenly changed color, and all of them turned scarlet, and once again surrounded the surroundings. Blood drop paradise? Looking at the space that looked like a huge drop of blood, and the scarlet walls, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and with a look of disbelief, he looked at the black gas that was still rolling in the center of the space, and said, You actually still have blood refinement after cultivating the devil flame? Little bug. You know the cultivation methods of the devil realm very well. The voice was very unfamiliar, and Xiaohua felt that it definitely wasn't Qing Xian, and definitely not Yin Meng. Since you can understand the sword cultivation methods, and also the Buddhist techniques, and even control the spirit execution primordial light, then, why can't I understand the devil flame and the blood drop paradise? You're not Yin Meng, and you're not Qing Xian, who are you? Xiaohua held the yin-yang sword gourd tightly in his hand, and only then did he feel a trace of safety in his heart, and couldn't help but ask. Didn't you already hear of my name before? Don't you also know about the blood drop paradise? The voice was neither fast nor slow, and said indifferently. Ji Peng? You're really Ji Peng? Xiaohua looked at the rolling black gas, but didn't see any demons appear, and couldn't help but be surprised. Weren't you at Million Meng Mountains? When did you come to the Dawn Rain continent? However, Ji Peng didn't answer him, and countless, woo-woo, sounds came from the black gas. The rhythm was very strange, and hearing it gave Xiaohua goosebumps all over his body. Xiaohua's mind raced. Although the voice didn't admit that it was the devil general Ji Peng, but other than Ji Peng, Xiaohua couldn't think of any other devil general. Moreover, Zhang Qingxiao had said clearly that she was most afraid of this Ji Peng, and even the method that Qing Xian used to deal with Zhang Qingxiao was taught by Ji Peng. Of course, Xiaohua now understood that Qing Xian wasn't the only one in Yin Meng's body. There was also Ji Peng. The one who had restrained Zhang Qingxiao might not have been Qing Xian. It was most likely Ji Peng. Moreover, what made Xiaohua most nervous was that when Zhang Qingxiao ordered Xiaohua to use the spirit-slaying origin light to kill Ji Peng, it was based on the assumption that Ji Peng possessed the body of a cultivator from the Dawn Rain continent. For example, although Qing Xian was a devil general of the devil realm, and just cutting off his head wouldn't necessarily kill Qing Xian, he was currently possessing Yin Meng. Although Qing Xian had already revealed his devil body, cutting off his head could still kill Yin Meng, and similarly, Qing Xian. But now? Xiaohua's spirit-slaying origin light had already succeeded and killed Yin Meng and Qing Xian, but Ji Peng, who Zhang Qingxiao was most afraid of, had appeared again. What method could Xiaohua use to deal with Ji Peng? Was it still the spirit-slaying origin light that Zhang Qingxiao was most confident in? Furthermore, based on the current situation, it was needless to say that Ji Peng's spirit clone, like Qing Xian, had always been with Yin Meng in the heavenly demonic sect. He must have seen everything that Zhang Qingxiao had done. Qing Xian's anger towards Zhang Qingxiao was also because of Ji Peng. Qing Xian wanted to replace Zhang Qingxiao, so he might not necessarily want Zhang Qingxiao's life. However, Ji Peng would definitely want Zhang Qingxiao's life for betraying him. In that case, Xiaohua had to fight Ji Peng to the death. Swift. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua didn't dare hesitate any longer. He pointed with his finger, and then 2 green and red sword lights appeared within the yin-yang sword gourd, and they drew 2 arcs in midair before falling into the black qi once more. Chapter 2734. With a clear swoosh, a ball of blood suddenly sprayed out from where the sword light landed. This blood light was the size of a basin, and it just happened to block the sword light. The green and red sword light slightly paused in midair, and then separated, falling towards the edge of the blood light. However, the blood light was as intelligent as the sword light. At the same time, it also split into 2, and once again blocked the sword light from falling. Now, after several attempts, the spirit execution vital light was unable to pierce through the black gas. Kill! Xiaohua's face was stunned, and he urged the vital light again. With a swoosh, the brilliance of the 2 sword lights increased, and they directly pierced into the blood light. Hiss, 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 like cold water falling into a pot of oil, the entire blood light exploded. However, just as the sword light broke through the blood light and landed again, 2 balls of blood spurted out from the black gas. The sword light landed squarely on the balls of blood. With a clang sound, the sword light immediately became much dimmer. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and he hurriedly urged the yin-yang sword gourd. Unexpectedly, the blood seemed to have an extremely strong suction force, and the 2 flying swords were actually unable to break free. Damn it! Xiaohua's gold core surged, and his magic power rushed out. The yin-yang sword gourd flashed with golden light, and with a swoosh, the mouth of the sword gourd also suddenly released a huge force. With 2 swoosh sounds, the green and red sword light finally broke free from the blood and flew back. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and it was precisely the flying sword that fell into the sword gourd. The originally sparkling and translucent flying sword now had some specks of blood on it, and it was obviously stained by the blood. He couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache, and he knew that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the blood. Little bug, you really have a lot of tricks. That cold voice once again came out from the rolling black gas. However, just relying on this incomplete spirit execution vital light, you still aren't this lord's opponent. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out the ocean-overturning seal. Under the urging of his magic power, the coiling dragon held the seal in its mouth and smashed it towards the black gas. Its might was clearly several times stronger than before it condensed its core. Ha 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 ha, how can these worthless transcendent treasures hurt me? Ji Peng laughed loudly. This time, there was no need for any blood-red light. A ball of black flames flew out, and like a blooming lotus, it stopped the ocean-overturning seal. The ocean-overturning seal tumbled a few times, but it was unable to land. Little bug, your magic weapon is getting worse. Ji Peng chuckled. The black gas vibrated violently and shrank rapidly. Countless blood vessels surged out of the black gas and wrapped around it. A demon body that was close to 15 meters in size appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes, flashing with a blood-red brilliance. Hiss! It's really you. Looking at the demon body that was 3 meters taller than Qing Xian, then looking at the extremely ugly face of the demon body, Xiaohua's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression as he spoke coldly. That's right, the current Ji Peng was the one that Xiaohua had seen in the demon's den on Thousand Zhang Peak when he was still a rogue cultivator several decades ago. It was that huge statue, that tall, blood-red, and ugly demon. Even Ji Peng's tall and protruding forehead, as well as his upturned nose and fangs in his mouth. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that there was actually a thin membrane between the man's 2 arms that was connected to his back. It's really you? You have actually seen this lord before? Ji Peng was different from Qing Xian. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and a kind of astonishment could be discerned from within. "There's a statue of you under Xi's Thousand Zhang Peak." Xiaohua mocked. "Do you need this young master to bring you to see it?" "Ha ha ha. So that's how it is." Ji Peng threw his head back and laughed loudly. His voice reverberated throughout the entire space, and the entire blood-red space shook with his laughter. Xiaohua sized up Ji Peng's entire body. It was completely blood-red, and there was no demon armor to be seen. Furthermore, Qing Xian's originally bulging muscles were now completely replaced by strange patterns. These patterns that seemed to belong to the demon world did not reveal any brilliance, and were extremely rough. As Ji Peng's four limbs swayed, the patterns trembled slightly, as if they were emitting some kind of fluctuation. Ji Peng laughed loudly and stretched out his hand. As if reaching out to pluck the moon, the seal of tumbling sea that Xiaohua did not have time to withdraw in time was thrown into his hand. What kind of technique is this?" Xiaohua was stunned. He sensed that his connection with the seal of tumbling sea had disappeared as soon as Ji Peng raised his hand. How can someone from the demon world know magic? Xiaohua hurriedly urged the magic, wanting to contact the seal of tumbling sea. Unfortunately, all his probing was like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no news at all. "Ha ha ha. Little worm. Although this sovereign does not have the strength to reach its peak, in this sovereign's blood-drop paradise, you can only be this sovereign's food. You still want to put up a meaningless struggle?" Ji Peng laughed loudly, and the entire blood-drop paradise shook with his laughter. It was as if the entire space was laughing. Seeing that the seal of tumbling sea had fallen into Ji Peng's hands, Xiaohua could do nothing but panic. He had already released his divine consciousness, wanting to find a crack in this paradise. Ji Peng seemed to be able to sense Xiaohua's divine consciousness. He laughed and said, "You can't even break through Qing Xian's black flames. What kind of talisman are you relying on? You can forget about this sovereign's paradise. Looking at your physical body, you can actually control lightning. You must be extremely powerful. Compared to this Yin Meng or Du Peng, you must be stronger. Wait until this sovereign enjoys your physical body, then I'll go look for lightning. Hee, who knows, this sovereign's lightning cultivation might even surpass that guy's possession." Xiaohua understood. Yin Meng's corporeal body had already been killed by him, and Qing Xian had probably died along with Yin Meng. As for this Ji Peng, he had used some kind of mystical ability from the demon realm to survive. What he needed to do now was to find a suitable corporeal body to possess and survive. And Xiaohua was his best target. Thinking about possession, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He naturally thought of his sealed Naiwen palace and the little white dragon in his soul. Although the little white dragon had gone through a lightning tribulation and was now weak, it could not be disturbed. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, it had no choice but to put in some effort. Others might be afraid of this demon general's possession, but did Xiaohua need to be afraid? Of course, Xiaohua's face still showed fear. He was clearly very afraid. Ji Peng waved his hand, and the blood-red hand grabbed the seal of tumbling sea. This magic treasure that even third-grade illusory sword cultivators feared was now in Ji Peng's hands, like a child's toy. The quality of this magic treasure is really not bad. If it is cultivated properly, it can really step into the ranks of spiritual weapons. Previously, this sovereign really made a mistake. Ji Peng said, indeed, 3 times in one breath. It was obvious that he admired the seal of tumbling sea. Then, Ji Peng glanced at Xiaohua, and the smile on his ugly face became even wider. He said, "What other good things do you have? Why don't you let this sovereign take a look? Perhaps this sovereign will be happy and leave you a remnant soul. I'll let you enter the cycle of reincarnation." Humph, Xiaohua sneered, and the fear on his face lessened. He waved his hand and tried the lightning controlling technique. As expected, this blood drop paradise was even more sealed than Qing Xian's black flames. None of the lightning flashed. Don't be delusional. The fluctuation of the spell immediately attracted Ji Peng's attention. He sneered and said, although Lei Ting's lightning controlling technique is powerful, he was still injured by this sovereign in this sovereign's blood drop paradise. If even he can't do it, how can you, a disciple, succeed? As he spoke, Ji Peng looked at the other side of the blood drop paradise. The Buddha's Saraira was also dimming in the blood drop paradise. However, the Buddhist mantras were still coming out of the Buddha's mouth and landing on the black gas. Xiao Hua was afraid that if the mantras were to stop, something would happen to Zhang Qingxiao. Evil creature. Ji Peng looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a cold gaze. He scolded and grabbed with his hand. Several rays of blood-red light landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body. In an instant, he caught the black gas and brought it in front of him. As for Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira, Ji Peng didn't even care about it. It was as if it was harmless to him. Xiao Hua was helpless. He urged the Saraira to return to the top of his head and put away the Buddha's seal. He opened his compassionate eyes and looked at Ji Peng. Although Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic cultivators, it seems to be effective against the demonic cultivators of the demonic world as well. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. In his eyes, I'm just a side dish. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Now, I'm afraid I have to lure Ji Peng into my Naiwan palace and think of another way. Xiao Hua knew that he was a golden core cultivator. His soul had already solidified. Ji Peng definitely wouldn't dare to rush into his soul to possess him. He was confident that he would first occupy Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and gradually nibble away at it. Only then would he have a chance to succeed. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Ji Peng grabbed with his hand again. The black gas and wisps of blood wrapped around Zhang Qingxiao fell into his blood-red hand. Zhang Qingxiao's figure appeared in mid-air. At that moment, Zhang Qingxiao looked very lonely. Her previous arrogant aura was long gone. Her hands drooped slightly, and her face was extremely pale. As for her eyes, they were looking at the blood below her. She didn't dare to look at Ji Peng at all. Evil creature. Ji Peng didn't let Zhang Qingxiao off. He scolded, I thought that you were developing well in the cultivation 3 kingdoms. That's why I sent a wisp of my spirit to follow Qing Xian to see you. I wanted to give you some benefits. However, I didn't expect that you would actually forget everything this sovereign told you and even want to kill this sovereign. You're really bold. Zhang Qingxiao lowered her head and didn't answer. Don't think that I'll forgive you just because I'm satisfied with what you've done. Ji Peng continued to berate her. Since I can turn you from a demonic beast into a human, I can naturally turn you from a human into a demonic beast. Even, a secular animal. As he spoke, Ji Peng grabbed with his hand. Streaks of blood flashed from his hand and shot towards Zhang Qingxiao's body. Roar! A strange roar came from Zhang Qingxiao's mouth. She raised her head. Her fearful eyes flashed with shock and anger. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua. Her eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 2735. Second Senior Brother. Xiao Hua saw something in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and hurriedly called out. You want to die? Do you think you can die? Ji Peng sneered. He flicked his middle finger, and a streak of blood fell on Zhang Qingxiao's face. Zhang Qingxiao's body was slightly sluggish, and he could no longer move. Then, Ji Peng stretched out his hand, and his originally long arm reached between Zhang Qingxiao's eyebrows. Go! Xiao Hua could no longer allow Ji Peng to wreak havoc. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, a ray of blue light flashed and shot towards Ji Peng. Crack! With a crisp sound, the blue light quickly hit Ji Peng's arm. That blood-red arm suddenly congealed, and cracks quickly appeared on it. Oh! This is the Kunlun mirror. Isn't it? Ji Peng exclaimed. He did not dare to be careless, and the blood on his arm quickly surged, wanting to protect the congealed part. But just as he moved, a crack sounded. That blood-red arm actually broke, and the congealed part in the middle fell into the air. Hiss! It really is the Kunlun mirror. Ji Peng sucked in a breath of cold air, but there was no fear in his tone. Instead, it was a kind of surprise. Xiaohua's divine telekinesis swept over, and the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. The congealed blood fell into the blood drop cave and quickly melted, becoming one with the cave. Looking at Ji Peng's broken arm, with the surging blood, it quickly reconnected, and a whole arm touched between Zhang Qingxiao's eyebrows. Roar! Zhang Qingxiao's originally immobile body suddenly moved again. He raised his head and roared, lying on the ground. The black gas and blood light around his body continued to surge, and the human figure continued to expand. Many protrusions had already pierced through his clothes. Soon, a body that looked like a cow and a horse appeared in mid-air. This body was huge, probably more than 10 feet long. Hiss! This is the statue of that magical beast at the bottom of the Thousand Zhang Peak. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. The one who possessed Zhang Qingxiao's body was not a devil, but a magical beast. Although Zhang Qingxiao had devoured the primordial spirit of the magical beast, he still had the memories of the magical beast. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of the magical beast was extremely powerful. Although Zhang Qingxiao had devoured the magical beast had already imperceptibly influenced Zhang Qingxiao over the years. Under these circumstances, it was no wonder that Zhang Qingxiao was extremely fearful of Ji Peng, afraid to see him. He didn't even dare to mention Ji Peng. This was because Qing Fengmin was Ji Peng's mount. Oh! No wonder. Just when Xiaohua realized what had happened, Ji Peng's face also showed a look of understanding. He laughed and said, "So you actually devoured Di Luo's primordial spirit. It wasn't Di Luo who possessed you. You even used a secret technique to erase the devil's soul imprint. If that's the case, I can understand what happened to Di Luo." While speaking, Ji Peng pointed his finger at Di Luo's head, which was still blurry. As if a curtain had been lifted, Zhang Qingxiao's face was revealed on Di Luo's head. Although Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of fear, his eyes were filled with shame. Ha ha ha! Zhang Qingxiao, oh Zhang Qingxiao, being this sovereign's mount is a great opportunity for you. Do you think a little human cultivator like you can enter this sovereign's eyes? If you didn't have Di Luo's primordial spirit, I would have treated you as an ant and wouldn't even look at you. Ji Peng said with a smile. However, in the eyes of the helpless Xiaohua, who was holding the Kunlun mirror in his hand, he didn't know whether to attack or not. His smile was very strange. Even in the devil world, there are many mounts for me to choose from. Di Luo is the only one, because I chose you. It's fate that Di Luo chose you. When Ji Peng talked about Di Luo's background, he was a little vague, as if he didn't want Zhang Qingxiao to know. Well, since even the devil soul imprint has been erased, you can't go back to the devil realm. I can only think of a way for you here in the Xiaoyu continent. Ji Peng seemed to be very concerned about Di Luo. He pointed his finger at Di Luo and scolded, Di Luo, what are you waiting for?" Immediately, Di Luo's body started to shake violently. The blood-red light rushed from his feet to his head. Roar! Zhang Qingxiao's head roared, as if it was resisting the flood of Di Luo's memories. However, looking at Ji Peng's smiling eyes, Xiaofan knew that Zhang Qingxiao definitely couldn't resist this devil general's methods. When the blood-red light filled Di Luo's body, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes became dull. That would be the moment when Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit disappeared. Go to hell. Xiaofan knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Even if he wanted to lure Ji Peng into his trap, he couldn't do it now. He couldn't wait for Zhang Qingxiao to disappear from the world and then drag out an ignoble existence. Xiaofan knew that the Kunlun mirror couldn't work, and the flying swords and other things in his space wouldn't be effective either. So, he simply put away his magic weapons and sword gourd, and flew towards Ji Peng with the wishful staff in his hand. Ji Peng laughed out loud when he saw Xiaofan flying towards him. He raised his hand and the blood-red light rushed towards Xiaofan and said, "Ha, Di Luo gave me the heavenly devil sect, are you going to give me the thunder-controlling sect as well? With me possessing your body, it would be easy for you to become the head of the thunder-controlling sect." Your staff isn't a devil weapon? Ji Peng's blood-red light was like a blood spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rushing towards Xiaofan without fear. However, the blood-red light was destroyed by Xiaohua's wishful staff in an instant. It didn't show any power at all. Once again, Ji Peng had not expected this. Oh, this thing seems to be like the soul-slaying primordial light. It's the embryonic form of an ancient monster. Ji Peng suddenly woke up and couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. You really are giving me a body to possess. I didn't expect you to have so many good things. This old man can't wait to see how many secrets you have. However, when Ji Peng spoke to this point, he looked at the Buddha relic above Xiaohua's head. Extreme disgust appeared in his blood-red eyes as he said indifferently, "However, this venerated one really hates the Buddhist sect's relics. Before I possess him, it is best that I destroy this thing." As he spoke, Ji Peng opened his mouth and spat out a mass of blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a spell. It suddenly expanded in mid-air, like a layer of red gauze, and immediately covered the Buddha Sarira. The dim Buddha light couldn't penetrate the blood-red light. Inside the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua's primordial spirit felt a sense of suffocation. Goo goo. Ji Peng's mouth suddenly chanted an inexplicable rhythm, like a curse. The blood-red light covering the Buddha Sarira flourished, and many drops of blood rushed out from the nearby blood-dripping grotto heaven and landed on the blood-red light. The entire blood-red light was like a blood stain, rapidly corroding the Buddha light. It looked like it was going to swallow the Buddha Sarira into the blood stain. Xiaohua panicked. Facing this strange Ji Peng from the devil realm, his strength comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator was simply unable to be used. All of his methods were simply ineffective. It really felt like, when it's time to use it, it's time to regret not having enough knowledge. Fight! Xiaohua could only wave the wishful staff and do his best to get close to Ji Peng. Tsk tisk. Ji Peng opened his mouth as if he had seen a delicious meal. He praised, "The Buddha Sarira has been cultivated by you to this extent. In this Lord's eyes, it's like a fat sheep. Seeing that you're so attentive, this Lord won't completely swallow your primordial spirit." As he spoke, Ji Peng let out two startled cries. Then he said, Your Buddha Sarira. How did you cultivate it? Why does it resemble a Buddha? If it were to be swallowed out of thin air, would it really be a waste? Later on, if I could attain the position of Buddha, wouldn't this Lord be half a step into the Devil Commander, or even the Devil Lord? As for the second shock, Ji Peng did not cry out. Instead, he looked at his arm. Because Xiaohua had flown over, the previous blood-red light had been shattered by Xiaohua. Ji Peng stretched out his arm and blocked the wishful staff with his fist. Xiaohua's wishful staff was amazing. Seeing that Ji Peng's fist was instantly shattered by the wishful staff, the blood-red light on Ji Peng's arm immediately poured in and formed a perfect fist again. However, this fist simply existed for a moment under the wishful staff before it was destroyed again. Of course, the arm connected to the fist surged again and the blood-red light formed a fist again. This fist was naturally shattered under Xiaohua's wishful staff. However, in a few moments, it had repeated several times. Ji Peng could not help but be shocked. His gaze fell from the Buddha Sarira and stared at the wishful staff for a long time. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in front of his eyes. He said with joy, This is the wishful staff of the 5 elements? Yes, this is it. This is not in the 5 elements. However, just as Ji Peng's joy was born, and before he could reach out his blood-red hand to take the wishful staff, he heard a sorrowful cry from Di Luo's body. It was the voice of Zhang Qingshao. Roar! My will is against heaven, I do not want to leave the human world, my will is to return to heaven, I do not want to leave my heart, my will is to enter the devil, blood stains the sky. As Zhang Qingxiao's voice came out, Di Luo's huge body flashed rapidly and suddenly shrank as if he was about to turn back into a human form. The blood-red light outside his body was also forced back a few feet. Huh! Ji Peng's attention was once again attracted by Zhang Qingxiao. He really did not expect that Di Luo, who had always been under his crotch, would suddenly change today. Although your will is against heaven, you do not have the power to go against heaven. You are still a little beast under my feet. Ji Peng laughed sinisterly. He opened his mouth again and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly moved. As fast as lightning and as light as the wind, he instantly appeared under Ji Peng's abdomen. Ha ha ha, a familiar voice came from Ji Peng's abdomen. Suddenly, a gap opened up in the blood-red abdomen. Qing Xian's head and arm poked out from the gap, holding the mace in his hand. Chapter 2736. Wu. The mace smashed towards Xiaohua as he shouted, This sovereign knew you were the most cunning. I've been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that the mace was about to trap him, although Xiaohua was shocked, he did not seem to be in a hurry. He extended his wishful staff and cleverly placed it on top of the mace. His entire body once again flew towards Ji Peng's chest. Oh! Qing Xian had clearly never seen such a marvelous staff technique and was unconsciously stunned. Now's the time. Seeing that Ji Peng was close, Xiaohua gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and spat out the spiritual fire that he had been brewing. As the spiritual fire rushed into the air, Xiaohua waved his hand and simultaneously used the divine fire art. The scarlet spiritual fire was instantly scattered by Xiaohua into a net. There was simply no time for Ji Peng or Qing Xian to react. The nearly 5 zhang tall demonic body was completely wrapped up. Xiaohua used up 50% of his magic power to use the spiritual fire to trap Ji Peng's enormous demonic body. Scarlet. True fire. Ji Peng's ugly face revealed extreme shock. Qing Xian, who was on his stomach, was also stunned. However, Xiaohua simply did not answer them. He accurately used the divine fire art one after another, causing the fire net to rapidly shrink. Squeak squeak. Countless soft sounds came from within the fire net. Regardless of whether it was the black flames or the blood-red light, once they touched the scarlet spiritual fire, they all dissipated into thin air. At this time, Ji Peng did not dare to speak anymore. He hastily shrank his demonic body. However, he could only shrink to about 3 zhang before he could no longer shrink any further. At this time, the 3 zhang tall black gas mixed with the blood-red light was completely covered by the fire net. Squeak squeak. Countless light black smoke rose from where the fire, black gas, and blood-red light came in contact with each other. Ji Peng also let out a rare blood-curdling scream. Woo! Like a hurricane, the the black gas suddenly swelled and a ball of black flames rushed out from the black gas, instantly pushing the fire net several feet high. At the same time, dark brown blood spurted out from the black flames and landed on the fire net. The fire net of the spiritual fire immediately became much dimmer. Ha ha ha. Following a wild laugh, a blood-red shadow rushed out from the black flames and instantly rushed through the fire net. Although the blood-red shadow's blood-red light was suddenly ignited by the fire net, the blood-red shadow immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and extinguished the fire. However, the blood-red shadow was already extremely thin. Xiaohua immediately understood Ji Peng's plan when he saw the blood shadow rushing towards Zhang Qingxiao, who was gradually taking on a human form. Go! The primordial spirit within the Buddha's Sarira waved his hand, and the clear water bottle appeared in his hand. Following the Buddha's mudra, the innate primordial water rushed towards the bloodstain surrounding the Buddha's Sarira like a heavenly river. In an instant, a crack appeared in the bloodstains, and the innate primordial water rushed towards Zhang Qingxiao's surroundings, completely surrounding him. Xianming primordial water? The blood-red shadow was stunned in midair. It was Qing Xian's incredulous voice. How could such a treasure be in your hands? Oh no, this is not good. When Xiaohua heard Qing Xian's voice, he immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. He hurriedly looked towards the fire net. However, at this moment, his vision turned black and an arrogant voice sounded in his mind. Little bug, how can you be my opponent? Oh no, why is your Naiwan palace sealed? Okay, how could Xiaohua answer him? Without waiting for Ji Peng to do anything else, the primordial spirit in Xiaohua's soul immediately activated its soul strands. Thousands of soul strands suddenly rushed out of the Dharma Eye's soul mark and completely enveloped Ji Peng's blood-red shadow like tentacles. Damn it! What the hell are you? Are you still a cultivator? How do you know soul spells? Ji Peng was flustered and exasperated. It was only now that he realized that after scheming for so long, he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap. He might as well have used his methods to kill Xiaohua from the start. You want to use this half-baked soul spell to keep me here? Ji Peng's blood-red shadow was still struggling with all its might. Xiaohua's soul strands were no match for this blood-red shadow. Similarly, Qing Xian's blood-red shadow also came to help like a stream of light. Goldie, Xiaohua sneered. His consciousness entered the space and shouted, "There's a delicious meal outside." Woo! As soon as Goldie's figure came out of the space, a kind of fear that came from the bottom of its heart emerged from Ji Peng's mouth. Demon god above, which demon god did I provoke? This seems to be Di Ting, right? When Goldie saw the two blood-red shadows, its eyes brightened. It swung its large tail and charged over. Wang, Ji Peng and Qing Xian's blood-red shadows rapidly emitted blood-red light. The entire blood-drop grotto heaven began to tremble violently. Countless huge blood-red palms emerged from the grotto heaven and grabbed at Goldie. Woo! Goldie wailed, as if it was afraid. At this point, you still want to fight like a cornered beast? Watch how I destroy you. Xiaohua sneered. The Buddha's Sarira activated the innate primordial water and quickly formed a huge space around him, enveloping everything inside. You have the blood-drop grotto heaven, but I have the primordial water space. Xiaohua sneered and said to Goldie, "Go, eat them." Goldie once again swung its tail and flew towards the blood-red shadows. With a humph sound, a silver-white brilliance was already coming out of its nostrils. This time, Ji Peng and Qing Xian were really scared out of their wits. Although the blood-red light outside the primordial water rushed in without regard for their lives, and some places had already been infiltrated by blood threads, Goldie's brilliance had already enveloped the two blood-red shadows. A kind of innate fear and an irresistible force had already sealed all the divine abilities of the two demon generals. Wait a moment. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the side. Xiaohua raised his head. It was Zhang Qingxiao, whose entire body was flashing with blood-red light. Although Zhang Qingxiao had not completely transformed into a human, her entire upper body had already been restored. Xiaohua frowned. He still couldn't figure out whether this was Zhang Qingxiao or Di Luo. He coldly asked, "What do you want?" "Nothing else. I want to devour this Ji Peng." Zhang Qingxiao also said coldly, "This is only one of Ji Peng's avatars. It only has 30% of Ji Peng's power. If you kill him today, Ji Peng will definitely know, and he will definitely rush to the three kingdoms of cultivation. At that time, you will definitely not be his opponent. If I devour this avatars, not only will I be able to get rid of Ji Peng's imprisonment, but I will also be able to evolve and become a true demon." Elector Ji Peng chose Di Luo as his mount because he liked Di Luo's ability to evolve infinitely. Xiaohua looked at Zhang Qingxiao, wondering if he should believe her. However, the blood-red threads outside the primordial water were already baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He really didn't have the time nor the means to judge. "Goldie, wait a moment," Xiaohua ordered. When Goldie stopped, Xiaohua coldly said, "If you are Zhang Qingxiao, I will naturally let you devour me. But if you are Di Luo, how can I let you have your way? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully as usual. "Go." Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. Zhang Qingxiao's four legs moved slightly and landed beside Goldie. She also looked at Goldie with some fear. She opened her mouth and a blood-red light fell on Ji Peng's blood shadow. "Ha ha ha, Di Luo." Ji Peng suddenly laughed out loud. Unfortunately, before his laughter could be heard, Xiaohua sneered, "If it was before, I wouldn't have trusted my second senior brother. But now, with your sowing dissension, I can trust him. A demon is a demon." Ji Peng didn't expect that he would be so clever and make a fool of himself. He was extremely frightened and shouted, "Di Luo, how dare you devour me? When I come back, I will definitely..." Before Ji Peng could finish his threat, the blood-red light covered him. With a roar, Zhang Qingxiao swallowed him into her mouth. Then, the blood-red light around Zhang Qingxiao's body became brighter and brighter, completely covering Ji Peng. The blood-red threads that were forcibly seeping into the primordial water also stopped abruptly. "You can taste it now," Xiaohua indifferently ordered Goldie. "Roar." Goldie was overjoyed. It sniffed and swallowed Qing Xian into its stomach. "Che." Goldie burped and stretched. "Thank you, mother." "Goldie, you still need to cultivate more." Thinking of Goldie's fear just now, Xiaohua frowned and said, "In the future, mother's enemies will become more and more powerful. Only by cultivating can you protect mother." Goldie's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "protect mother." He hurriedly said, "Boy understands. Boy will go back and cultivate properly. That's mother's good child." Xiaohua actually didn't know how Goldie cultivated, so she just praised it and sent it back to the space. After sending Goldie back, Xiaohua looked around. The primordial water formed countless whirlpools that blocked the surroundings, so she didn't know what was going on outside. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua activated the Buddha Sarira and opened a small gap in the primordial water. Her divine sense carefully passed through, and she saw that outside the primordial water was the original blood-drop paradise. At this moment, the four walls of the blood-dripping paradise had already calmed down. The blood stains that had stretched out like ferocious ghosts were frozen in midair. Although they were no longer wreaking havoc, they did not shrink back either. There were so many blood stains that they filled the entire space. It was a very strange sight. The blood-drop paradise was still sealed, and there was no sunlight or snow falling. Only that kind of blood-red brilliance illuminated the space. It's finally over. Xiaohua looked at the quiet space and couldn't help but sigh in relief. She activated the Buddha Sarira and stored the primordial water. Then, Xiaohua waited for a while and stored the Buddha Sarira whose Buddha light had already dimmed into her body. Looking at the entire space again, the only thing that was still moving was the blood cocoon around Zhang Qingxiao's body. This blood cocoon was moving up and down rapidly as if it was breathing. The blood-red brilliance swayed from time to time, like a flickering candle. The brilliance lingered around and merged with the blood light on the walls. Chapter 2737. The black gas and black flames trapped by Xiaohua's spirit light had already been burned to a size of 1 zhang. However, the spirit light was still as inconspicuous as before. It didn't seem to have any heat and didn't seem to exist at all. Xiaohua's finger moved slightly. He wanted to activate the divine flame art once more to extinguish the last of the black qi and black flames. However, his eyebrows twitched. He looked at the blood cocoon that was still surging, and seemed to have thought of something. He pointed with his finger, and the spiritual fire stopped. It only tightly trapped the black qi and black flames, and no longer burned them. After checking again, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a pensive expression. He frowned and sat cross-legged in a corner of the blood-drop grotto heaven, waiting for Zhang Qingxiao to come out of the cocoon. This wait lasted for more than 3 days. Seeing that the blood cocoon around Zhang Qingxiao's body was indeed shrinking, Xiaohua knew that it should be going smoothly. Sure enough, in the end, a naked human figure appeared from the blood cocoon. The human figure was covered in a blood-red color and there were some faint strange patterns flashing within the blood-red color. However, these patterns were like a flash in the pan as they floated out from the blood-red color. There was a burst of cryptic fluctuations and then it disappeared. Even Xiaohua's Buddhist sense couldn't see it clearly. Roar! The blood-red human figure slowly stood up in the air. The face, which was also blood-red, was even more strange. It was flat and there were no protrusions or facial features. Xiaohua's face was calm. His body floated up as the human figure stood up. He put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently. In what seemed like an instant, the human figure's flat face suddenly exploded and Zhang Qingxiao's boundlessly handsome face suddenly appeared. Immediately, the blood-red color on the human figure's body disappeared like a receding tide. The person waved his hand and a gorgeous set of clothes appeared in his hand. He slowly put it on in front of Xiaohua. After putting on the clothes, the person slowly turned around. His face was still Zhang Qingxiao's face from 3 days ago. His gaze was still calm and there was occasionally a flash of red light in his eyes. However, facing Xiaohua's gaze, there was a kind of gaze that Xiaohua had never seen in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes before: shame. A Zhang Qingxiao with shame. Was she still Zhang Qingxiao? Although this shame only lasted for a moment, Xiaohua could see that after the shame, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were calm. No matter how Xiaohua looked at it, it wasn't calm. You are Zhang Qingxiao? Xiaohua looked at her for a moment and asked in a deep voice. I'm not. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Xiaohua's heart sank. I'm just a lowly magical beast in the devil realm. A body possessed by a magical beast. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. In an instant, Xiaohua understood. The always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao. The shame in her eyes just now was not because she was naked in front of him, but because she revealed the details of a magical beast's possession in front of him. In fact, it was also the shame of Zhang Qingxiao revealing her true form as a magical beast in front of him. With the arrogance of a person, who else could it be but Zhang Qingxiao? At least it wasn't that Di Luo. Xiaohua smiled, bowed and said, "Congratulations, second senior brother." Zhang Qingxiao stared blankly and said indifferently, "I'm just a lowly magical beast in the devil realm. There are billions of magical beasts like this. In this life, I'm afraid I can't escape this identity. You, a gold core cultivator. No longer need to call me brother." "Huh, congratulations second senior brother for your great improvement in cultivation." Xiaohua was still smiling, "Also congratulations second senior brother for revealing your naked body in front of Zhang Yutong and revealing it in front of this little brother. Your grandmother." Zhang Qingxiao's snow-white face flushed red. She angrily scolded, "You took advantage of me and now you're still pretending to be obedient. When you're naked, send me a message talisman and I'll call my heavenly demon sex female disciples to come and watch." I'm afraid second senior brother won't be able to wait for this opportunity." Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His figure slowly flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao was a bit hesitant and even more puzzled. Xiaohua flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao and stretched out his hand, "Second senior brother, I remember when I first arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge, I was often confused. At that time, I didn't have cultivation. It seems that there was one time when I fell into the cold pond. It was second senior brother who happened to pass by the cold pond and saved me. That day, I was clamped under your arm. Now, it's been dozens of years and you and I still haven't hugged. Come, give me a hug. Let me feel the warmth of that day again. Why don't I remember such a thing?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's arms and was slightly surprised. Then, she became alert again. Yes, between cultivators, except for husband and wife, even the intimate contact between martial brothers was very rare. No matter if they were familiar or unfamiliar, cultivators would try their best to maintain a certain safe distance between each other. They would never let others get close. Especially now, when Zhang Qingxiao's identity was uncertain, who would stretch out their arms to hug Xiaohua like this? However, looking at Xiaohua's eyes, Zhang Qingxiao's heart was slightly warm. The corner of her mouth hung a smile. She opened her arms and hugged Xiaohua without fear. Although, it was just a simple hug, just a simple crossing of arms, just a few light pats from Xiaohua on Zhang Qingxiao's back, just a few moments, the familial affection in this hug was more mellow and solid than any friendship between cultivators, any sworn brothers, all of this was more mellow and solid. Zhang Qingxiao gently smiled, pushed Xiaohua away, and said, "Your grandmother, don't tell me that after seeing my naked body, you want to repay me with your body? I already have Zhang Yutong in my heart, I won't be interested in a man like you. I advise you. You better give up early. You only have one Zhang Yutong. This young master has Fairy Hongxia and Xue, 2 people, so I won't give my heart to you. Don't think too much." Xiaohua also pulled away and said with a smile, "Sigh little junior brother." Hearing Xiaohua's laughter, Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, "Don't blame me for my coldness just now. I really don't want people to know that I am the lowest demon beast in the demon realm. Heroes don't ask where they come from, miracles are done by people." Xiaohua said with a smile, "No matter if it is a demon beast, a demon, or even a cultivator, or a demon beast, they all have the right to cultivate. Since the heavens let you take this step. Naturally there is a reason for the heavens, why do you have to blame the heavens and accuse others? Although it is so, a beast is a beast, a human is a human. I still don't want people to know." Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently. "And, don't worry. Second senior brother. Little brother can make a hard oath." Xiaohua said with a smile. "No need." Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly raised her hand, "If you. I still can't believe it, then there is no one in this world that I can trust. Xiaohua. If I reveal second senior brother's secret, under the heavens, I will no longer be able to reach the Tao. Xiaohua didn't stop because of Zhang Qingxiao's dissuasion, and still made a heart oath. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with gratitude, but her mouth was still unforgiving. Damn it, this Xiaohua is the name that master gave you, who knows what your original name is? This heart oath is a bit neither fish nor fowl. Second senior brother, then what do you think should be done? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Just be the first vice-sect leader of my heavenly demon sect. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, I can only be at ease if you are always by my side. Don't. You'd better find someone else. Xiaohua waved his hand, then rolled his eyes and said, oh right, actually this Di Luo doesn't seem to be simple. Didn't second senior brother say it just now? The reason why Ji Peng chose Di Luo is because he took a fancy to some characteristic of unlimited evolution? Yes, it is indeed so. Zhang Qingxiao explained without hiding anything from Xiaohua. Di Luo is the lowest demon beast in the demon world. Di Luo are everywhere, compared to ordinary animals like pigs and cows in the mortal world. Di Luo doesn't have any attack power, they can only be food for other demon beasts. No demon cultivator or demon general has ever used a Di Luo as a mount. However, according to the secret of the demon world, Di Luo has a rare special ability, that is, it can devour other demons. It has the ability to devour demons. How? How can this be? Xiaohua was dumbfounded, just by eating. Can it be so powerful? How can it be so simple? Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, this is just to say that Di Luo has this ability, just like how the disciples of a cultivation family may have the bloodline of the real world. How many people can awaken it? And Di Luo is even rarer. I'm afraid that 1 in a billion or 10 billion people have this ability. That's already not bad. Then Xiaohua wanted to ask, but stopped after saying one word. Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to ask Xiaohua. She continued, also, although Di Luo can devour demons, it can only do so under its own power. If an ordinary Di Luo devours a demon cultivator at once, then it will definitely explode and die. There won't be a second result. Therefore, even if there is such a Di Luo, whether it can have the opportunity to devour the most suitable demons, and whether there will be suitable demons to devour along the way is absolutely an extremely difficult problem. Also, Di Luo can't just simply devour demons, it also needs to cultivate, it also needs to practice martial arts. Then Zhang Qingxiao was about to tell more secrets of Di Luo, but Xiaohua waved his hand, smiled and said, second brother, you don't need to tell me so many details, I'm just a little curious. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua with deep meaning, stopped explaining, and finally said, from Ji Peng's memory, I already know that one of the demon lords in the demon world is Di Luo. Demon lord? What's his cultivation level? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and asked. Chapter 2738. Remember, the demon realm's classification is different from the Dawn Rain continents. Generally speaking, it's demons, demon soldiers, demon generals, demon marshals, demon kings, demon monarchs, demon emperors, and demon venerables. Zhang Qingxiao smiled. Of course, this is only the general classification. There are still some details, and each demon realm has its own differences. Demon realm? Xiaohua asked again. Zhang Qingxiao frowned. She knew that if she said too much, it would affect Xiaohua's cultivation. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, you shouldn't know this with your current cultivation. Don't ask too much. You only need to remember that Ji Peng is only a demon general. You are already no match for him, let alone a demon venerables. Actually. Hearing this, Xiaohua explained, that Ji Peng is only a demon general. From what I see, his cultivation is close to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He might not even be as powerful as a nascent soul realm cultivator. But I don't seem to be able to use my full strength. Moreover, in this blood drop paradise, I'm no match for him. Zhang Qingshao nodded slightly. Looking at everything around her, she smiled and said, "It's not like you don't have the cultivation method of this blood drop paradise. I'm sure you know that in this blood drop paradise, all magic will be suppressed by the demonic blood. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will also be blocked. Fortunately, you're a golden core cultivator and have a golden core supporting your magic power. If you were a foundation establishment cultivator, I'm afraid you'd be killed by Ji Peng as soon as you started." But Xiaohua sat cross-legged for 3 days. He wasn't just waiting for Zhang Qingshao, but also reflecting on his own battle. He clearly had the cultivation level and strength, but he was unable to gain the upper hand in front of Ji Peng. Ji Peng had forced him to use the last of his spiritual fire, and he had barely managed to win by relying on Goldie and the soul thread. If Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace had not been sealed, the outcome would have been unknown. He really didn't understand. Zhang Qingshao comforted him. "Besides, this is your first time facing such a fierce person from the demon realm like Ji Peng. This guy is a demon general who experienced the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley. Your battle experience can't compare to his. In the future, when you fight more, you'll naturally be able to handle him." Seeing that Zhang Qingshao didn't tremble when she talked about Ji Peng, Xiaohua was happy. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I've been reflecting on it for a long time." "Oh? Tell me about it." Zhang Qingshao raised her eyebrows and asked meaningfully. That's right, this was the first time the two of them had such an in-depth discussion. Their bottom lines were gradually being revealed. First of all, little brother's magical equipment is not good enough. Xiaohua stretched out a finger and said, "Although little brother has some magic treasures, I am unable to display their full power. I don't know if the quality of the magic treasures is not good enough or if little brother's technique is not good enough. Of course, I also have some ferocious items that are similar to the spirit-slaying vital light. But they are all useless. They are far from being refined successfully. The spirit-punishing vital light could not even reach Ji Peng. As for the 5 elements wishful heaven staff, it can only be used as a weapon. It is far from being able to unleash the full potential of the staff technique." Pfft! Zhang Qingshao laughed and pointed with her finger. "If your wishful staff or spirit-slaying primary light can be completed within 1,000 years, you can laugh. Such a ferocious ancient object, could it be that it had gone through countless tempering before it could become a weapon? Then, the day it became a weapon must have caused a celestial phenomenon. Your cultivation is not high enough, so this ferocious item cannot appear in the world. But little brother always feels that I do not have a suitable magic treasure." Xiaohua sighed. Then, he stretched out his hand and said, "The second thing is the technique. Second senior brother, don't you feel that little brother still does not have a technique?" "This. How would I know?" Zhang Qingshao scratched his head. "Even if there aren't millions of Dharma spells on this Dawn Rain continent, there are at least several hundreds of thousands. Although it's impossible for you to see all of them, and it's also impossible for you to cultivate all of them, but you can always find a suitable Dharma spell for yourself, right?" "Perhaps." Xiaohua nodded. "Actually, second senior brother has already given little brother many jade slips. Little brother has also read them all." "Ah? You have read them all?" Zhang Qingshao stared blankly. "So many jade slips, you can read them all?" However, Xiaohua did not answer Zhang Qingxiao's question. Instead, he said in distress, "Those techniques either require a high realm or are weak. Little brother does not feel good when using them." Zhang Qingshao smacked her lips and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, "That's right, the dry separation pill that you wanted last time, you took it yourself, right? How many did you get?" Xiaohua looked at Zhang Qingshao curiously. He knew that she did not know how many medicinal pills Bai Fengliang gave him. However, thinking about it, Zhang Qingshao could be considered to be very busy every day. Knowing about this kind of medicinal pill was enough. Who would really report how many pills they had? I took it myself. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. About 100 pills. Damn it, no wonder. Zhang Qingshao said while gnashing her teeth. Others condense 1 or 2 pills is enough. You need 100 dry separation pills to condense your own pill. How much true essence do you have? How can those techniques used by ordinary people satisfy you? It's not a problem of true essence. Xiaohua shook his head. Actually, most of it is because of little brother's physique. Of course, Xiaohua did not say what was special about his physique. Zhang Qingshao also did not ask. In short, your magic power far exceeds those of the same realm. And your realm is far from being comparable to your magic power. All these common techniques are not suitable for you. Zhang Qingshao concluded. Then, he was a little puzzled. Actually, your situation seems to be similar to the legendary demon. Their realms are generally not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Advancing is also extremely difficult. But their magic power is several times or even dozens of times that of cultivators of the same realm. However, most of them are born with magical powers and do not need any techniques or techniques. Che, you are. Xiaohua heard this and rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingshao. Just as he was about to refute, he felt that he might hurt Zhang Qingshao and immediately shut his mouth. Humph, remember. It's a demon, not a demon beast. Although Xiaohua did not say it, Zhang Qingshao also felt it. She said coldly, in ancient times, demons were the kings that ruled the continent. But later on, demons declined and humans rose, calling them demon beasts. And demon beasts are not comparable to magical beasts. Demon beasts are a race, and there are different demon beasts within. There is no difference between humans and beasts. You? Even if you want to be a demon beast, they don't want you. Oh, in ancient times? Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. Zhang Qingshao hurriedly waved her hand and said, "This is also Ji Peng's fragmented memories. I am not very clear. Don't ask too much." Then, what should I do about this situation? Xiaohua said with a bitter face. Naturally it would be best if we can find the demon race's techniques. Zhang Qingshao said as if she did not say anything. But Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "I have an idea. I don't know if it will work or not." "Say it, I will help you." Zhang Qingshao answered without hesitation. "If I create my own technique, what do you think?" When Zhang Qingshao heard this, she was so shocked that she almost fell from the sky. You created your own incantation? You haven't been possessed by Ji Peng, right? Can't I? Xiaohua asked calmly. If you can cultivate to the nascent soul stage or enter the spirit-severing stage, naturally you can. Zhang Qingshao smiled bitterly. Only when you have a nascent soul will you be able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and perceive a trace of the heavenly Tao. Or, with enough experience, you will be able to find the most suitable techniques for yourself from the existing techniques. Only then will you be able to find your own shortcomings and create new ones. As for now, although you have the strength of the nascent soul stage, your realm and comprehension are far from enough. You can't create your own technique. It's better to give up on this idea. Xiaohua did not deny it. He looked at the nearby grotto heavens and said, Third, I feel that even though I have the wishful staff and can fight with Ji Peng in close combat and have sufficient spiritual power, there is still a gap between me and Ji Peng. This gap lies within the blood drop grotto heaven. Yes, continue. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and encouraged him. This blood drop grotto heaven is like a world of its own. Ji Peng has the ability to control the world in this world. No matter what I do, I am under his control. Therefore, no matter what my cultivation is, I will be at a disadvantage first. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. She clapped her hands and said, "Junior brother, I have to say, you are really a genius. This kind of rule, if I didn't have the inheritance." Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao showed a trace of embarrassment. Obviously, this inheritance was a secret of Di Luo and Zhang Qingxiao did not mention it before. However, Xiaohua acted as if he did not hear it and asked curiously, "What is the rule?" Alas! Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, "Actually, it is too early for you to know about the rule. It's better that you don't know." Strange. If you can know, why can't I know? Xiaohua smiled. You think I want to know? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at her own head and said, "None of the things in here belong to me. They were forced to me by Di Luo and that Ji Peng." Alas, forget it. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, "Speaking of the rule, it is a bit troublesome. How do I even begin?" In short, the rule is similar to the confinement spell. You also know that once the confinement spell is cast, the enemy will be confined. Within the range of the confinement spell, there is a so-called rule. This rule is made by using magic and yellow talismans. It is the simplest rule. But in this blood-dripping grotto heaven, there is the rule revealed by Ji Peng's devil art. The flashing waves and the blood-red light are all a kind of rule. You can understand it this way. If you say more, I won't say more. Damn it, Ji Peng is just a devil general. How can he know the rule? Xiaohua felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Chapter 2739. Zhang Qingxiao bitterly smiled and shook her head, "He doesn't know either. If it's like what you said, it should be because of the blood drop grotto heaven technique. This blood drop grotto heaven is so powerful." Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Nonsense, this is Scarlet Maple Devil Lord's technique, how can it be bad? Zhang Qingxiao sneered, "Ji Peng only cultivated a little bit. If he had a little bit of success, you and I would definitely die today." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Qingxiao without saying anything. Zhang Qingxiao was scared by his stare and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me? Could it be, you want the cultivation method of this blood drop grotto heaven?" "That's right. Previously, you gave me the cultivation technique. But I can't cultivate it." Xiaohua nodded and said, "And that Ji Peng is also in the Dawn Rain continent, how can he cultivate it? Now that you've swallowed a part of Ji Peng's body, you must know this secret." "You can't tell me?" Zhang Qingxiao didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at the black flame and black gas imprisoned by the spirit fire, thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, "This secret technique, it's not that I can't tell you. Because you can cultivate my Devil Realm's concealment technique, it's very likely that you can cultivate this blood drop grotto heaven. But, as long as you cultivate this devil technique, the consequences. I don't know. It's really possible that you'll become a devil like me. You're not even willing to be the vice sect master of Heavenly Devil Sect, are you willing to become a devil?" Xiaohua hesitated, muttered for a moment, and said, "Let me see the secret technique first. Wait for me to think clearly, then I'll decide whether to cultivate it or not." "You have to think clearly. Although my life is important and you have to face Ji Peng together with me, there are thousands of paths. You don't have to cultivate this blood drop grotto heaven to kill Ji Peng. Zhang Qingshao naturally knew what Xiaohua was thinking and said sincerely. I know what's important. Give me the secret technique. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said. AI, okay. Zhang Qingshao clapped her hands and took out a few demonic slips from her storage pouch. She handed them to Xiaohua and said, these contain all of Ji Peng's demonic arts and memories. I knew you would want them when I fused with them earlier. Hehe, many thanks second senior brother. Xiaohua unceremoniously reached out and took it. He didn't even look at it before putting it into his space. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth slightly revealed a smile. She hesitated slightly before asking, you, that Vajra Dharma body? Or the Phoenix Dharma body? Why didn't you use it? Which of these Dharmakayas is most effective against the devil body of the devil world? Phoenix Dharma body? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, second senior brother, you know a lot. Humph, more than you think. Zhang Qingshao sneered, if you temper your Vajra celestial body more, you may not be at a disadvantage even in this blood-drop paradise. Sigh, it's a long story. Xiaohua sighed, I lost that avatar. Lost it? Zhang Qingshao was extremely shocked. Even with her experience, she had never heard of such an unimaginable thing. But after listening to Xiaohua's general explanation, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. She repeatedly said, this is too much of a coincidence. I can't help it. Xiaohua shrugged, at that time, the situation was extremely urgent. If that crack had continued for half a moment, you wouldn't have been able to see me again. Actually, I don't understand. Zhang Qingshao blinked her eyes and said, how did your Vajra celestial body turn into the Phoenix Dharma body? Oh, of course, if you don't want to say, I also don't want to know. However, if it's really related to the bloodline of the true bloodline, this avatar shouldn't be lost. Really? Xiaohua knew that he wasn't as knowledgeable as Zhang Qingshao, so he couldn't help but be happy. Then where should I go to look for it? Naturally, you have to look for it wherever you lost it. Zhang Qingshao said with a smile. The void? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the spatial crack between the sword mound and Mingxi, and said anxiously, I don't remember the location of the Gale snowfield very clearly. What if I enter the void from another place? Hehe, you really don't know anything. Zhang Qingshao said with a smile, although the void is outside the Dawn Rain continent, but there's no direction in the void. Even if you left a divine sense mark on the Gale snowfield, it would be like carving a boat to find a sword. It's absolutely impossible to find your avatar there. Actually, to put it more clearly, the void is a Kuai He Sea, and my Dawn Rain continent is a small island on the Kuai He Sea. Your avatar is a grain of sand thrown into the sea. Zhang Qingshao shook her head and said, if you want to find your avatar, it's tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Didn't you say you want to look for it in the void? Xiaohua was unhappy. Yes, you can only look for it there, but I didn't say anything wrong. As for whether you can find it or not, that's another matter. Zhang Qingshao argued. That's equivalent to not saying anything. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in Xiaohua's heart was immediately extinguished. It depends on your divine sense and your fate. Zhang Qingshao shook her head and said, when you can reach the dividing spirit stage, maybe you can set foot in the void? Maybe you can meet your avatar there. Moreover, your avatar was born from your bloodline, so it should be able to sense you. Maybe it can take the initiative to find you. Oh, right, you. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingshao suddenly thought of something and said with narrowed eyes, you can use the dividing spirit stage to control several magic treasures and Buddha's relics. Do you have a demonic sense splitting technique similar to the demonic sense splitting technique in the devil realm? Did you send a wisp of your primordial spirit into that Phoenix avatar? When Yin Meng saw that he had the primordial spirit splitting technique, Zhang Qingxiao had been trapped by Ji Peng's magic bamboo slip and didn't know the situation outside. However, he had absorbed Ji Peng's memory, so he naturally knew what Yin Meng knew. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hide it and answered honestly. "Humph, you have some luck." Zhang Qingxiao sneered, "If the phoenix avatar is in your body, it will always be your avatar. Now that the phoenix avatar is alone in the void, if you have the opportunity, with your primordial spirit as the master, this avatar may really become your external avatar." External avatar? What is that? Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard the name and asked hurriedly. What else can it be? It's another Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, but her eyes were obviously envious. He second senior brother, can you tell me the details? Xiaohua grinned. I won't tell you. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand, when you find it, you will know. Damn it, why don't I have such good luck? TSK, Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said shyly, I'm sorry, little brother's luck is just a little bit better. Xiaohua even stretched out his little finger and used the nail of his thumb to make a gesture. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was completely unguarded against this mysterious little junior brother now. He only wanted to maintain the few relatives he had on the Dawn Rain continent. Don't be so complacent. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, you don't have the Phoenix avatar, against the Demon General's demon avatar, you are already at a disadvantage. Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, then I can't do anything. Do you remember that heavenly law embodiment technique? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and asked. I remember, Xiaohua nodded, that technique? And that technique is actually the cultivation technique of the demon avatar. Zhang Qingxiao said hesitantly, however, it is not complete, and if there is a technique like blood drop paradise, it should be enough. Xiaohua nodded. It should be. Zhang Qingxiao declined to comment, if heavenly law embodiment technique is cultivated alone, it will naturally be effective. After all, this technique has already been improved, it's just that you already have the Phoenix avatar. No matter what. I'm afraid you can't cultivate another avatar, right? Everything is possible. Xiaohua was well aware of the origin of his great strength Vajra avatar. It had nothing to do with bloodline at all. If he cultivated heavenly law embodiment technique, there might really be some surprises. Sai, do as you wish. Zhang Qingxiao said somewhat helplessly. She was already somewhat tired of Xiaohua giving her surprises again and again. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out many jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, these are all the techniques that I can find. You, do as you see fit. Remember. I am not supporting you to create some technique. I have so many jade slips that I have no place to put them. I will leave one for you. Little brother, thanks. Xiaohua beamed with joy and reached out to receive them, sending them all into the space. Give me the universal shifting medallion. Zhang Qingxiao stretched out her hand. Xiaohua asked curiously, what are you doing? Destroying it. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, this universe shifting token contains the jade slips and materials to set up the teleportation array. However, because it was damaged during the teleportation, that bastard Yin Meng couldn't take it out. That's why the Changbai sect had to repair it. This item is the root of a disaster. It must be destroyed. You have a way? Xiaohua was stunned. I tried just now. Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiaohua was unwilling and said coldly, don't be a miser. You picked up sesame seeds and threw away the watermelon. Without this item, the chances of Ji Peng coming here will be much smaller. With this item, that bastard can't come. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, don't worry about this item with me. Others definitely can't take it away. Of course, unless you have the confidence to destroy it. Unfortunately, Zhang Qingxiao closed her eyes for a long time, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. She shook her head and said, "Forget it, you take it first. Since I can't destroy it, it's safer to leave it with you." Then, Zhang Qingxiao looked around and pointed at the black gas in the spiritual fire, saying, "This black flame and other things. I think you left it for me." Chapter 2740. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. This item must be beneficial to you. I didn't completely destroy it. I'll give it to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a ring the size of a fist. Blood light flashed around her body and the ring emitted a strange fluctuation. The black flame within the spiritual fire started to tremble rapidly. "Release the black flame," Zhang Qingxiao said. Xiaohua obeyed and kept the spiritual fire. The black gas and black flame were sucked into the ring. As the black flame disappeared, the mace was revealed and fell into Zhang Qingxiao's hands. Then, Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth again, and a ray of blood light landed on the blood walls around her. The entire blood walls began to squirm, and then they were absorbed by the ring. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the entire Tianzhu Peak was covered in snow. It was a beautiful white land. The magic bamboo slip has the usage of the blood ring. Zhang Qingxiao handed the ring to Xiaohua and extended her hand to pass the mace to Xiaohua. Xiaohua kept them all in his spatial ring. Remember. Don't cultivate rashly. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's indifferent expression and couldn't help but remind him again. I understand, second senior brother. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the clear sky and said, I've already seen your heavenly demon sect's message talisman. Then, the person I'm looking for has already gone to Sky Patrol City. We don't have to go to Meng Kingdom now. We can just go to Sky Patrol City directly. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. She looked at Xiaohua's arms and asked worriedly, Lu is fine in your spiritual storage bag. You put him with that spiritual beast. Will he be fine? No harm. Xiaohua smiled. That spiritual beast is very obedient. Nothing will happen to him. Also, I've already seen that there are no changes to Lu. All right. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed disappointment and said, half of what happened to Lu is my fault. I originally said that I would help you find a way to save Lu But now that the Heavenly Demon Sect's first deputy sect leader, Yin Meng, is dead, he still has many direct disciples. Who knows, Ji Peng might have set them up. I have no choice but to go back and purge them. Furthermore, Laozi had already devoured Ji Peng's doppelganger. He still needed to properly digest it and completely refine it. He could not allow it to turn around and control Laozi. Therefore, I'm afraid I can't go to Sky Patrol City with you. I know. Xiaohua nodded. Even if you go, it's useless. I might as well go myself. Alright, I'll leave Luer's matter to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a token. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, This is my Heavenly Demon Sect's first Vice Sect Master's keepsake. I'll give it to you. From today onwards, my Heavenly Demon Sect no longer has a first Vice Sect leader. Whatever you want to do, you can use this token to do whatever you want. It's the authority of the first Vice Sect Master. All right. Xiaohua, who had tasted the sweetness, took the token with a smile and said, If I don't take it, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease. Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged. Anyway, you've already accepted it. There's no point in talking about this anymore. We've boarded a pirate ship. Xiaohua sighed. It can't be considered boarding a ship. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head. You're still you. Heavenly Demon Sect is still Heavenly Demon Sect. Only when you need Heavenly Demon Sect will this keepsake be useful. Otherwise, this keepsake will always be useless. You are not my Heavenly Demon Sect's first Vice Sect Master. N. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't say much. Then, he looked to the north and said, the north of Huan country is now occupied by sword cultivators. I want to take a look before going to Sky Patrol City. Second senior brother, you and I will take our leave now. Are you going to Huan country's Heavenly Demon Sect? Of course I'm going. Zhang Qingxiao cupped her hands and said, let's part here. All right. Xiaohua said and flew away. You're really leaving? Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a strange expression. She pointed at Tianzhu Peak and said, that child has already climbed so high in this world of ice and snow. He really doesn't care about his life. It seems like there's something going on. Aren't you going to care? This young man is too shrewd. Xiaohua said calmly, when I saved the first child, I already asked him. It was this young man's idea to come to Tianzhu Peak. He has a blood feud and wanted to attract the attention of others. So, he brought these children to Tianzhu Peak. The bet and so on were all planned by him. Naturally, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to use the children's lives to attract the pity of us cultivators so that he could have a chance to encounter an opportunity for cultivation. I don't like such a scheming person. How can I reach out and care about his matters? Ha ha ha, so you're not a good person. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. Her face was full of interest. Looking at the foot of the mountain, she said, this child has such a scheme, such shrewdness, and even such perseverance. He's a good talent that my Heavenly Demon Sect needs. I can't do without taking him into the sect. Whether you take him in or not is your business. Just don't use my name. Xiaohua said coldly. When you need my Heavenly Demon Sect to broadcast good seeds to you, you don't say that I'm using your name? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. It seemed that she really had the intention to use Taoist Master Zhao's name. Do as you wish. Thinking of Zhong Haoran's plan, Xiaohua's heart stirred. Waving his hand, he said, I'm leaving. After I finish Lu Er's matter, I'll bring him to see you. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but his brows furrowed. With a flash, he flew down Tianzhu Peak. It seemed that the young man was in danger. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He flew into the sky and headed north of Huan country. The north of Huan country was naturally extremely cold, very similar to the north of Shi country. In addition, the rich land of fish and rice near Tianzhu Peak was also nowhere to be seen. All that was seen and heard was bitter cold. Along the way, Xiaohua naturally scattered spirit seeds on the ground. As for who could pick them up, or whether these good seeds could sprout, Xiaohua didn't care. After all, spirit seeds were the same as a human's cultivation. They all needed luck. Some spirit seeds fell into the mud and immediately decayed. Some spirit seeds fell into rocks and immediately dried up. Some spirit seeds fell into trees and immediately became bird food. Only those seeds that fell into fertile fields could germinate into rice. Alas, although I have some vague directions. But if I start, it's extremely difficult. Xiaohua flew in the air while his thoughts ran wild. He roughly looked through the jade slips given by Zhang Qingxiao, and even those magic slips. There were all kinds of strange cultivation methods in them. Xiaohua could easily learn some of them, but he couldn't understand some of them even after looking at them for half a day. If he were to absorb the essence of these cultivation methods, comprehend the experience, and create his own cultivation method, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. Thinking back to the day when I created my own foundation establishment cultivation method, it was so easy. Why is it so difficult to face these? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Actually, he knew in his heart that it was a matter of life and death that day. The choice of life or death forced him to create his own cultivation method. If it was now, it would be really difficult for him to create another cultivation method. That theory of rules is really fresh. Xiaohua thought again. But thinking about it, isn't there the fluctuation of rules in space? It's normal to pay attention to this in terms of cultivation methods. I'm thinking of creating my own cultivation method now, but I'm still looking for something far away. That sword plays the world, and that heaven-shocking stick. Don't they all contain a kind of rule? Maybe, if I first understand these two secret techniques, I'll be able to protect myself against an opponent as strong as Jipeng. Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. He clapped his hands, took out another jade slip, and sighed. Damn it, the Heavenly Demon sect is really powerful. They even got the list of nascent soul and gold core cultivators from the 3 countries who went to the Sky Patrol City. I don't know when my Fortune Gate will be able to do that. Jing Ran went to the Sky Patrol City, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain went to the Sky Patrol City, and even Zhu Chenghe and Qian Diheng went to the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, the Sky Patrol City is very lively now. Xiaohua shrunk his neck and laughed. I won't go to such a lively place. Whether the old devils of the snow region know the truth or not, I won't take the risk. That's right, Qian Diheng went to the Sky Patrol City. Is he going to ask me for a rejuvenation pill? Xiaohua suddenly remembered. I haven't refined it in the past few years. Just as Xiaohua's imagination was running wild, a powerful bird cry suddenly came from above Xiaohua's head. That sound was like the cry of a bird, but also like thunder. It rushed into Xiaohua's ears and shook his thoughts into chaos. Even his entire body rapidly fell several meters. Who is it? Xiaohua activated the secret technique of God guidance and swept his divine sense over this extreme discomfort. He was stunned. He saw that in the sky, there was a giant peng bird that was several hundred feet in size. It spread its wings and covered the sky nearby. On the back of the giant peng bird stood a giant and a dwarf. These 2 people were quite strange. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at them a few more times. He saw that the giant was taller than the ones Xiaohua had seen before. It was about 3 zhang tall. Its arms were thick and large, and its body was well built. What was even more special was that it had a big red nose on its forehead. It was very eye-catching. As for the dwarf, it was the first time Xiaohua saw it. It was shorter than an ordinary person by more than half, barely reaching the giant's knee. Although the dwarf was very small, it seemed that the dwarf was much more shrewd than the giant. Because the dwarf's 2 small eyes flashed with an extremely cunning light. Looking at the giant peng bird that was bigger than his phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua's heart trembled. When the giant peng bird's eyes swept over him like sword light, Xiaohua almost felt that his whole body was about to be pierced by this gaze. This giant peng bird. Is it a demonic beast? Is it the spirit beast of this giant or dwarf? Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. His body slowly descended. Chapter 2741. It was as if the rock only wanted Xiaohua to land and did not force him. Instead, it flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to blow as it followed Xiaohua down from the sky. Xiaohua found an ice mountain and landed on top of it. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the rock that was slowly descending from 100 zhang away. The rock was indeed huge. When it was still 100 zhang away from the ice mountain, the snow and ice on top of the mountain was blown away by the gust of wind from its wings. When the rock landed on top of the mountain, cracking sounds could be heard as many cracks appeared on the ice. With a pang sound, the giant jumped down from the rock's back, creating a deep hole in the snow under his feet. The giant even jumped a few more steps and rushed to Xiaohua's side. With a flip of his hand, he actually pulled out a huge mace from his back. Looking at the dwarf, his figure was very vigorous as he somersaulted in the air and landed on top of the snow. Then, he jogged a few times and clapped his hands. From his storage bag, he took out 2 small yellow sticks. The front of the sticks was slightly bulging, as if they were used to grind medicine. The great rock let out a long cry, the sound reverberating in all directions. The ice that had already cracked earlier cracked even more. As the great rock let out a long cry, its wings, which were hundreds of feet long, shrank rapidly. Its entire body shrank as well, and even its head gradually transformed. A human face with long and narrow cheeks, thin and long eyes, and a slightly protruding mouth appeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge rock's body and wings disappeared. A slightly tall old man with a pale golden face appeared in front of Xiaohua. Bird cultivator? Xiaohua suddenly realized. The moment the old man's figure appeared, an aura that was like a sharp sword came out of his body. Of course, this aura was just a flash, but Xiaohua still saw it clearly. Peak of the 3rd grade illusory sword. Just half a step away from the sword transformation realm. I am Kun Mogu Chi Peng. The old man revealed his figure and stood there like a mountain. His sharp eyes swept over Xiaohua several times as he coldly said, "You. Which Dao sect's disciple are you from? You actually dare to openly peep at my sword domain's territory? I am Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua." Xiaohua wasn't cowardly at all. He replied indifferently, "This is my Lian Kingdom's territory. When did it become your sword cultivator's territory?" "Hee, kid. This place has long since been conquered by the warriors of my sword region. It's already the location of my sword region," the dwarf said with a sinister smile. "Aren't you a disciple of the Dao sect participating in the battle? Who are you?" Xiaohua looked at the dwarf and said, "This Xiao doesn't talk to nameless people." "You." The dwarf was slightly angry, but when he looked at Xiaohua, he was actually somewhat afraid and didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he clenched his teeth and said, "I am Gao Dezhuang, the cave master of Cloud Mist Cave. He is one of the most famous people in this war. Haven't you heard of him?" Gao Dezhuang. Xiaohua almost wanted to grin, but he forcefully held back his laughter. He blinked his eyes and said, This Xiao has only heard of the names of Qin Jian, Lu Ruochang, and the others. I have never heard of Gao Dezhuang. I've never even heard of Qi Peng's name. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name." Qi Peng wasn't angry at all. He wasn't like Gao Dezhuang who was about to stomp his feet. He said coldly, "You only need to have heard of Ling Yunwu, Yuan Qing, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian." Oh. Hearing these names, Xiaohua understood in his heart. Although he didn't know the names of Yuan Qing and Yuan, Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian were all his former opponents. How could he not know that Qi Peng had already seen through him? "I am Lian Xiaochao of the Mountain Crossing Ridge. Xiaohua, you have consecutively defeated my Mountain Crossing Ridge's warriors. Today, I must fight you." The giant couldn't compare to the shrewdness of the dwarf and couldn't help but shout. Lian Xiaochao. Hearing the giant's name, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. This name was too interesting. Compared to these two names, his own name, Xiaohua, was really insignificant. Terrifying Phoenix. Do you want me to personally call you that? Qi Peng looked at Xiaohua who was about to laugh and coldly called out. He patted his hand and took out a sword scroll. He looked at it with his divine sense and then looked at Xiaohua's face. He coldly snorted, "Although I have never seen you before, your reputation is really resounding in my sword domain. This sword domain's #1 bounty. It's been a bounty for a long time. Oh? There's actually a bounty for me? And it's #1? Xiao Hua was startled. He really didn't think that there would be a bounty for him, and it was actually #1. Humph, you naturally won't be #1. However, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, you guys are naturally #1. Gao Dezhuang also coldly snorted and said. Can you let me see this bounty? Xiao Hua was very curious and reached out his hand. TSK as expected of the terrifying phoenix. Qi Peng laughed, truly a skilled and bold person. Facing the three of us, you're actually so calm. I really have no choice but to admit defeat. As he spoke, Qi Peng waved his hand and the sword scroll flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's divine sense scanned the sword scroll and knew that there were no hidden cards inside. He then took it and looked inside with his divine sense for a while. He touched his nose with his hand and laughed, hee, inside this. The three of us don't seem to be very similar. At least, I'm not really handsome. Haha Xiao Hua, you're really interesting. Qi Peng clapped his hands, I really can't think of anything. You're just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, what kind of hidden cards can you have? Even if you can suppress your cultivation, you're at most at the early stage of golden core, right? You're actually not afraid at all. I'm speaking the truth. The images in this bounty really don't look like me, Li Zongbao and the others. Xiao Hua's face was filled with helplessness. Moreover, this bounty. Isn't it too little? It's a far cry from my Dao sect's #1 bounty. It's not generous enough, not generous enough. Nonsense, those who saw you were all disciples who were pregnant and drew their swords. They couldn't explain it clearly, so the images they drew were all different. As for the illusory swordsmen who saw you, none of them are alive, so how can there be a real image? Lian Xiaochao coldly snorted, however, from today onwards, at least one of the images in this bounty can be real. You're wrong. From today onwards, this bounty will still be blurry. Gao Dezhuang continued. Why? Lian Xiaochao was somewhat puzzled. We can naturally correct Xiao Hua's image. Gao Dezhuang sneered, Xiao Hua is dead, so naturally there's no need to correct it. But Xiao Hua isn't dead. Lian Xiaochao was even more puzzled, moreover, I don't have the confidence to kill him. Humph, the three of us working together, can't we kill him? Gao Dezhuang really wanted to pinch Lian Xiaocao's ear and tell him. What? The three of us working together? Lian Xiaochao couldn't accept it as soon as he heard it. He poked the mace in his hand into the ice under his feet. With a dong sound, he stood there straight. He waved his hand and said, he's just a foundation establishment disciple. I know he's strong and has forced back a few of my subordinates. That's why I want to fight with him. If the three of you work together, I definitely won't do it. You. Gao Dezhuang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the giant to be so straightforward, and he also didn't expect Lian Xiaochao to say such words in front of him. He somewhat resentfully glared at Lian Xiaochao, and then looked at Qi Peng. Not to mention Gao Dezhuang, even Xiao Hua himself was stunned. He looked up and down at Lian Xiaochao, who didn't seem to be pretending. Then, he folded his arms, clamped the wishful steel mace in his armpit, and looked at Qi Peng with a smile, as if he was waiting for Qi Peng's answer. That's right. Qi Peng also coldly said, although the terrifying phoenix has killed many warriors of our sword region, he is still a foundation establishment disciple. Even when he fought with our sword region's illusory swordsmen, he was alone. I have never heard of him joining forces with that Dao sect disciple. According to the rules of our illusory sword domain, we can't work together to kill him. Even you and I are third-grade illusory swordsmen. We can't fight with a Foundation establishment disciple. But Gao Dazhuang's face was anxious. He's a terrifying phoenix. He's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, it's because he's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. He might even be a golden core cultivator. Moreover, he has killed many warriors of our illusory sword domain, so we have to fight with him. Qi Peng's face was cold as he lightly said. That's right, this is a time of war. What one-on-one fight? What alliance? It doesn't matter. Gao Dazhuang anxiously said, if we kill this terrifying phoenix, we'll take credit in front of the swordsmen. We'll really raise the morale of our swordsmen. We want to fight with him. But, only one of the three of us can fight with him. Not, the three of us can fight together. Qi Peng said word by word, although this is a time of war. But, the nascent soul cultivators have just gathered in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. The swordsmen of Ripple Country have not arrived yet. This Dao sword battle is resting. We are not fighting on the battlefield. I'm not so thick-skinned to the point of tearing apart the bottom line of illusory sword domain. But this bastard managed to kill Qin Jian. None of us have the confidence to kill him. Gao Dazhuang was a little anxious and stammered, only if the three of us work together can we have full confidence. That's right. If the three of us work together, we have confidence. Qi Peng lightly said, I also want to kill the terrifying phoenix. However, although I'm a beast cultivator, I'm also a member of the illusory sword domain. I'm also the Valley Master of the Valley of Macaws. I can't abandon the principles of being a swordsman because of my selfishness. This principle is the foundation of our illusory sword domain. Without this principle, I won't be able to convince everyone in the Valley of Macaws. Our illusory sword domain won't be able to establish itself in the Dawn Rain continent. Chapter 2742. Good, Xiaohua almost wanted to clap his hands. This Daoist war had been going on for close to 10 years. He had seen swordsmen who were both real and fake. Some were as cunning as Qin Jian and Guanpeng, some were as resourceful as LV Ruochang and Ling Yunwu, some were as reasonable as Gu Yu, and some were as honest as Ji Yi. However, the only one who truly adhered to his principles was this Qi Peng in front of him. And Lien Xiaochao. With such people in this world, with such virtuous opponents, Xiaohua did not feel lonely at all. You all must be crazy. Gao Dazhuang was in disbelief. He really could not understand what the two were thinking. He jumped up and said, you all have to look carefully. This is a great enemy of our sword region. It is this Foundation establishment disciple who killed Ling Yunwu and more than 10 people from the Lingfeng sword sect at Mount Quanjin. It is this person who drove Yu Ming crazy. It is this person who killed Qin Jian. It is this person who killed so many swordsmen of our sword region. You all are going to let him go just like this? Who said we are going to let him go? Lien Xiaochao roared and picked up his mace. He shouted, I am going to kill him with my mace. That's right. Today, even if I die, I will make him stay here. Qi Peng's face flashed with a yellow light. A strange fluctuation appeared around him as he said coldly. But, you all, do not have any confidence. Gao Dazhuang was about to cry. He can even kill Qin Jian, who is a third-grade illusory sword expert. You all, if you fight him alone, won't you all die? A warrior can be killed, but his will cannot be humiliated. Qi Peng said faintly. If I don't even have this awareness, how can I step into the sword transformation realm? Crazy, crazy. You all are crazier than Yu Ming. Gao Dazhuang stamped his feet. Brother Qi, are you going to do it or should I? Lien Xiaochao drew a big circle with his mace and said loudly, "This terror phoenix has left a huge name in our mountain crossing ridge. All the boy who heard the name of the terror phoenix would be afraid. I cannot not fight with him. Let me do it." Qi Peng laughed. "Your cultivation level is slightly lower than mine. Against this cruel and terrifying phoenix, you have less confidence than me. Okay." Lien Xiaochao propped her mace on the ground and said, "Old brother Qi, go." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. He pointed at Qi Peng and said, "Old man Qi, you keep talking about principles, but didn't you think about it? This Xiao is just a foundation establishment cultivator. You, a third-grade illusory swordsman, don't you feel that you are lowering your status by fighting against this Xiao? Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Hee, of course I have my principles." Qi Peng sneered. "But I'm not pedantic. I've already said that even though you seem to be at foundation establishment, you definitely possess the strength of a Jindan cultivator. Otherwise, Qin Jian wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, this is a time of war, and I'm not transforming into a sword. Even if I attack an aura refining disciple, it's absolutely not against the rules. Alright, if that's the case. It seems that this Xiao has no choice but to fight." Xiaohua said coldly as he twirled the staff in his hand. "That's right. Unless this old man dies. Don't even think about leaving this place." Qi Peng spread out his hands, and 2 yellow lights flashed. 2 rows of orange-yellow feathers rushed out from his arms like flying swords. "Wait." Xiaohua hurriedly said. "What else do you have to say?" Qi Peng slightly stagnated. The orange sword light condensed and didn't shoot out. "Can this Xiao choose his own opponent?" Xiaohua said in a low voice. "Choose?" Qi Peng was stunned, and Gao Dazhuang's expression changed. He tightened his grip on his mace, as if he understood that Xiaohua was looking for him. "I, a foundation establishment cultivator, can't choose my opponent when facing 3 illusory swordsmen?" Xiaohua said very innocently. His gaze went past Qi Peng and fell on Gao Dazhuang. "No. Of course not." Gao Dazhuang jumped up and said, "This is a battlefield, not a competition. The purpose of us besieging you is to kill you." "That's right." Qi Peng sneered. "In front of the 3 of us, you're just a fish on the chopping block. What qualifications do you have to be on the chopping block? Hand over your life." As Qi Peng's voice fell, the orange-yellow brilliance on the wings left his body and turned into specks of small swords, rushing toward Xiaohua like a flash flood. Woo, woo, countless strange sounds rang out as the light feathers shot out. Similarly, a hurricane was stirred up nearby. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet converged towards this location. The light feathers transformed from small swords into flying swords. Ha ha ha! Who said this young master is a fish on the chopping block? Even if this young master is a small fish, you guys are still 3 inches long shrimps. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He clapped his hands, and the Kunlun mirror flew up into the sky. Xiaohua pointed his hand, and a green light flashed on the mirror, and a green light rushed out. After the green light appeared, every strand of light began to expand. The heaven and earth spirit qi that was absorbed by the light feather rapidly converged towards these strands of light. Strands of green wood that were thinner than a strand of hair began to transform from these strands of light. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the green wood absorbed a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy and turned into hundreds and thousands of small green wood. They also rushed toward Qi Peng's flying swords like a flood. Qi Peng didn't underestimate Xiaohua. At this time, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Unlike Gao Dezhuang and Lien Xiaochao, Qi Peng was currently facing the torrent of green wood. Although the thousands of green wood were attacking his sword light in a disorderly manner, Qi Peng was keenly aware that these green wood were not without order. There was even a kind of magic formation faintly revealed within these green wood. All the green wood faintly overflowed with intertwining magic power fluctuations, and these fluctuations occasionally flashed with a kind of indescribable confinement power. This power not only enveloped his sword light, it also enveloped the space of around 100 feet around him. The strangeness of this magic treasure was far from what Qi Peng had seen the Dao sect cultivators use before. Although the power of this Kunlun mirror might not be able to threaten Qi Peng, but it was enough to make him look at Xiaohua in a new light. Isn't this the power of sword transformation? Qi Peng was shocked. Although he hadn't stepped into sword transformation, he could already see a trace of the mysteries of sword transformation. Naturally, he could see the difference. Then, Qi Peng understood. The Dao sect spells are indeed endless. Although this Xiaohua's cultivation is only at the golden core stage, he can actually comprehend this. No wonder Qin Xian fell in his hands. I'm afraid my feather arrow technique won't be able to block it. Just as Qi Peng understood, the two torrents collided. Rumble, loud noises rang out unceasingly. The light sword pierced into the green wood, and pieces of the green wood's brilliance were annihilated. At the same time, the green wood crushed the light sword under the wooden wheel. Boundless brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The green brilliance intertwined with the orange brilliance, flickering intensely. Similarly intense fluctuations and surging hurricanes were also born from the foot of the mountain. Even someone as strong as Qi Peng didn't expect that the attack just now would be so powerful. His arms trembled slightly, while protecting his body, he slowly retreated more than 10 feet. However, just as Qi Peng was about to activate the feather arrow technique again, Xiaohua's action stunned him again. Attack! Xiaohua's figure flew into the air with the force of this attack. He patted his hand and actually took out a mace that was twice as big as the one in front of Lian Xiaochao. He abandoned Qi Peng and unexpectedly swung it towards Lian Xiaocao's head. "Io, you're courting death." Lian Xiaochao was obviously caught unprepared. When he saw that the wind from Xiaohua's mace had already rushed to his forehead, he finally came to his senses. He roared angrily and dragged the mace into the air in an extremely embarrassing manner. However, this mace was not only a little crooked, but also a lot of mud splashed onto his face. Bang! A sound that wasn't any weaker than the sound of the Kunlun mirror colliding with the arrow rang out. The two huge spiked maces collided with each other. Even Xiaocao's arm swayed a bit. Even the solid ice under his huge body had long shattered. What surprised Qi Peng the most was that Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror that blocked his feather arrow technique actually didn't put it into the storage bag. Instead, it quietly floated above Xiaohua's head. Although the mirror flashed a faint tricolored brilliance from time to time, there was no fluctuation of magic power. It was obviously condensed and not released, and was extremely vigilant against him. This Xiaohua, what is he doing? Qi Peng was somewhat confused. Could it be that he wants to fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3? Even if he's in the late stage of Jindan, he can't be so arrogant. However, Qi Peng didn't dare to be careless. The orange brilliance around his body flashed again. The wings that had already spread out several feet slowly expanded. Although he didn't go forward to attack Xiaohua with Lian Xiaochao, and just as he said before, only one of them was facing Xiaohua, he still revealed himself, and was always on guard against Xiaohua's counterattack. Valley Master Qi. When Gao Dezhuang saw Xiaohua first attack Qi Peng, then provoke Lian Xiaochao, his heart finally relaxed. The fear that suddenly appeared in his heart slowly disappeared. At this time, when he saw Qi Peng on guard, he hurriedly shouted, "This Xiaohua is bluffing. Don't look at how arrogant he is. He's just looking for the weakest among us 3 to force us to make the first move. This guy will definitely escape after fighting with Lian Xiaochao for a while." Valley Master Qi, please be prepared. At this time, Qi Peng's figure was already 50% illusory. His upper body was still in human form. When he heard Gao Dazhuang's words, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes, but then his eyes flashed with displeasure. When Gao Dazhuang saw this, although Qi Peng didn't say anything, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew that his words had exposed some of Qi Peng's plans. It had the meaning of trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Chapter 27:43. Then Gao Dezhuang stole a glance at Xiaohua, only to find that Xiaohua was not paying attention to them at all. At this moment, Xiaohua's movements were vigorous. His figure was like a gentle breeze, but the spiked club in his hand was like a thunderbolt. The rumbling sounds were like that of a real thunder god. With a wave of his arm, it was born. Lian Xiaochao was the cave master of Uni Cave and the leader of the giant tribe. His skills were naturally not comparable to ordinary giants. Not only did his arms have infinite strength, but he also had the secret staff technique of Uni Cave. This staff technique was unparalleled in the Huan country. Even against an illusory swordsman, Lian Xiaochao would not be at a disadvantage. However, in this short period of time, Lian Xiaochao had already clashed with Xiaohua more than 10 times. Lian Xiaochao felt that Xiaohua was almost like a hard stone wall. Every time the maces collided with each other, it would make his arms feel numb and he couldn't use his strength in an instant. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He knew in his heart that Xiaohua's strength was definitely not inferior to his. In fact, Xiaohua was even a little stronger than him. If he let Xiaohua go crazy like this, he would only be at a disadvantage. The strength of his arms would become more and more slack. In the end, he would not be able to lift the mace. Roar! Lian Xiaochao roared. Under the fight with Xiaohua, his body staggered a few steps. He took a deep breath and his whole body was suffused with a bronze luster. When Xiaohua saw this, he sensed a kind of obscure fluctuation coming from Lian Xiaocao's body. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He had always thought that the giants relied on their physical strength and innate physical bodies to fight, but he didn't expect that they also practiced martial arts. Sure enough, as the luster flashed around Lian Xiaocao's body, not only did the strength of Lian Xiaocao's arms gradually increase, but the mace technique also changed. Good, good, good. Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched and he was overjoyed. After shouting 3 times, he clapped his hands and the mace in his hand returned to the space. The wishful staff appeared. Woo! The wind whistled, like an ear-piercing scream, and greeted the mace. For a time, the entire nameless foothills were filled with the shadows of the staff. One of them was like a wave, while the other was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. At first, the sounds of weapons clashing sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly, but after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sounds of weapons clashing lessened, and could only be heard occasionally. However, this sound was extremely powerful. Although the sound did not disappear, Gao Dezhuang, who was watching from the side, trembled every time he heard the sound. His eyes flashed with hope. It seemed like it was because Xiaohua had chosen Lian Xiaochao instead of him, Gao Dezhuang. Even Qi Peng, whose entire body had transformed into a giant rock that was hundreds of feet in size, was somewhat perplexed by the situation with his eyes that were as sharp as swords. Because in his opinion, although Lian Xiaocao's mace did not lose to Xiaohua's wishful staff in terms of momentum, and even took the upper hand after Lian Xiaochao activated her secret technique, forcing Xiaohua to fly around in the air to dodge. But now, Xiaohua was still flying in the air like the wind, and Lian Xiaochao was like a reef standing in the tide. She could only try her best to wave her mace and stand there, not daring to move at will. This time, Xiaohua was attacking her differently. Could it be Lien Xiaocao's plan to lure the enemy? Qi Peng secretly guessed, how can this Xiaohua have such divine power? According to the defeated giant, Xiaohua should not be Lien Xiaocao's opponent. Could it be that Xiaohua's strength has improved again during this time? This is not possible. Strength is not magical power. Not good. Just when Qi Peng was pondering, he saw Xiaohua's figure flashing strangely with the wishful staff. It was like an afterimage, but also like a clone. Lien Xiaocao was so scared that she turned her body sideways. The mace flashed slightly, and the huge wolf teeth flashed a cold light and hit Xiaohua's side. However, after the sound of the mace's wind, it hit nothing. Xiaohua's wishful staff strangely came out from Lien Xiaocao's side and suddenly hit Lien Xiaocao's back. When Lien Xiaocao realized that the wishful staff was already close to her body, there was no way to avoid it. She could only roar and meet the wishful staff with her body. With a muffled sound, Lien Xiaocao's figure staggered, and the bronze luster on her back shone brightly. With Lien Xiaocao's failure, Xiaohua's figure also appeared in the air. At this time, Xiaohua's forehead was sweating, and his face was full of a fierce battle. He looked at Lien Xiaocao's back with amazement. At the place where the wishful staff hit, a fist-sized bulge quickly protruded. However, under the bronze luster, it slowly fell. Although it was not as fast as the bulge, it was still visible to the naked eye. Xiaohua's staff, he knew in his heart that although he did not use his full strength and hurriedly attacked from the flaw of Lien Xiaocao's mace, the power inside was also very strong. Even if it was the sword light of the illusory sword, he was confident that he could defeat it. Well, even Xiaohua himself was not confident that he would not be injured after being hit. But he did not expect that Lien Xiaocao would be able to take it head-on without being injured. Damn it, this giant clan is really powerful. Xiaohua was a little flabbergasted. Although the giant clan does not know how to fly, their strength is very strong. Her strength was truly formidable, and even Xiaocao's staff technique was a bit strange. It seems that after every strike, there is a surplus of power. This surplus power is actually similar to my heavenly staff technique. It can be borrowed and used in the second strike. Even the surplus power of the second strike can be used again in the third strike. In this way, it is really a bit of a cycle. Although this young master's staff can borrow power, it can only be used in between a few moves. It is far from Lien Xiaocao's trickle-like flow of water. This must be a secret technique of the giant clan. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to fight with Lien Xiaocao. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and thought, should I get this secret technique? Unfortunately, at this time, high in the sky north of the foothills, buzz. Several rays of biting cold sword energy shot into the sky. Not only did the floating clouds in the sky shatter into pieces, but even the pale white sunlight changed color because of it. When Qi Peng spread his wings, the orange sword light suddenly surged, causing Qi Peng to involuntarily turn his head to look. When he looked at Xiaohua again, the originally hidden sword energy in his body involuntarily became majestic. A kind of unconcealable sword energy was born in Xiaohua's body. Damn it. Old Ghost Huashan is here. There are actually several of them. Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hurriedly activated the Changbai sect's secret technique to conceal the sword energy. His whole body rushed into the air as he thought to himself, this young master was previously impatient because of that dog fart Qi Peng and almost lost his confidence. Now that I met Lien Xiaocao, the fight was extremely carefree. This young master is already satisfied and won't play with you guys anymore. This young master is leaving. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not say anything else. His body turned into the wind and floated towards the south. My eyes, did I see wrongly? Lien Xiaocao was somewhat stunned. Even when Xiaohua flew over his head, he was still at a loss. Because Lien Xiaochao was facing the north, he had seen the sword intent that had transformed into a sword that soared into the sky. As for the brief moment that had appeared in Xiaohua's body, the sword intent that had almost transformed into a sword had also been inadvertently seen by him. Even though he did not cultivate the flying sword, he had an extremely strong perception towards the sword intent that transformed into a sword in the sword domain. How could Lien Xiaochao not be shocked and he saw the sword intent that transformed into a sword from a Dao sect cultivator? He was really shocked to the point of losing his soul awe. Where do you think you're going? When Qi Peng's gaze came into contact with the sword energy in the distance, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly scanned back with his divine sense. Sure enough, Xiaohua was fleeing like a stray dog. How could he let this great enemy of the sword domain escape? With a furious roar, he spread his wings and a huge gust of wind surged from his wings. His entire body was faster than lightning as he chased after Xiaohua's back. His claws, which were sharper than flying swords, flashed with sword light as they clawed at Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua did not want to expose his identity as nameless and did not dare to control the heavenly lightning and attract the sword energy to chase after him. He only used the wind escape technique to escape. He had only flown a few hundred feet when he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill on his back. This great Peng is indeed powerful. This young master was wrong. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately knew that Qi Peng was chasing after him. Moreover, Qi Peng's flying speed was far faster than his wind escape technique. No wonder this guy is so confident. He is fighting with this young master alone. With this flying technique that far surpasses others. Even the golden core of the Sky Patrol City's conference hall would not be able to escape from his hands. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. His figure was like a loach as he dodged the moment Qi Peng's claws were about to reach him. Then, as if he was unwilling to admit defeat, Xiaohua blindly activated the wind escape technique, escaping and dodging at the same time. However, the great Peng was indeed incomparably powerful. With just a flap of its wings, it could easily cover a distance of more than 10 li. Moreover, the arrows on its wings and its sharp claws that were comparable to flying swords could easily attack Xiaohua. For a short period of time, Xiaohua was surrounded by danger several times and was almost hit by the sharp claws. Damn it, this young master forgot that this wind escape technique is Feng Buping's talent. That guy is just a bird, similar to this great Peng. This young master's wind escape technique is somewhat comparable to your Feng Buping's. How can I fight against this valley master of the swarm of owls valley? Xiaohua tried his best to avoid Qi Peng's claws as he thought in exasperation. Immediately, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the yin-yang sword gourd appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger and said, "Quick!" Following the incantation, 2 rays of spirit-slaying yuan light rushed out from the mouth of the gourd and turned into a green and red brilliance that pounced on Qi Peng's left wing. Seeing Xiaohua take out the sword gourd, the seemingly familiar yet strange sword light spurted out from the mouth of the gourd. The incomparable killing intent immediately covered Qi Peng. Before Qi Peng could cry out in horror, the 2 sword lights had already flown between Qi Peng's left wing. Chapter 2744. Qi Peng was scared out of his wits and hastily tried to retract his wings. However, how could he retract his wings that were dozens of meters long so easily? Qi Peng had only retracted his wings by a few feet when the green-red sword light wrapped around his left wing. With a swoosh sound, the green-red sword light circled around Qi Peng's left wing. 80% of his left wing was cut off by the execution spirit vital light. As the light flickered, it was suddenly annihilated. Blood sprayed out and orange feathers scattered all over the sky. Qi Peng cried out in pain. His entire body tilted and fell down. His other wing flapped with all its might as if it was trying to maintain its balance. He really didn't expect Xiaohua's two sword lights to be so sharp that he couldn't resist at all. In a hurry, a dazzling light shot out from Qi Peng's right arm. It turned into an arrow and flew into the sky, as if it was sending out a distress signal. Humph! Xiaohua's cold sweat sounded in the air. You don't need to worry. I won't take your life. Why? Qi Peng looked at Xiaohua's figure that stopped in the air and asked in disbelief. You, and Lian Xiaochao are the only worthy opponents I have met on the battlefield. Xiaohua said indifferently, just now, you all didn't just swarm me because I was alone and didn't bully me with numbers. Moreover, you also did the same in the battle just now. Although you boast that your Huan country sword cultivators have such a bottom line, how can my cultivation 3 countries not have a bottom line comparable to yours? Based on your previous open and above-board behavior, I won't take your lives today. However, you're right. Right now, we're in the middle of a battle and now we're resting. If you and I meet again that day, don't blame me for being ruthless and taking your life. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell down. Like a meteorite, he fell into the mountain peak 100 meters below and mysteriously disappeared. His terrifying phoenix. It really is a terrifying phoenix. Qi Peng was shocked and couldn't help but feel a strong lingering fear in his heart. He was very glad that when facing Xiaohua's advantage, he didn't lose his principles and didn't choose to be utilitarian like Gao Dezhuang. It was this kind of perseverance that saved his life at this moment. In other words, it saved the lives of the 3 people. To have such a worthy opponent. Isn't it my pleasure? Even if I die at the hands of such an opponent, I have no regrets. Qi Peng's heart, like Ji Ye's heart, a hero's hero. Following which, Qi Peng's figure slowly recovered. The severed arm that had fallen in midair also flew to his side. Qi Peng opened his mouth and spat out an orange-yellow brilliance, which covered the severed arm. As the orange-yellow brilliance retracted, the severed arm also fell into Qi Peng's mouth. The brilliance around Qi Peng's body grew brighter and a strange, rock-like Dharma idol appeared on Qi Peng's back. With a long cry, the Dharma idol disappeared again. However, with just this cry, Qi Peng's originally yellow face instantly turned deathly pale, as if he had used up a lot of his heart's blood. When the long cry disappeared, an orange-yellow brilliance shot out from Qi Peng's severed arm. A feather-like object flashed out from the brilliance. Then, the brilliance retracted and the feather gradually trembled. Countless strands of blood appeared from the brilliance and quickly wrapped around the feather. After half a cup of tea's time, another orange-yellow arm grew out from Qi Peng's left shoulder. Terrifying phoenix. Even if you pay attention, to kill this Qi, you still don't have the strength to do so. Qi Peng faintly chuckled. With a pat of his hand, he took out several medicinal pills from his storage bag and threw them into his mouth without even looking. Once the medicinal effects had spread, he once again slowly flew up. Without activating his wings, he flew towards the foot of the mountain where he had previously fought with Xiaohua. At this time, only Lian Xiaochao stood there in a daze. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Swordsman Lian. Qi Peng looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Swordsman Gao?" "He went to chase after Xiaohua." Lian Xiaochao said casually, as if he wasn't too interested in Gao Dazhuang's whereabouts. Swordsman Lian. Qi Peng understood Lian Xiaocao's thoughts. He flew to his side and said, "That terrifying phoenix is really powerful. You don't mind it. Losing to him is nothing. You always come out unscathed. And just now, this Qi was injured by Xiaohua's strange magic weapon. Moreover, I almost lost my life. He is actually so powerful?" Lian Xiaocao's face turned pale. He didn't quite believe Qi Peng's words. Qi Peng naturally wouldn't tell him the details of how his wings were cut off by Xiaohua. He only smiled and said, "Of course. Why would this old man lie to you? This guy can even kill Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. What's more, we are not real swordsmen of the sword region. Xiaohua is indeed powerful. His arms have the strength of 10,000 caddies." Lien Xiaochao hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Even his staff technique is unique. It's not much worse than my ancestral staff technique. He can defeat this Qi Peng and even kill this Qi Peng." This Qi Peng is convinced, but, just now, when Senior Huajian's sword intent appeared, his body also had Huajian's sword intent. That might be slightly weaker than Senior Huajian's sword intent, but, it's still Huajian. What? Huajian's sword intent? Are you sure? Qi Peng was naturally shocked and asked Lien Xiaochao in an incredulous tone. Alas, this Qi Peng has been thinking about the Huajian's sword intent. The more I think about it, the more scared I am. Valley Master Qi should know that although my Huajian doesn't cultivate flying swords, I'm not unfamiliar with flying swords. I'm even very sensitive to them. My Huajian lineage hid in Huajian because we couldn't cultivate flying swords. How could I be wrong about the Huajian sword intent? Since Lien Xiaochao said so, he revealed everything. Since Xiaohua has Huajian's cultivation, could he be someone from the sword region? Hearing this, Qi Peng also understood Lien Xiaocao's fear. That's right, everyone in the sword region knew that when LV Ruochang entered the sword tomb, he was lured into the 10 directions annihilation formation by a Huajian sword intent. Moreover, that sword intent also contained the sword energy of the Huajian sword sect. If this Xiaohua really had Huajian sword intent, then the matter of luring sword cultivators into the formation must have been done by him. How could a cultivator like Xiaohua be able to cultivate Huajian in the 3 kingdoms? He must have cultivated in the sword region, but since he cultivated in the sword region, then he must be one of the sword region's Huajian. Qi Peng even wanted to slap his head and say the name of a certain Huajian senior. However, did Qi Peng dare? The reason why Lien Xiaocao's face was pale seemed to be because of this. To be able to sneak into the sword region and cultivate Huajian, this Dao sect could not be said to be small. Although any Huajian couldn't destroy the Huajian Valley or Huajian Mountain Ridge, if they deliberately went against these 2 sects, even the many Huajian swords who came to the Lien Kingdom to participate in the war would have to think twice. The more he thought, the paler Qi Peng's face became. He didn't dare to imagine, if he reported this matter to the Huajian swords, what kind of situation would that be? Suspicion and jealousy would immediately become the mainstream among the Huajian swords. There was no need to fight this battle of swords anymore. The sword region had already lost. Be careful with your words. Qi Peng glanced at Lien Xiaochao, and there was an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. For a moment, the wind whistled in the foothills. The 2 of them didn't dare to say another word, as if they said half a word more, the whole battle situation would be reversed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, an anxious voice sounded, "Valley Master Qi, Valley Master Qi." From the distant mountain rocks, a tall and strong figure suddenly appeared. His face was also pale, and even had the same fear. As soon as he saw Qi Peng, he shouted loudly. Qi Peng frowned slightly and asked, "Fellow swordsman Gao, did you catch up to Xiaohua?" Although Gao Dezhuang was panicking, when he saw Qi Peng's frown, he immediately understood what Qi Peng was thinking. He hurriedly smiled and said, "When I saw Valley Master Qi chasing after Xiaohua, I immediately used the earth escape technique to go in front of Xiaohua to block him. Who would have thought that before I could escape from the earth, I saw Xiaohua also escape into the mountain rocks? I won't hide it from Valley Master Qi, this fiend really scared me. I thought that he discovered my whereabouts, so I hid in the mountain rocks and didn't dare to move. Fortunately, that fiend didn't discover my whereabouts, but used the 5 elements escape technique. When Gao Dezhuang said this, the smile on his face didn't deepen. Instead, it slowly disappeared, and the heavy fear appeared in his eyes again. Guess, what did I see? What did you see? Qi Peng was shocked. He raised his eyes to look at Lien Xiaochao. The two of them almost thought that Gao Dezhuang also saw the Huajian swordsmanship on Xiao Hua's body. Who would have thought that Gao Dezhuang's words would make them even more shocked? Gao Mao hid for a while and saw that the fiend didn't notice Gao Mao. Instead, he swaggered and used the 5 elements escape technique. Therefore, Gao Mao boldly followed behind him, wanting to see if there was a chance to kill him in the rocks. Gao Dezhuang continued, however, although that fiend's 5 elements escape technique isn't as wonderful as my cloud caves, it also has its own wonders. Although I could catch up, I couldn't get close. After he escaped for dozens of miles, he actually escaped from the mountain rocks again. At this point, Gao Dezhuang hesitated again. He paused for a moment and continued, when I saw that fiend come out of the earth, I knew that I had already lost the chance to kill him. I originally wanted to return to this place. But, this Gao was truly unwilling to accept this, so I quietly left the soil. However, just as this Gao came out of the soil, I heard a burst of thunder coming from above this Gao's head, that Xiao Hua actually rode on the thunder and rushed towards the south at a speed that this Gao couldn't see clearly. Chapter 2745. That Xiao Hua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Being able to control lightning is nothing. Knowing that Gao Dezhuang didn't see Xiao Hua's sword intent, Lien Xiaochao was relieved and said. However, Qi Peng suddenly realized and said anxiously, You said that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast that even you couldn't see it clearly? Yes. If it was a simple lightning escape technique, would I still be so scared? Gao Dezhuang's eyes flashed with pride. I can guarantee Valley Master Qi that this terrifying phoenix Xiao Hua is that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect. How is that possible? Lien Xiaochao was the first to jump up. Nameless is a nascent soul cultivator. He has already returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. At this point, Lien Xiaochao seemed to have thought of something and his face changed again. He looked at Qi Peng with a terrifying gaze. At this time, Qi Peng, who received Gao Dezhuang's news, was dumbstruck. He had the same thought as Lien Xiaochao. Yes, if Xiao Hua was nameless, then, these two cultivators with completely different faces and images were actually the same person. Then, Xiao Hua, who possessed the sword transformation technique, could he transform into any sword transformation swordsman? Although the sword transformation technique might not be transformed, but, since Xiao Hua could transform into a face, how could he not transform into a sword transformation technique? This was too inconceivable and too terrifying, wasn't it? Facing such an opponent who had countless incarnations and whose strength was close to nascent soul and sword transformation realm, perhaps the entire sword catacomb, was really destroyed by him. Even if there were tens of thousands of swordsmen in the sword domain, who could be his opponent? Think about it. This is a nascent soul cultivator. Gao Dezhuang was extremely lucky. Just now, he didn't kill us in one fell swoop. We are really lucky. How is that possible? Qi Peng said coldly, don't you think that if that Xiao Hua was nameless, how could he let us go? Besides, sword friend Lien fought with Xiao Hua before. Why did he think that Xiao Hua couldn't be a nascent soul cultivator? That's right. Lien Xiaochao, who had always been slow to react, immediately came to her senses and hurriedly said, if he is a nascent soul cultivator, how can he compete with me in terms of battle strength? You'll be able to kill us with just one spell, right? How can you be so sure that Xiao Hua is John Doe just by hearing about his lightning evasion? But, Gao Gao Dezhuang was a little anxious. Whenever he heard the sound of thunder, he would think of the famous Wuming. But now that Xiao Chao had mentioned it, he was a little uncertain. Sigh, fellow swordsman Gao, what you say makes sense, but it's too far-fetched. If we report this to the swordsmanship master without any basis, I'm afraid that the swordsmanship master will think that we're making this report out of fear or defeat. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qi Peng thought for a moment and sighed. Why don't we discuss it first and find a reliable swordsman who can definitely handle the situation? Why don't we explain it in front of all the teachers first? That's right, that's how it should be. Gao Dezhuang didn't have any ideas and hurriedly clapped his hands and cheered. At this time, in the north, dozens of swordsmen were flying over on their swords. There were third-grade illusory swords and sixth-grade bright swords. They were all attracted by Qi Peng's previous distress signal. Let's go, Qi Peng sighed for no reason. He was just passing by with Gao Dezhuang and Lian Xiaochao. To think that they would encounter such a plot by the Daoist sect. He definitely had to report this matter. However, how to report it and who to report it to was another problem. Xiao Hua, who was flying on lightning, was in an extremely good mood. Although the battle with Lian Xiaochao had consumed his strength, it had also lessened the gloominess in his heart. The power of the spirit-slaying vital light once again proved that he still had the strength to kill third-grade illusory swords, and was not as powerless as he was in the blood-drop paradise. Perhaps only by fighting can I really increase my strength. At this time, Xiao Hua also somewhat believed the purpose of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's participation in the battle. Xiao Hua was refreshed, but he didn't expect that he would so easily reveal his flaws in front of Qi Peng, Lian Xiaochao, and Gao Dezhuang, giving the mysterious John Doe a weakness that could be used against him. Although this weakness was still a little fake, a weakness was still a weakness. As long as some people saw it, it would eventually become the truth. However, this was not the most serious thing. After all, these were the suspicions of the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom. Even if they knew that Xiao Hua was John Doe, it would only increase the horror and add a thick stroke to the already famous name of the terrifying Phoenix. Compared to these, what happened in Sky Patrol City at this time was enough to knock Xiao Hua down to the mortal world and kill him by a Yuanying stage cultivator. In Sky Patrol City, in the City Lord's mansion, Immortal Shui Yu's face had a trace of coldness. He was sitting on a futon, and Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were still standing respectfully in front of him. As usual, the two golden elixir disciples kept their mouths shut and their eyes were fixed on the ground. They didn't dare to raise their heads at all. This was because they knew that although Immortal Shui Yu looked calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. If they said something wrong, they were afraid that they would immediately bring about an unexpected disaster. Humph. After an unknown period of time, Immortal Shui Yu snorted coldly, scaring Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai. The two looked at each other and knew that they couldn't ignore it. They hurriedly bowed and asked, "City Lord, you. Why are you doing this? Didn't you hold a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to invite the Yuanying stage masters from various sects?" During the banquet, the masters spoke highly of Sky Patrol City. Why is the City Lord so angry after returning to the mansion? Humph, a group of ignorant people, you've gone too far in bullying Sky Patrol City. As Daoist Shui Yu let out an angry roar, he slammed his palm into the air. There was a whistling sound as if there was a hurricane. Then there was a loud bang and the air suddenly exploded. Countless airwaves spread out in all directions. Golden Core disciples like Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai couldn't stand still in the airwaves. They had to take a few steps back before they were able to stand still with great difficulty. However, at this time, the two of them were relieved. After all, Immortal Shui Yu was angry and pointed out the source of his anger. They should be fine. Sure enough, they heard Immortal Shui Yu say angrily, "I held a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to entertain them. They really think that they are the masters of Sky Patrol City. Lengbai, tell me. How much did Sky Patrol City invest in this battle? How many disciples did we lose? In the face of Immortal Shui Yu's sudden question, Fang Lengbai was stunned. However, he immediately replied, reporting to the city lord, Sky Patrol City's direct and indirect losses were huge. Not to mention the spiritual stones, a few spiritual stone veins were taken away by sword cultivators. Even if they were taken back, the spiritual stones inside were long gone and have been abandoned. The spiritual stones should be in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. What I can say is the loss of disciples in Sky Patrol City. Fang Lengbi said bitterly, in the past 10 years, our Sky Patrol City has lost 138,096 disciples. Among them, the Golden Elixir disciples. Before Fang Lengbai could finish, Immortal Shuiyu was furious again when he heard the shocking number. How many disciples does Sky Patrol City have in total? So many died in a battle of Dao cultivators. And what does this mean in the eyes of those ignorant people? Sky Patrol City stands in the north of the country of Shi and is the vanguard of Shi Dao sect. Sky Patrol City's actions are the example of Dao sect. We should learn from the three kingdoms of cultivation. This old man feels that your words are truly laughable. Is my Sky Patrol City worthy of such praise? Immortal Shuiyu said angrily. In addition to this sentence, all the nascent soul cultivators at the banquet were praising one another. One said that this battle was outstanding, and one said that another sect's disciple was brave. What do they take Sky Patrol City for? Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng lowered their heads. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly. They could hear that it was Sun Yunzi of Shanghua sect who said that Sky Patrol City was only a chess piece of Shanghua sect, a fortress. The condescending praise made them unhappy. Look at Imperial Thunder sect. Isn't that Golden Core disciple called Xian Mo self-destructing? They actually said that he was extremely loyal and brave. His schemes are unparalleled in the world. At the mention of the Imperial Thunder sect, Shuiyu became even angrier. The Imperial Thunder sect set up such a great formation in the sword domain. It's the 10-direction annihilation formation, but they didn't even greet me. Who are they guarding against? They are guarding against me. They are guarding against my Sky Patrol City. My Sky Patrol City's GMO also fell in the sword catacomb battle. Did anyone mention it? Furthermore, what does that bullshit Qian Mo know? No one paid attention to him in the conference hall. He only made jokes that would make people laugh. What does he know about formations? Wasn't the formation of the sword catacomb thought of by Tu Hong of my Sky Patrol City? Poof! There was another explosion in the void, scaring Jin Keng and Fang Leng into shrinking their necks again. Needless to say, Shuiyu's Daoist master mentioned Tu Hong and Xiaohua again. Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect assassinated my Jindan stage disciple for his own selfish reasons and even usurped my Sky Patrol City's merit points. Imperial Thunder sect, they are really shameless. No wonder Qian Lei Zi didn't dare to come to Sky Patrol City. No wonder Dui Jia didn't dare to enter my Sky Patrol City. They are all up to something. When he heard up to here, Fang Lengbai forcefully restrained his panic and said in a low voice, City Governor, actually, during the banquet earlier, you should have directly exposed the thunder-controlling sect's hypocritical ghost face and asked Xiaohua to come out and confront him. What do you know? Immortal Shuiyu snorted, Imperial Thunder sect must be targeting my Sky Patrol City. They must want to expand their power in the northern part of the country of Shi. How can they leave any loopholes? Even if I say it in front of them, Qian Lei Zi is not here. Will Immortal Miyu admit it? Didn't you see that crazy genius? Damn it, he just stepped into the nascent soul realm, but his nose is already on the top of his head. Can he answer me? If I say it, it will be enough to make me lose face. Actually, City Lord, you don't have to do this. You just need to use the name of rewarding merits to send Xiaohua to Sky Patrol City. Jin King saw that Fang Lengbai had opened his mouth and he couldn't just stand there, so he quickly added. Do you think I don't want to say it? Immortal Shuayu squinted at the two of them and seemed to vent his anger a little. He said, when I just opened my mouth, Kuang Tian praised the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples for their bravery. It seemed that except for the Imperial Thunder Sect, the disciples of other sects were just a mob. He even asked me about Xiaohua's whereabouts. It was as if Xiaohua's delay in coming to Sky Patrol City was the responsibility of Sky Patrol City. Yes, we also heard it. Jin King hurriedly said, Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction praised Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua very much. He also said that the three of them would be the rising stars of the three kingdoms of cultivation in the future. In the next sword battle, the three of them would be on duty in the conference hall. Indeed, Fang Lengbai also said, Immortal Yi Xian and Fairy Jia Qiong of the Xuanyan school even said that Xiao Mao was 100 times better than Li Zongbao. If it weren't for Immortal He Ping's excellent bearing, He Ping is the head of the Utopia faction. How could he lower himself to their level? Immortal Shuayu curled his lips and said, Fairy Yingzhuo of the Xuanyan school has always been a female cultivator who is not afraid of trouble. She has always liked to join in the fun. I don't know why she suddenly went into seclusion this time. Is she really going to break through? Chapter 2746. I don't think so. Fang Lengbai said hurriedly, Fairy Yingzhua is already a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Her cultivation is even lower than that of Sun Yunzi of the Shanghua sect and Lu Ni Zhenren of the Qiqiao sect. How could she reach the soul formation realm when the two seniors didn't do anything? Could it be that Senior Yingzhua has some scruples like Qian Lazy? Jin King glanced at Master Shui and asked in a low voice. Maybe. Master Shui waved his hand impatiently, Lengbai, those gold core cultivators in the conference hall made such a big move and you didn't know anything about it. With a plop, Fang Lengbai's face turned as white as snow. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, City Lord, this is all my fault. My arrangements were wrong and delayed City Lord's plan. Get up. Master Shui said coldly, you're also a gold core cultivator. There's no reason for you to kneel. This subordinate. Fang Lengbai still didn't dare to get up, and said in a low voice, this subordinate is the City Lord's subordinate, and also stepped into the Golden Core realm under the City Lord's guidance. This subordinate naturally wouldn't kneel to anyone else, but it's only right for this subordinate to kneel to the City Lord. Humph, get up. Master Shui sneered, you didn't make much contribution in this battle, but you made a lot of mistakes. However, you've been working hard for my Sky Patrol City. Even if you don't have any merits, you've still worked hard. Think about how you'll be punished after the battle and report to me. Yes. I know. I'll definitely do my best for the Sky Patrol City. Fang Lengbai didn't dare to kneel anymore. He hurriedly got up, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a low voice. Please punish yourself too. Jin Keng, who was next to him, hurriedly said, what this subordinate has done is not as much as others, so there are fewer mistakes, but I have neither merit nor fault, please punish me, City Lord. Humph, you're the same as Lengbai. We'll talk about it after the battle. Master Shui's face turned ugly, but there was no anger in his eyes. Besides, what about Wu Ming from the thunder-controlling sect? However, Sage Shuayu's casual question startled Fang Lengbai. He quickly smiled and said, I only know that Nameless appeared in the Seven Extremes Ridge once and then appeared in the Sword Catacomb. As for who he is, I don't know. This person's cultivation is amazing. He can actually conceive a baby in the sword tomb. This really surprises this old man. Xueyu spiritual master didn't blame Fang Lengbai this time. He said lightly, "It would be strange if you found out about such a mysterious person." Then, he laughed at himself and said, "It's not just you. Even the current thunder-controlling sect is having a headache because they don't know which thunder palace this Wu Ming is from." Facing Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Su's questions, Reverend Miyu doesn't even know how to answer. Actually, Fang Leng hesitated and said in a low voice, "In my opinion, the thunder-controlling sect might know who Wu Ming is." "Oh? What do you think?" Xueyu asked, slightly taken aback. "City Lord, think about it. Is it easier to dodge a spear in the open or an arrow in the dark?" Fang Lengbai didn't dare to say more. Good, Xueyu spiritual master immediately understood. He clapped his hands and said, "Leng, you're really smart. The thunder-controlling sect only has so many late-stage gold core disciples. How could they not know who Wu Ming is? Their spiritual master Guangtian has just advanced to the nascent soul realm and has been targeted by the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. This Wu Ming. I'm afraid he didn't want to attract the attention of the three sects, so he came to my Sky Patrol City to find a chance to conceive a baby. But it just so happened that it caused such a big sensation. It's hard for Wu Ming not to be famous. Not to mention my Sky Patrol City, the Shanghua sect and the other two sects must have sent more people to find Wu Ming. Under such circumstances, would the thunder-controlling sect dare to expose Wu Ming's background? Yes, you're right, City Lord." Fang Lengbai hurriedly smiled. "I just thought that Wu Ming wanted to hide his cultivation and didn't want others to know. I didn't think that City Lord had thought so thoroughly and so much." City Lord. Jean King didn't dare to say much so that Fang Lengbai could perform more. But when he heard this, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, I suddenly have an idea. I don't know if I should say it." "Say it," Xueyu spiritual master waved his hand. "What can't you say in the City Lord's mansion?" This subordinate also suddenly had a thought, that Wu Ming. Is he Xiaohua? These words were like a bolt of lightning that flashed across the entire mansion. Xueyu and Fang Lengbai were both startled, especially Fang Lengbai. He excitedly said, "That's right, Lord City Lord, it really is possible. Only Xiaohua, who is nameless and possesses strength at the peak of the late Jindan stage, is able to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, kill Qin Jian, and establish such a meritorious service." Xueyu spiritual master's eyes flashed with surprise and then disappeared. He looked at the excited Fang Lengbai and shook his head. I'm afraid it's not right." "Why?" Fang Lengbai didn't understand. It's simple. That Wu Ming is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect of unknown origin to us. Of course, in the Imperial Thunder sect, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Xueyu spiritual master said with a smile. And Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect of the Imperial Thunder sect. No matter how high his cultivation is, it's impossible for him to surpass the mid-stage gold core realm. Don't forget, Qian Mo of the Heavenly Thunder Palace is only at the mid-stage gold core realm. The Imperial Thunder sect can't send another mid-stage gold core disciple to hide among them. Also, Xiaohua and that Chui something are fellow disciples. Their master seems to have just reached the late-stage foundation establishment realm. How could Xiaohua be pregnant? Of course, you can also say that Xiaohua was only a mid-stage foundation establishment realm disciple when he first came to our Sky Patrol City. In these 10 years, in the Mount Quanjin array, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. But, do you think he can be pregnant in such a short time? But, he was able to assassinate Junior 2 and kill Qin Jian. Fang Lengbai said with some dissatisfaction. When he assassinated Tu Hong, he didn't use our Dao Sect's technique. I don't know how he killed Qin Jian, but I know that from the mid-stage foundation establishment realm to the core formation realm, 10 years, is possible. But from the mid-stage gold core realm to the core formation realm, 10 years, is absolutely impossible. Not to mention from the mid-stage foundation establishment realm to the core formation realm, that's hundreds of years of hard work. When it came to the core formation realm, Fang Lengbai naturally couldn't debate with Shuayu spiritual master. Moreover, the reason they regarded Xiao Hua as nameless was because of Shuayu's assertion that it was Xiao Hua who killed Tu Hong. As for this matter, it seemed like it was only a guess and was far from being true. Since it was like this, Fang Lengbi could only resentfully say, Sir City Lord is right. But what if Wu Ming isn't pregnant, but core formation realm? Then that's even more nonsense. Shuayu spiritual master laughed and said, do you think Lu Ruochang and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen went to the sword catacomb to play? They set up the four-square sword formation to kill the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. At the final critical moment, if they weren't suppressed by Wu Ming's nascent soul realm aura, would they let go so easily? Didn't you see Lu Ruochang forcing Wu Ming to let go in order to kill Heng Ming and the others? If it weren't for the timely battle report from the Lian Kingdom, Wu Ming would have killed Lu Ruochang and the others on the spot. You're definitely not a nascent soul realm cultivator. How could others do such a thing? Yes, that's true. I've made a mistake. Fang Lengbai nodded. Shuayu spiritual master's words were indeed reasonable. Actually, for my Sky Patrol City, the most important thing now is not to find Wu Ming, nor to kill Xiao Hua. Shuayu spiritual master said thoughtfully, but to find the reason why the sword catacomb disappeared. Speaking of the disappearance of the sword catacomb, Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were even more puzzled. Yes, this was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. Although it was ranked at the bottom, it was still extremely dangerous. No nascent soul realm cultivator or sword transformation cultivator dared to enter it easily. However, such a dangerous place had actually disappeared completely in the Battle of the Tao of the Sword. Other than some space cracks left behind, all the remaining arrays, sword formations, and sorrowful sword intent and sharp sword light had disappeared. This was something that they had never even dreamt of. Without the sword catacomb, the sword cultivators of the Huan country can easily enter the country of Xi. My Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt. Shuayu spiritual master frowned and said, facing the sword cultivators' attack head-on, my Sky Patrol City will not be able to handle it. Yes, my Sky Patrol City has suffered too much damage in this battle. I don't know if my Sky Patrol City will be able to recover in another battle in 100 years or hundreds of years. Jin Keng also sighed. Fang Lengbai was still frowning and said in confusion, the sword transformation sword intent in the sword catacomb, the dragon's roar before the sword catacomb disappeared, and the celestial phenomenon when Wu Ming was pregnant was different from that of ordinary cultivators. What's the connection? Although Wu Ming himself said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with him, it doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with him. I was the one who said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with me. Shuayu spiritual master sneered, but if I said that, wouldn't I become the laughing stock of the world? Yes, I also think that even if Wu Ming is a nascent soul realm cultivator, it has nothing to do with the disappearance of the sword catacomb. Jin Keng nodded, and it has nothing to do with the sword transformation sword intent. It should have something to do with the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar. Where did it come from? Shuayu spiritual master was really puzzled. My Dawn Rain continent has never had such a high-level demonic beast. Lengbai. How's your investigation? Fang Lengbai's forehead was covered in sweat again, and he hurriedly said, I've sent many disciples to the sword catacomb, but they didn't find anything special. The fierce wind when the sword catacomb disappeared destroyed all the traces, leaving nothing behind. Yes, and 20 years ago, someone reported that many cultivators went missing in the sword catacomb? Xueyu spiritual master asked again. Fang Lengbai was slightly stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. Every year, many cultivators die in the sword catacomb. I've sent people to investigate the matter 20 years ago, but first, those cultivators were mostly rogue cultivators, and second, the cultivators' realms were low, at most in the late stage of foundation establishment. Weren't they seeking death by entering the sword catacomb? This matter has nothing to do with my Sky Patrol City, and I didn't find anything, so I stopped. Xueyu spiritual master seemed to ask casually, and then he looked outside the palace door, as if thinking about something. Fang Lengbai let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at Jin Keng, who was also very cautious, and felt that his back was wet. Actually. After a long time, Xueyu spiritual master's faint voice sounded from his mouth, I'm angry today, not because of your mistakes, and not because of the heavy losses of my Sky Patrol City. When Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at each other in shock. Their eyes were filled with deep vigilance. After the banquet, Sun Yunzi of the Shanghua sect said a few words to me. Xueyu spiritual master seemed to be speaking calmly, but his tone was heavy and filled with unwillingness. Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng knew that this was definitely not the time for them to ask questions, so they closed their mouths and quietly waited for Xueyu spiritual master to explain. Now, the great war of Dao and sword has come to an end. The sword cultivators attacked our 3 cultivation countries en masse, and a large area of the Ripple country fell into their hands. Looking at the war over the past 10 years, this sword cultivator Lu Ruochang is truly amazing. His control of all the formations and formations can be described as flawless, unpredictable, and so on. At this point, Master Xueyu paused for a moment. Chapter 2747. Fang Lengbai and the others nodded as they listened. That was right. The sword cultivator's plan was perfect in this battle. It was simply flawless. Not to mention the golden core cultivators in the conference hall, even if they were to face LV Ruochang, they would not be able to escape the fate of being defeated. Master Xueyu paused for a moment and said, in the beginning, when they attacked the territory, we thought that the sword cultivators were training their disciples like before. Then, when they attacked the spirit stone mine, we thought that they wanted to snatch the spirit stones. Finally, when they set up the formation in the sword catacomb, we thought that they wanted to kill our disciples. However, no one expected LV Ruochang to come up with a plan that revealed their ultimate goal. They wanted to occupy the land of the Lian Kingdom. Throughout the 10 Years' War, LV Ruochang led the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall by the nose. Compared to her, the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall were simply a group of Jurassic beasts. I don't know how this little girl planned it. Even I can't figure out what she's thinking. Master Xueyu sighed. Sigh, there's no if. Tu Hong was assassinated by Xiaofan, which destroyed the foundation of our sect. It would be strange if we didn't lose the war. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai were puzzled when they heard that Master Xueyu was talking about the war and seemed to have nothing to do with Sun Yunzi. They thought about it as they listened, but they did not expect Master Xueyu to say anything. Now that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have retreated from the Sky Patrol City and went around the sword catacomb to the Lian Kingdom, our Sky Patrol City is no longer a stronghold. If the meeting hall is set up in our Sky Patrol City, it will be disadvantageous for the war. Master Xueyu finally said, Sun Yunzi has already discussed with the sect leaders of the other 2 kingdoms to move the meeting hall to the Lian Kingdom. What? The meeting hall is being moved from our Sky Patrol City? Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were shocked. This was something they had never thought of. It seemed that the meeting hall had been set up in the Sky Patrol City since the beginning of the Taoist Sword War. Although the meeting hall was the core of the sect's war command, the Sky Patrol City had already treated the meeting hall as part of its territory. They had never heard of the meeting hall being moved from the Sky Patrol City. How can this be? Jin Keng was at a loss for words. How can the meeting hall be removed from my Sky Patrol City? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Fang Lengbai sneered. Although the great battle has yet to end, the nascent soul cultivators of the various sects have all gathered. Even if Huashan Sword has the power to reach the heavens, I'm afraid that he will not be able to reverse the outcome of the great battle of Tao and Sword. In any case, they had collected enough energy stones and trained their own disciples. With 1 million energy stones, these iron-blooded disciples would be able to fight against soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. The wishes of those who transformed into swords had been fulfilled. What else was there to say? As long as the confrontation lasted for 1.5 years, Huajian would gain face and everything would be over. The sword cultivators would then return to Han country. These nascent soul cultivators had also contributed greatly. But, what about the contributions of my Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid that with the departure of the meeting hall, the lives of the 180,000 disciples of Sky Patrol City will be lost. Damn it! Despicable! How hateful! Jin Keng came to his senses and said hatefully, the various sects of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. What do they take my Sky Patrol City for? What? Nothing at all. Fang Lengbai sneered. What 9 great cities? What 10 great cities? They're just pawns in their eyes. They're just a bunch of wild foxes. Speaking of this, Fang Lengbai's face showed a hint of interest. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Immortal Shuiyu respectfully and said, "Didn't the city lord ask me to pay attention to the news of the Heavenly Demon Sect? It turns out that the Heavenly Demon Sect is so mysterious that it's really difficult for me to find their whereabouts. Now, the Heavenly Demon Sect has established a sect in Shi country, Meng country, and Lian country at the same time. This is really a slap in the face for those self-proclaimed orthodox cultivators." Oh? Is that so? When did this happen? Immortal Shuiyu was also stunned. He waved his hand and the jade slip flew into his hand. He then checked it with his divine sense. "I just received the news." Fang Lengbai said in a low voice, "According to the disciple who sent the message, it happened in the past 10 days or so. My Sky Patrol City is still not as good as those cultivators." A strange look flashed across Immortal Shuiyu's eyes. Sun Yunzi and the others are probably worried that the Heavenly Demon Sect will cause trouble behind their backs. That's why they moved the command center to Lian country. That must be it. They probably just received the news and changed their plans. They haven't even decided where to put the meeting hall. Qing Fengmin? Is that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? How come I've never heard of him? Immortal Shuiyu said with a smile, "If I knew what kind of immortal this Qing Fengmin is, would really want to befriend him and drink with him. This kind of real demon is much more adorable than the sanctimonious cultivators of the Tao sect." "Alright, I'll let the city lord know." Fang Lengbai said with a smile, "This Qing Fengmin was originally a rogue cultivator organization, one of the founders of the Heavenly Forsaken. This Heavenly Forsaken has a great reputation among the low-level cultivators of the 3 countries of cultivation. It's said that they can provide any cultivation technique below the 7th level of qi refining. Many rogue cultivators joined, and their numbers were quite large. However, it seems that several decades ago, this Heavenly Forsaken suddenly disappeared. This Qing Fengmin, and the founder named Luo Jiasen, were all killed. Furthermore, Some sects even sent out information that this heavenly Forsaken was a tool used by Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasen to suck the flesh and blood of cultivators. Who knew, this Qing Fengmin didn't die. He even established a sect and became the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. It's really strange. Humph, without waiting for Fang Lengbai to finish, Immortal Shuayu sneered, what's so strange about it? The truth is definitely different from what the Cultivator sect said. I'm almost certain that this Heavenly Forsaken must have touched the interests of some Cultivator sections. That's why he was killed by those sections. It's fine if they killed him, but they even labeled him as a demon's flesh and blood food. But now, he had really cultivated the Devil Dao and established his own sect. Those cultivator sects that attacked him are probably sitting on pins and needles now. This Qing Fengmin is really amazing. Jin Keng said with admiration. He actually took advantage of the time when the nascent soul cultivators from various sects came to our Sky Patrol city and established a sect during the Sword Dao War, so that the other sects were too busy to deal with the Heavenly Demon sect. Not only that. Fang Lengbai said again, this Heavenly Demon sect destroyed several aristocratic families in the state of Shi, the state of Lian, and the state of Meng, and even 2 cultivator sections. At the same time, they established sects in the 3 countries. Even the disciples of our Sky Patrol city couldn't find these 3 places. Which one is the real Heavenly Demon sect? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Qing Fengmin is really smart. Jin Keng nodded. Immortal Shuayu sneered, you're all wrong. From what I see, these 3 places are the real Heavenly Demon sect. Or maybe these 3 places aren't the real Heavenly Demon sect. If these 3 places are fake, I can understand. But if these 3 places were all real, then, how powerful will this Heavenly Demon sect be? Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai looked at each other in shock. Lengbai, didn't you just say it? This Qing Fengmin is the founder of Heaven Forsaken, and Heaven Forsaken is mainly made up of rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators. How many low-level cultivators are there on the Dawn Rain continent? Think about it, this Heavenly Demon sect must be based on Heaven Forsaken, so how many disciples can it have? Immortal Shuayu explained, however, the longevity of a sect doesn't only depend on its disciples, cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and other factors. It also depends on its high-level disciples. If it weren't for me, how could this Sky Patrol city still be called a Sky Patrol city? Even if I'm here, aren't they still bullied by other cultivator sects? If this Heavenly Demon sect doesn't have a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it won't last long. I'm afraid it's just a flash in the pan. I'm afraid it'll only become the laughingstock of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivators. Immortal Shuayu said, I'm afraid, 3 times in a row, which showed his anticipation for this Heavenly Demon sect. He was looking forward to this sect, which was mainly made up of devil cultivators, being able to stand firmly in the 3 countries of cultivation. City Lord, let's not talk about this Heavenly Demon sect, whose background we don't know, first. Fang Lengbai sighed, now that our Sky Patrol city doesn't have the barrier of the Sword Tomb, we have to face the sword cultivators directly. The meeting hall is moving to the Lian country, so won't our Sky Patrol city be exposed to the sword cultivators' attacks? If the sword cultivator army besieges our Sky Patrol city, it'll be a troublesome matter. Lengbai, you worry too much. Immortal Shuayu laughed, our Sky Patrol city has been besieged by the sword cultivator army before, but every time, the sword cultivators returned in defeat. Every time, there were even swordsmen who died in our Sky Patrol city's formation. How would they dare to target our Sky Patrol city? Moreover, the Sky Patrol city is extremely cold, and it's not much different from the Han country. Why would the sword cultivators want to target our Sky Patrol city? Why would they give up the Lian country's good territory and come looking for trouble with our Sky Patrol city? City Lord, you're right. However, we have to be on our guard. Jin King said respectfully, since our Sky Patrol City won't be participating in the upcoming sword battle, we can concentrate on management." At this point, Immortal Xueyu, who had calmed down, was suddenly startled. Then, he stood up from the futon in surprise and rushed out of the main hall without listening to Jin Kang's words. "City Lord, this is..." Jin Kang stopped and looked at Fang Lengbai. "I'm afraid something happened in the Sky Patrol City again," Fang Lengbai said in a low voice. "It can't be." Jin Kang shook his head. A group of nascent soul cultivators gathered in the Sky Patrol City. Which blind cultivator or swordsman would dare to cause trouble in the Sky Patrol City? Just as they were talking, they heard a hearty laugh outside the main hall. It was the depressed Immortal Xueyu. "Brother Du Yi, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the middle stage nascent soul realm in just a few decades. You're just one step away from the late stage nascent soul realm. I'm really envious." Chapter 2748. Immortal Du Yi. When Fang Lengbai and Jin Kang heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew that Immortal Du Yi was a good friend of Immortal Music Sect's Immortal Xueyu before she was pregnant. Immortal Du Yi was one of the reasons why Immortal Xueyu could take over Sky Patrol City. In the early years, Fang Lengbai and Jin Kang had seen how Immortal Xueyu treated Immortal Du Yi with great hospitality. In the blink of an eye, 70 to 80 years had passed. They never thought that Immortal Du Yi would come to Sky Patrol City during the sword battle. The two of them did not dare to neglect. They hurriedly tidied up their clothes and walked to the door of the hall. They stood respectfully to welcome Immortal Du Yi. Fang Lengbai and Jin Kang smiled and they saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a bamboo green robe walk into the hall in front of Taoist Master Xueyu. They bowed and said, "Juniors greet Senior Du Yi." Not only was the middle-aged man tall, but his face and limbs were also bulky. There was even a beard on his slightly tanned face. The beard was so thick that it exposed his flesh and stood upright on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Even though he was smiling at this moment, it still struck fear into the hearts of those around him. "You can all get up." Immortal Du Yi shouted with a loud voice, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already at the middle stage of Gold Core. It seems that you're pregnant. We don't dare." Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai knew that Immortal Du Yi was not as fierce as he looked. They smiled and said, "Compared to Senior, our progress is really insignificant." Where did this morning rain continent have a magus? You should go to the ancient times to find a great magus." Immortal Du Yi laughed and walked into the hall. "Brother Du Yi, please take a seat." Immortal Xueyu respectfully asked Immortal Du Yi to sit on his futon. "Forget it. I'm not destined to sit on that seat," Immortal Du Yi said. He clapped his hands and took out a jade chair. He placed it in the hall and sat down. Brother Du Yi is still free and easy. I'm really envious," Immortal Xueyu said intimately. His face was full of envy. He waved his hand and said, "Lengbai, get me a jade chair and a table." "Yes, I understand." Fang Lengbai knew that Taoist Master Xueyu did not have such items in his storage pouch. He quickly walked forward and took out the items from his own storage pouch. "Jin Kang, don't be idle. Take a look and see if there are any precious spirit fruits in the residence." Perfected Xueyu sat down with Perfected Du Yi and waved his hand to instruct Jin Kang. "Yes, subordinate will go and look for it." Jin Kang did not dare to neglect and hurriedly went. Xueyu Sage smiled and said, "I've never been good at these things. Although there are many spiritual fruits in Sky Patrol City, I've never paid much attention to them. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you." You flatter me, you flatter me. Your heart is as calm as a mirror, and you're not affected by external things. Only then can you make further progress. I envy you too. Immortal Du Yi laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Shui Yu perfected being was still polite. I'm not as calm as a mirror. I'm just worried about Sky Patrol City. How could I be in the mood to think about other things? How's the sword Dao battle going? Perfected Du Yi could not help but ask when he heard Perfected Shui or mention the Sky Patrol City. Let's not talk about it. Perfected Shui Yu waved his hand and said, these are all mundane affairs. If you mention it, you'll disturb the joy of our reunion. Come, this is the winding silk wine of the Utopia faction. It was given to me by Perfected He Ping. Please have a taste. Oh. Perfected He Ping came to Sky Patrol City personally. It seems, the sword Dao battle is coming to an end. Perfected Du Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Alas, yes, hurry up and end it. If it doesn't end soon, Sky Patrol City can't take it anymore. Perfected Shui Yu poured wine for Perfected Du Yi. They both raised their cups and took a sip. Perfected Du Yi sighed and said, it's really the winding silk wine. It's as if hundreds of sorrows have welled up in my heart and I can't fall asleep. As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and downed it in one gulp without Master Shui Yu's help. Oh. Why are you doing this? Perfected Shui Yu was puzzled. He poured a cup of wine for himself and asked slowly. I'm here today, for something. Perfected Du Yi said with a wry smile. Oh. What do you need me to do? Please give me your orders, I will do my best. Shui Yu's lips curled up as he spoke in a very natural manner. Ha, if you can do it, why should I be worried? Perfected Du Yi said with a smile. To think that it's something that even Taoist brother is worried about. I'm curious. Perfected Shui Yu poured wine for Perfected Du Yi again. He glanced at Fang Lengbai and said with a smile. City Governor, I'll go and urge Senior Brother Jean. Fang Lengbai said immediately. Before Perfected Shui Yu could say anything, Perfected Du Yi waved his hand and said, you don't have to leave. Maybe I'll ask you something. Oh. Yes, I know. Fang Lengbai was stunned and stopped in a hurry. Shui Yu, tell me about the situation of the sword Dao battle. Perfected Du Yi took a sip of wine and said, which nascent soul cultivator from each sect came to Sky Patrol City? Yes, Perfected Shui Yu didn't know what Perfected Du Yi wanted, but he didn't hide it. He told him about the battle and said, it's a bit strange this year. Other than the sects on duty at the conference hall, many other sect masters didn't come. There were even some early-stage nascent soul cultivators like me. Who are they? Perfected Du Yi asked as if he really didn't know. Perfected Shui Yu thought for a moment and said, most of the nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi came. They are Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect, Perfected Yi Xian and Fairy Jia Qiong from Xuanyan sect, Perfected Lu Ming from Qiqiao sect, Perfected Red Arm and Fairy Yun from Huanhua sect, Perfected Mi Yu and Perfected Quangtian from Imperial Thunder sect, Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui and Hua Paikong from Ardent Fire Mountain, Perfected Zhuoming and Xian Yunzi from Blue Li sect, Perfected Qing Yan and Perfected Lao Yun from Mozong Mountain. TSK. Although Yinghua Fairy from Xuanyan sect and Qian Lazy from Imperial Thunder sect didn't come, they sent out 2 nascent soul cultivators at once. That's a total of 15 nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi. What's more, I've never heard of Perfected Quangtian from the Imperial Thunder sect. It seems that the Imperial Thunder sect also sent out all their elites. That's right. Perfected Shui Yu smiled and said, compared to the country of Shi, the country of Lian has fewer nascent soul cultivators. Who are they? Perfected He Ping from Utopia sect, Perfected Pin Xian from Xian Tian sect, Xian Jing and Sha Kongzi from Kunlun sect, perfected Dao Ming from Nanming sect and Mo Qingzi from Rocky Border sect. Oh, why are there so few? Perfected Du Yi was slightly surprised. Not even half of the country of Xi? Actually, perfected He Ping from Utopia sect didn't seem to want to come. Originally, he sent 2 nascent soul cultivators to come in his place. However, I heard that Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect personally sent a message saying that Utopia sect had made great contributions this time. If perfected He Ping didn't come, the Utopia sect would be inferior in the war. Perfected He Ping couldn't refuse, so he came. Perfected Shuayu explained. What about Meng Kingdom? Perfected Yu Qing from Taiqing sect, Yunmengzi and perfected Jing Ru from Changbai sect, Jiangmingzi from Immortal Ascension sect, perfected Blue Feather from your sect, Bai Kongzi from Su Yan sect and perfected Sweeping Dust from Chengyi sect. Perfected Shuayu smiled and said, the 7 cultivators just now also didn't even have half of the country of Xi. I didn't expect Blue Feather to come too. Perfected Du Yi smiled and said, I haven't seen him for many years. Perfected Shuayu's heart skipped a beat and he smiled and said, of course you're free and unfettered. Accompanying your master to cultivate in the unworldly celestial mountain, not to mention I'm envious. Even perfected Blue Feather is eager to see you, right? Not at all, perfected Du Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, but his face was indifferent. He even waved his hand and said, although I can serve my master and receive his guidance from time to time, I don't have to worry about the continent of Xi clan. But after all, we've lost contact with the various sects and clans of the Dawn Rain continent. Even the necessary training has been greatly reduced. Tisk, perfected Shuayu smacked his lips and said enviously, fellow Taoist, you should be content. Guarding a senior at the late stage of the spirit severing stage, who is also your master, this kind of opportunity is not something that anyone can have. Late stage of the spirit severing stage? Perfected Du Yi smiled slightly. Oh? Could it be that Senior Chan has made another breakthrough? Perfected Shuayu was overjoyed again and said hurriedly, could it be that Senior has another enlightenment in the war decades ago? Ha. Perfected Du Yi laughed and didn't explain. He just pointed outside the hall and said, the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley has been over for a long time. All the sects have recovered their vitality. Naturally, the teachers of my Immortal Music sect are no exception. I really have to congratulate Senior Chan. Perfected Shuayu raised his cup and said, as far as I know, this is the first senior who participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley, to have a breakthrough. In just a few decades, my Morning Rain continent has another void refinement realm cultivator. It hasn't reached that point yet. Brother, don't make wild guesses. And don't talk nonsense. Perfected Du Yi said with a smile. I know. Perfected Shuayu said hurriedly, I'm the city lord of the Sky Patrol City. How can I not know such things? Besides, even if Senior Chan hasn't reached the void refinement realm, since he has a breakthrough, he will have this step sooner or later. Senior Chan is definitely the only one in the Morning Rain continent who can make such progress in just a few decades. Perfected Du Yi smiled and raised his cup to drink with perfected Shuayu. At this time, Jin Kang also returned and took out a lot of rare spiritual fruits for perfected Du Yi to taste. After eating for a while, perfected Shuayu smiled and said, I wonder why fellow Taoist gave up your immortal-like life and came to my Sky Patrol City? If you need me, please tell me. Chapter 2749. This was the second time that perfected Shuayu mentioned this matter, so perfected Du Yi had to say it again. He put down his wine cup and smiled bitterly at perfected Shuayu, this time. I'm here on my master's orders to do something. Of course, don't ask me what it is. Actually. Actually, even I'm confused about this. Perfected Shuayu was stunned when he heard Perfected Du Yi's bitter smile. As a cultivator in the late stage of the spirit-severing stage, what couldn't he do on the Dawn Rain continent? Judging from Perfected Du Yi's tone, this matter seemed to be very tricky. What can I do? Perfected Shuayu asked again. However, Perfected Du Yi did not answer directly. Instead, he said slowly, actually, I've been to Sky Patrol City a few years ago. Oh? How come I don't know? Perfected Shuayu was even more stunned, but then he was even more confused about what Perfected Du Yi wanted to do. I didn't enter the city. I asked Li Qingshu to go out and meet me. Perfected Du Yi explained. Perfected Shuayu nodded slightly. Although he did not frown, he was already muttering in his heart. According to Perfected Du Yi, this matter must be related to the secret of Xian Le sect. Previously, Perfected Du Yi did not come to Sky Patrol City to look for him, but Li Qingshu had died, so he had to look for him. It seemed that this matter was very tricky. What is it? Perfected Shuayu pondered, why would a senior who is close to the void refinement realm make such an arrangement? Oh, I know. Fang Lengbai understood why Perfected Du Yi asked him and Jin Keng to stay here. He looked at Perfected Shuayu and hurriedly said respectfully, during the battle, fellow Taoist Li Qingshu went out of the city for a few days. He was not on duty in the meeting hall. He must have gone to visit you. Sky Patrol City naturally knew the whereabouts of the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and would naturally record it. These were the secrets of Sky Patrol City. If it was someone else, Fang Lengbai could only shake his head, and Perfected Shuayu would not admit it. However, Perfected Shuayu was not worried about Perfected Du Yi. Yes, that's right. Perfected Du Yi did not avoid it. He said with some thoughts, I summoned Li Qingshu. There are some things for him to do. But Li Qingshu has already fallen. He didn't even participate in the final battle. Shuayuzhenren began to understand. Yeah. Perfected Du Yi nodded. I gave him a communication talisman. He also has the spirit talisman given to him by the sect leader. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have died so early. Therefore, I feel that his death is related to what I asked him to do. Hiss. Shuayuzhenren was shocked again. He already knew what the conference hall's conclusion was about Li Qingshu's death. But now that Du Yi said it, he had a feeling that Du Yi was right. How could Li Qingshu, who was on duty in the conference hall, die so easily outside of a big battle? Since the culprit who killed Li Qingshu was not afraid of a nascent soul cultivator's talisman, then this person must be at least an early nascent soul cultivator. Shuayuzhenren thought that there was another mysterious nascent soul cultivator near his Sky Patrol City, but he knew nothing about it. Shuayuzhenren's scalp went numb. Leng Bi, tell Perfected Du Yi everything about Li Qingshu. Don't leave out anything. Shuayuzhenren ordered without hesitation. Yes, I understand. Fang Lengbi hurriedly took half a step forward. After thinking for a while, he told Shuayuzhenren about Li Qingshu. He even told Shuayuzhenren about Li Qingshu in the auction. Spirit beast? Perfected Du Yi frowned and looked at Shuayuzhenren. Shuayuzhenren was slightly embarrassed. He smiled and said, I know about this. That spirit beast was on the verge of death and had no value. If someone had a secret technique, they might be able to benefit from it. I didn't know anything about it, so I didn't care about it. Later, I heard that Li Qingshu made a big fuss about it, which surprised me. The one who fought against him must be another Golden Core cultivator in the conference hall. This matter involved two sects, so I didn't investigate further. What about the place where Li Qingshu died? Where is it? Perfected Du Yi thought for a while and asked. Fang Lengbi looked at Shuayuzhenren and took out 2 jade slips. After writing something on one of them, he respectfully handed it to Perfected Du Yi and said, "This is fellow cultivator Li's record. Please forgive me for the rest." "No problem." Perfected Du Yi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the jade slip fell into his hand. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of Shui Yuzhenren and look at the secrets of other sects. When Perfected Du Yi scanned it with his divine sense, the entire hall was silent. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren looked at Perfected Du Yi, who was getting more and more serious. He didn't know what was in his Shui Yuzhenren that was worthy of a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator's covetous eyes. After the spirit beast incident, did Xian Le sect send any foundation establishment cultivators out of the city? Or did Li Chengxiu send any disciples out of the city? Perfected Du Yi asked. This. Fang Lengbi was a little embarrassed. Our Shui Yuzhenren only records the names of cultivators who use the teleportation array. As for those who enter the city through the city gate, it only records the names of the disciples who enter the city, but not those who leave. Only disciples above the Golden Core realm have it. How many disciples from various sects entered the city through the city gate? Not many. Fang Lengbi looked at Jin Keng, who hurriedly answered. See if there are any disciples from Xian Le sect. Perfected Du Yi was a little impatient. Yes, I'll check right away. Jin Keng hurriedly walked out of the hall. Fellow cultivator, there are too many cultivators entering and exiting the Shui Yuzhenren. Some use the teleportation array, some use the city gate. Jin Keng and the others might not remember. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren smiled and raised his wine cup. Come, since our Shui Yuzhenren can help, there must be results. Fellow cultivator, let's drink. Hee, okay, thank you. Perfected Du Yi smiled and raised his cup, but there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. Perfected Du Yi was confused, but Perfected Shui Yuzhenren was even more confused. He really couldn't guess what Perfected Du Yi was looking for. Not long after, Jin Keng returned. He held a storage pouch in one hand and a jade slip in the other. His face was full of joy as he reported, "Good news, Senior. Some time after the auction, there were indeed more than 10 Immortal Music sect disciples who used the transmission array and entered the city through the city gate." Well, let me see. Perfected Du Yi raised his eyebrows and took the jade slip. After looking at it roughly, he raised his head and asked, "These disciples, are they still here?" "This. I'm afraid they won't be here." Jin Keng smiled bitterly. "These are all Foundation establishment disciples. Not to mention that some of them had already evacuated in the middle of the previous war. In the final battle of the Sword Tomb, most of the Foundation establishment disciples of Xian Le sect died, and there were only a few left." Jin Keng. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren was unhappy and frowned. "Quickly go and find those Xian Le sect disciples on this jade slip. Whether they are alive or dead, or return to Xian Le sect, you must give a clear answer." "Yes, disciple knows." Jin Keng smiled bitterly. In fact, with Perfected Du Yi's identity, as long as he sent a message, Perfected Blue Feather would definitely do this matter well. However, it seemed that Perfected Du Yi had some misgivings and was unwilling to let the Xian Le sect disciples know about this matter. However, if he let the Sentry City do this, it seemed that he had crossed the line. However, Jin Keng did not dare to neglect and still walked quickly. Perfected Du Yi and Perfected Shui Yuzhenren chatted for a while, but Jin Keng did not return. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren knew that there was some trouble inside, and there might not be any good results. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren thought for a moment and whispered, "Taoist brother, I don't want to know too much about this matter. However, if you can point me in a direction, such as looking for someone? Or looking for something? Or if it's about something, I'll know which direction to help you from." This. Perfected Du Yi hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm looking for someone." Is it a cultivator in the war? Perfected Du Yi shook his head slightly. Is it a swordsman? Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren was stunned. Alas, I don't know either. Perfected Du Yi sighed. As the saying goes, birds leave their sound and people leave their names. As long as it's a war, there will be traces. Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren laughed. It's not necessarily a war. Perfected Du Yi smiled bitterly. Oh. That's troublesome. Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren shook his head. However, Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren really wanted to help Perfected Du Yi. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said to Fang Lengbi, make a copy of all the jade slips about the war that my Sentry City has collected in the past 10 years and give them to Perfected Du Yi. Yes, I understand. Fang Lengbi hurriedly turned around. This is not appropriate. Perfected Du Yi hurriedly said, I'm disturbing your Sentry City for no reason. Not at all. These are all war situations, even sword cultivators know about it. It's not a secret. Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren laughed. Moreover, there are many sword cultivators of Huan country in it, which may be useful to you. Besides, what secrets does my Sky Patrol City have in front of you? Well, thank you very much. Perfected Du Yi knew that it was impossible for him to search in the dark. Since there were some things for reference, why not? You're welcome, I'm very happy to be able to do something for you and Senior Chan. Perfected Shuaiyuzhenren hurriedly said humbly. Well, if this is successful, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, especially, if it's about cultivation or breakthrough, you can look for me. If I can't do it, there's still Master. Perfected Du Yi pondered for a while and said in a low voice. Chapter 2750. If that day really comes, even if there is no such favor, I will ask for your help. Shuaiyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that this favor could even be counted as a late-stage spirit-severing stage senior. How could he not understand what it meant? He hurriedly replied with a smile. Immortal Du Yi smiled slightly and didn't say much. Shuaiyu's words were very intimate, and he couldn't refute it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Fang Lengbai came back with a few jade slips in his hand. He respectfully handed them to Shuaiyu, but Shuaiyu didn't take them. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Fang Lengbai to give them to Immortal Du Yi. Immortal Du Yi looked at Fang Lengbai, but his eyes swept to the door of the main hall. Obviously, he was waiting for news from Jin Keng. However, it had been so long, and Jin Keng hadn't come back. Obviously, there wouldn't be any good news from Xian Le sect. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed slightly. He picked up the jade slips and looked through them. Then, he immersed his divine sense in them and carefully checked them. The jade slip was indeed full of battle reports. There was information on the layout of the battlefield, reconnaissance, and the sorting of the information during the battle. It involved the movements of the disciples of various sects and sword show. It was very complete and also very complicated. However, Immortal Du Yi looked very carefully. He knew that if the person his master asked him to find was in this battle, then, there would definitely be some clues. At the moment when Immortal Du Yi was about to check the jade slips, there were hurried footsteps outside the main hall. Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and barely suppressed the urge to release his divine sense. He looked up at the door of the hall. Shuaiyu's face showed a trace of confusion. Sure enough, it was Jin Keng who came in. Moreover, there was a young Qi refinement disciple behind Jin Keng. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Xian Le sect. Junior Zhou Yongchang of Xian Le sect greets Senior Shuaiyu. The disciple of Xian Le sect followed Jin Keng into the hall. He first bowed to Xueyu, then to Immortal Du, Yi and Fang Lengbai. Obviously, this disciple didn't know Immortal Du, Yi's identity. Well, Zhou Yongchang, get up. Xueyu looked at Immortal Du Yi, who was also confused, and waved his hand. Jin Keng, why were you gone for so long? What's the matter with Zhou Yongchang? Okay, I'll let the city lord and senior Du Yi know. Jin Keng bowed and was about to answer. Zhou Yongchang, who was beside him, was shocked. He looked at Jinren Du Yi with his eyes wide open and hurriedly bowed. I have eyes but failed to see. I actually didn't recognize the senior. That's right, Immortal Du Yi was a nascent soul stage senior of the Xianlu sect. He was the existence that Zhou Yongchang and the others worshipped. Now, he was right in front of him, but he went to pay a visit to the immortal of the Shui region. He actually left his own master to the side. It's all right. I don't want to show my true face in front of the younger generation. It's normal that you don't know. Immortal Du Yi waved his hand and blocked Zhou Yongchang's figure. Jin Keng, who was at the side, respectfully said, "This subordinate has asked an old friend of Immortal Music sect to help investigate." Previously, those, more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music sect have all fallen. Not one of them survived. Although Jin Keng didn't say that he spent a lot of effort, but thinking that Immortal Blue Feather of Immortal Music sect had already entered the station of Immortal Music sect, how difficult would it be for the Sky Patrol City to find more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music sect a few years ago? Immortal Du Yi nodded slightly. Then Jin Keng pointed to Zhou Yongchang and said, "Nephew Zhou is Li Chengxiu's nephew. He has been staying in the station of Immortal Music sect in my Sky Patrol City. He is also a meritorious person in this war and is preparing to return to Immortal Music sect. This subordinate knows that he has some understanding of Li Chengxiu's whereabouts, so I invited him to come over and meet Senior Du Yi." Immortal Du Yi nodded even more after hearing this. He looked at Jin Keng approvingly, then turned to Zhou Yongchang and said, "This old man knows that Li Chengxiu fell for no reason. I feel that there is something strange about it, so I want to investigate the truth of his fall in private. You tell me all the people and things that he came into contact with in Sky Patrol City, no matter how big or small. Yes, this junior understands." Zhou Yongchang answered very respectfully. Just as he was about to speak, Immortal Xueyu hurriedly said, "Brother, please wait a moment. Let us leave first." Immortal Du Yi thought for a moment and nodded apologetically, "Thank you for your understanding, junior brother." Immortal Xueyu smiled slightly and left with Jin Keng and Fang Leng. Immortal Du Yi looked around and found that there was no third person in the main hall. He released his divine thought and found no other Dharma power fluctuations. However, Immortal Du Yi still waved his hand and cast a mute spell before asking. He saw Zhou Yongchang standing there respectfully. He seemed to be talking non-stop. He talked for the time it took to finish a meal. However, Immortal Du Yi's face did not seem to be abnormal. He just listened quietly. When Zhou Yongchang finished, he raised his hand and removed the mute enchantment. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhou Yongchang, saying, "Take this to Di Haicheng. He will naturally know what to do." Yes, this junior thanks senior. When Zhou Yongchang heard that this thing was for his master, he immediately understood that it was an opportunity for him. He took the jade slip happily. Then, he asked, "If my master asks, or if someone else asks, well, you don't have to worry about it. Just say what you want to say." Immortal Du Yi said lightly. Yes, this junior understands. Hearing Immortal Du Yi's words, Zhou Yongchang was slightly disappointed that he did not need to make an oath. He knew that what he said was not what Immortal Du Yi wanted. "Go, I am afraid that the flying boat in the sect will set off in a few days. You have also made contributions to our Immortal Music sect in Sky Patrol City. Although you did not break through in Sky Patrol City, I hope that you will cultivate well after returning to the sect. Immortal Du Yi instructed. Zhou Yongchang hurriedly bowed. This junior will not disappoint senior. I will cultivate hard. Then, Zhou Yongchang bowed again and slowly left the main hall. After Zhou Yongchang left the main hall, Immortal Shuiyu walked in. Jin Keng and Fang Leng did not follow behind him. Brother, how was it? Immortal Shuiyu asked with a smile. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed and replied, it was difficult. He, if it was not difficult, why would Senior Chan send you here? Immortal Shuiyu said with a smile, besides, there is nothing difficult in this world. As long as you search with your heart, there will definitely be clues, I hope so. Immortal Du Yi took out another jade slip and said casually, it seems that I am going to see Li Chengxiu's death. This is... What? Immortal Shuiyu was surprised when he saw the surprise on Immortal Du Yi's face. He asked almost casually. However, he also understood that Immortal Du Yi would never answer him. Sure enough, Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip in his hand. After reading it for a moment, he changed another jade slip. After reading it for a moment, he changed the jade slip again. Immortal Du Yi's eyebrows became more relaxed. After a while, Immortal Du Yi clapped his hands and put all the jade slips into his storage bag. He closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Immortal Shuiyu did not dare to disturb him and only stood quietly by the side. Junior brother. Immortal Du Yi suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, but he seemed to be hesitant. Immortal Shuiyu said with a smile, do you want Jinkeng or Fang Leng not to come? Forget it, no need. Immortal Du Yi thought for a moment, then stood up and said, I have some clues. Although I am not sure, I have to go and take a look. I don't need to trouble Sky Patrol City. Okay. Immortal Shuiyu knew that Immortal Du Yi did not want him to know what was going to happen next, so he did not ask further. Are you going now? Yes, that's right. I'll go now. According to my master, the sooner this matter is done, the better. If there is a delay, there will be a mistake. I dare not slack off. Immortal Du Yi said apologetically. Okay, then I will not keep you. I will send you out now. Immortal Shuiyu nodded and said. However, Immortal Du Yi waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you don't have to be so polite. The fewer people know about this, the better. I did not inform Lan Yu and the others before coming to Sky Patrol City because of this. Junior brother, you can wait in the city governor's mansion. Okay. Immortal Shuiyu knew that Immortal Du Yi was right, so he could only nod. Immortal Du Yi was really anxious. He casually cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the main hall. Immortal Shuiyu followed Immortal Du Yi out of the main hall. When he saw Immortal Du Yi's back disappear into the mansion, he frowned and whispered, this person actually offended Senior Chan and provoked Immortal Du Yi to come out personally. Who is this person? Could it be that Li Chengxiu was not killed by a sword cultivator? If this person... Damn it, what is this person doing? Immortal Shuiyu was not the only one who was puzzled. Immortal Du Yi quietly left the city governor's mansion. He looked around and scanned the area with his divine sense. When he did not find anything strange, he immediately turned around. However, he did not go out of Sky Patrol City. Instead, he went in the other direction of the city governor's mansion. It seemed to be the encampment of the Imperial Thunder sect or the Shanghua sect. After Reverend Du Yi had gone far away, a skinny figure flashed and appeared in the distance of the city governor's mansion. He looked at the majestic city governor's mansion and then looked at the place where Reverend Du Yi had disappeared. A hint of shock flashed across his fair face. This guy. Why did he come to Sky Patrol City? Could it be that person is in Sky Patrol City? Or that person also participated in the great battle of Dao cultivators? But, that's not right. I heard Master say. Forget it, I will just follow Du Yi and see if he is like I, looking for a young disciple whose cultivation is far superior to ordinary cultivators. If such a genius disciple is in the great battle of Dao cultivators, he will definitely be extremely dazzling like a comet across the sky. Of course, if Du Yi is really different from what I am looking for, then I will have to put in some effort. Chapter 2751. Reverend Du Yi and the mysterious cultivator might or might not be looking for Xiaofan. However, the four of them who rose like comets in the great war of Dao and Sword were not in Sky Patrol City. Instead, they were flying together above the Sword Mound. However, among the four of them, except for Li Zongbao, who still looked indifferent with his hands behind his back, the other three had different expressions on their faces before they flew away. Fairy Hongxia did not need to say anything. She looked ahead with a complicated expression, as if the future was bumpy and vague, making her feel powerless. At the same time, there seemed to be a ray of light in front of her, as if the path to heaven was under the light, giving her a sense of hope. She looked at Xiao Mao, who seemed to be in a trance. Sometimes, there was a ruthless look in his eyes, and sometimes there was sadness in his eyes. It was quite puzzling. As for Xiaofan, he was smiling bitterly and frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking about. Darling Xiao? Fairy Hongxia accompanied Xiaofan. When she looked back occasionally, she was stunned when she saw Xiaohua's expression. She smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Could it be that this concubine is bothering you?" Huh, Xiaohua forced a few laughs and pointed his finger. The sword mound was extremely dangerous before, but now it has become a passageway. The four of us are disciples of Dao's sect who have made great contributions in the great war of Dao and Sword. Now, we are going to pass through the sword mound, pass through Huan country, and head to millions of Meng mountains. If Huan country's Huajian or LV Ruochang knows about this, won't they send a large number of people to surround us? Huh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia looked at the other three and smiled. That's right, there was no need to mention Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao. Not only were they part of the special task force that attacked Qin Jian, but they had also saved many Dao sect disciples during the battle. As for Fairy Hongxia, although she came to Sky Patrol City later, the three of them were already famous among the disciples of various sections. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia did not have any outstanding performance in the subsequent battles. However, in the final battle, Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body appeared in mid-air amidst the four-square sword formation. Her oppressive connate primordial water saved many golden core cultivators in the conference hall. She even sacrificed herself to break the five-element sword formation, saving tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. If not for Fairy Hongxia's battle exploits, none of the Dao sect disciples would have been able to hold on until the spirit-devouring array was activated. Furthermore, they would not have been able to hold on until Wu Ming, the nascent soul senior, arrived. Therefore, the name of Fairy Hongxia instantly spread among the various sections. Furthermore, Fairy Hongxia was a female cultivator and was even more beautiful than a celestial being. Many golden core cultivators in the conference hall also deliberately spread the news. Fairy Hongxia's fame quickly caught up to Li Zongbao in a short period of time. She was even ranked in front of Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. The most laughable thing was that the real nameless, Xiaohua, was actually ranked last. Not only was his reputation not as high as nameless, he was even inferior to Xiao Mao. Of course, even so, Xiaohua, who was originally a nobody, had risen like a comet in the battle of swordsmanship, which had already attracted some people's attention. Xiao Hua did not want to reveal his superhuman strength for fear of attracting excessive attention from others and exposing the unspeakable secrets of his Buddhist sect. However, he was after all a show-off and inevitably stood out. Even though he had hidden his figure behind the radiance of Li Zongbao and the others, he could still vaguely make out his back in those moments when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, perhaps because he was overwhelmed by the brilliance of Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder sect, or because others felt that it was inappropriate for two meritorious disciples to appear in the Imperial Thunder sect at once, when Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the Sky Patrol City, he was not recognized by the patrolling disciples of the various sections. Due to the suggestion of Sun Yunzi from the Shanghua sect, the meeting hall had to be removed from the Sky Patrol City. Although Immortal Shuiyu did not have any objections, the defense of the Sky Patrol City had already begun to shrink. The patrolling area of the disciples of the Sky Patrol City was limited to within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The other areas, within 100 miles, were all patrolled by the disciples of the other sections. Therefore, although Xiao Hua did not know that he had been discovered by Immortal Shuiyu and had even been listed as a must-kill target by Immortal Shuiyu, the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City had also received the order to immediately report once they found traces of Xiao Hua. However, when he flew within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City, he did not encounter any disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Before Xiao Hua sent out a message talisman to look for Fairy Hongxia, he naturally also looked for Han Zhu of the Kunlun sect. He did not dare to delay the matter of Jiang Luer. He would rather not go to the Million Mountains to wake Jiang Luer up first. However, Han Zhu's meeting with Xiao Hua was both outside of Xiao Hua's expectations and also within Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile wryly with a hint of worry on his face. On that day, when Xiao Hua came to the left of the Sky Patrol City, he released his Buddhist sense to look at the patrolling disciples of the Shanghua sect in the distance. He frowned and thought, perhaps I should go into seclusion for a long time after the war. Yes, although Xiao Hua had stepped into the Gold Core realm, his meridians were congenitally deficient in the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, he could barely make up for and balance the meridians of the Qi refining realm. However, according to the Great Tao Zhen Qing Jade Slip, his Gold Core realm had not been stable. During this period of time, although Xiao Hua did not participate in the war again, he did not have the time to meditate. Forget it, let's wake Jiang Luer up first. Xiao Hua landed on the ground and was about to use his concealment technique. However, when he saw the disciples of the Shanghua sect in the distance, he pondered for a moment before changing into a Taoist robe and changing his appearance. Soon after, Xiao Hua flew up into the air and flew towards the patrolling disciples at a moderate speed. Where did this disciple come from? Xiao Hua had just flown for a while when he was discovered by the patrolling disciples of the Shanghua sect. A few of them immediately flew over. I am Feng Yi, a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. He stood calmly in the air and quietly watched a disciple of the early stage Foundation Establishment realm flying over with a few disciples of the Qi refining realm. Oh, so you are also a disciple of the country of Xi. The short and fat disciple of the early stage Foundation Establishment realm heard Xiao Hua's voice and replied with a smile on his face. Xiao Hua was actually a little puzzled. The left side of the Sky Patrol City had always been patrolled by the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. When did it become a disciple of the Shanghua sect? How did the Sky Patrol City agree? However, he did not ask. Instead, he clapped his hands and took out a token. He smiled and said, I am here on the orders of my master to pass the message to the Sky Patrol City. Senior brother, please make an exception. Oh. The disciple of the Shanghua sect waved his hand and the token fell into his hand. He glanced at it and returned it to Xiao Hua with a smile. Junior brother Feng, you came to the Sky Patrol City. Why didn't you use the teleportation formation? Now that the Great War of Tao and Sword is going on, there are many sword cultivators here. If you encounter one or two of them, I am afraid you will be in trouble. Xiaohua took the token and said with a smile, doesn't the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City cost spirit stones? I wanted to take these spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's EG to see if there are any good flying swords. Moreover, now is the time for the two armies to rest. My Dao Sect's cultivators are tired, but aren't those swordsmen tired? You may not encounter them. I didn't expect Junior Brother Feng to be a cultivator who knows how to live. It's really rare. The disciple smiled and cupped his hands. Junior Brother Feng, please. Thank you, Senior Brother. Xiaohua did not mind that the disciple did not mention his name. He bowed and thanked him before flying away. Junior Brother Feng. The disciple thought for a moment and said, although my Dao Sect's nascent Soul Realm Masters have arrived at the Sky Patrol City, the war has already begun. Junior Brother, when you go back, don't be stingy. It's better to use the teleportation formation. Okay, I understand. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Of course, he asked casually, by the way, judging from Senior Brother's attire, you should be a disciple of Xianghua sect. Why, are you patrolling outside the Sky Patrol City? Where are the Sky Patrol City's disciples? Previously, the Sky Patrol City's disciples were patrolling within 100 miles. The disciple explained with a smile, but 10 days ago, they suddenly reduced the scope of their patrol and only patrolled within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The rest of the area was patrolled by the disciples of other sects in the Three Kingdoms. This humble Taoist was also assigned to this place today and coincidentally bumped into Junior Brother Feng. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, is the Sky Patrol City doing this because they have lost too many disciples? Or are they compromising with the sects in the Three Kingdoms? Patrolling the Sky Patrol City is their own business. Ahem, the disciple coughed twice and said with a smile, it seems that Junior Brother Feng is not only a person who knows how to live, but also a cultivator with a strong curiosity. Unfortunately, I don't know the reason for this. If Junior Brother Feng is interested, why don't you go to the Huanhua sect's encampment and send me a message? Actually, I'm also very curious. Hee hee. Xiaohua's face showed traces of laughter. He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. The disciple of Xianghua sect naturally did not care about Xiaohua's question and continued to patrol other places. However, Xiaohua frowned. Strange, the Sky Patrol City actually reduced the scope of their patrol? There must be something strange about this. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I will never enter the Sky Patrol City before I reach the advanced nascent soul stage. It had to be said that Xiaohua, who had undergone the baptism of battle, had the ability to find problems from the details. Xiaohua remembered what the disciple of Xianghua sect said. He flew for dozens of miles and stopped. He clapped his hands and took out the small golden Buddha that Han Zhu gave him. Although it was not suitable to take it out in front of Zhang Qingshao, Xiaohua had already checked it with his divine thought before he came. In addition to the divine thought imprisonment, there was a strange golden swan inscription. Chapter 2752. The divine sense restriction could only be broken after reaching the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful offensive restriction within the restriction. Just as Hanju had said, Xiaohua had to wait until he reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, preferably the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm before he could explore the reason for the small golden Buddha. If Xiaohua had rashly used his divine sense to check it back then, his divine sense would have been damaged first. As for the golden Buddha, after Xiaohua had comprehended it during this period of time, he found that it was actually an extremely simple Buddhist magical power. This magical power was similar to the Taoist sect's thousand-mile sound transmission, but it used the unique mind power of the Buddhist sect. After Xiaohua comprehended this Buddhist magical power, he had more expectations for the mysterious Buddhist sect. After all, a cultivation path that could compete with the Taoist sect would have all kinds of strange and brilliant magical powers, right? After Xiaohua sent out this sound transmission, he returned to his normal appearance and waited in the distance. During this period, although many divine senses swept over and some patrolling disciples passed by, how could they find Xiaohua's trace when he was deliberately hiding? After half a day, seeing that it was already late and Han Zhu had not appeared, Xiaohua was a little surprised and thought, could it be that Han Zhu is not in Sky Patrol City? If he left Sky Patrol City temporarily, it would be easy, but if he did not come to Sky Patrol City at all, then it would be terrible. I still have to go to Lian country. Damn it, could it be that Heavenly Demon Sect's information is wrong? Xiaohua was slightly impatient. If it was his own matter, he might not be like this, but it involved Jiang Luer and Xiao Xianrui. In just half a day, he had lost his sense of propriety. Fortunately, after waiting for another hour, the sky was already completely dark. Only then did a Buddha's consciousness sweep over from afar. Good, Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flew up from the ground to greet him. When Xiaohua saw Han Zhu flying over, his head full of white hair and the golden crown on his head could be seen clearly in the night, he was not only happy in his heart, but also smiled and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets martial uncle Han Zhu. Humph brat, you almost ruined my plan. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's respect would be reprimanded by Han Zhu's cold face? Han Zhu's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and the coldness on his face was even colder than the ice lake in the Gale snowfield. Xiaohua was shocked and looked at Han Zhu in panic. Come with me. Han Zhu released his Buddhist awareness, looked around, and flew in a certain direction. Xiaohua didn't dare to reveal his Buddhist consciousness in front of Han Zhu. He only followed closely behind Han Zhu, appearing very careful. Frost Bamboo had clearly used his Buddhist perception to search for gaps in the disciples on duty. He flew in an erratic direction, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After flying for more than an hour, he soared into the sky and flew towards the east. Seeing that Frost Bamboo didn't care about him, Xiaohua was somewhat astonished. When he saw that Frost Bamboo was actually flying extremely fast, far faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator could catch up to, Xiaohua knew that Frost Bamboo was angry. But when he thought about it, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. This is bad. Thinking of his mistake, Xiaohua suddenly understood. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he only used ordinary flying techniques to fly in the direction that Han Zhu disappeared. Here. Xiaohua flew for more than 100 miles when Han Zhu's cold voice sounded in his ears. Yes. Xiaohua knew that he was wrong, but he didn't dare to say more. He flew in the direction of the voice again. During this time, Han Zhu actually changed direction many times. After circling around for about an hour, he finally stopped at a depression in the mountain peak. Just as Xiaohua landed on the ground, Han Zhu stretched out his hand and waved the golden embroidered formation flag. A brilliance flashed from the left, blocking the two figures. Only the whistling cold wind blew from the depression in the mountain. Senior, Xiaohua very respectfully bowed in greeting. Shu. Unfortunately, Han Zhu's face was cold again, indicating for Xiaohua to be quiet. He sat down cross-legged, ignoring Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and also sat across from Han Zhu. After another hour, Han Zhu opened his eyes and coldly said, Xiaohua, you almost killed me. Do you know? Yes, this junior already communicated with you on the way here. Xiaohua hastily stood up and respectfully said. This matter was indeed his fault, he couldn't not admit it. Humph, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a person of merit in the Great War of Dao Sword. Don't think that you are a famous cultivator in the cultivation world now that you can be so careless, so carefree, and so careless. Han Zhu coldly said, in the eyes of us golden core cultivators, your merit is nothing but a joke. Although you killed Qin Jian, that was Li Zongbao's greatest merit. Although you already have a reputation, you are still behind Li Zongbao. Moreover, you have a Buddhist cultivation technique. If you are so ostentatious, it will be very easy for the Tao sect cultivators to discover you. Once you are discovered, you will definitely die. And if your cultivation is exposed, this old man will also be implicated by you. This junior was wrong. This junior won't dare to do it again. Xiaofan knew that Han Zhu was right. Han Zhu was also worried about his safety. If there was a problem with him, he would indeed implicate Han Zhu. This old man has already told you. Han Zhu lectured Xiaofan again. This Buddhist cultivation technique cannot be detected by those below the golden core stage. However, for nascent soul cultivators, their nascent souls are already able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and merge with it. As long as there are any strange movements nearby, they will be able to detect it. I have repeatedly warned you not to use Buddhist awareness in front of nascent soul cultivators. You are really good. Now, there are no less than 20 nascent soul cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You actually used mind reading outside Sky Patrol City. Damn it, this old man was beside my Kunlun sect's Sha Kongzi at that time. Your Buddhist cultivation technique immediately attracted his attention. Do you know? Sha Kongzi is a nascent soul cultivator who kills people like flies. If he discovered that this old man is a Buddhist cultivator, would this old man still be alive? Yes, this junior, my thoughts were not good. I was really muddle-headed at that time. What else could Xiaofan say? He could only reply apologetically. Now that you are already a meritorious figure in the Great Tao Cultivator War, it is not impossible for you to openly come to my Kunlun sect to visit I. Han Zhu said somewhat resentfully, even if you send a communication talisman, it is still good. There is no reason for you to mysteriously hide outside Sky Patrol City and send this old man some mind reading. Sigh, this junior was wrong. Xiaofan could not explain anything and could only lower his head to listen to Han Zhu's reprimand. Han Zhu scolded for a moment before his anger subsided. At that time, it was indeed very dangerous. Han Zhu also felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He delayed leaving the city for half a day and was so cautious when he saw Xiaofan. But, your cultivation has really exceeded this old man's expectations. Han Zhu sighed and looked at Xiaofan. Not only have your cultivation reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can even use mind reading. You have indeed worked hard all these years. You are indeed worthy of being the first Buddhist cultivator that this old man has seen in 100 years. Compared to you, the others are far inferior. The others? Xiaofan was slightly stunned, but he did not ask further. Release your Buddhist consciousness and let this old man have a look. Han Zhu said impolitely. Yes, Xiaofan endured for a moment and released his Buddhist consciousness. Han Zhu also released his Buddhist consciousness and said with some surprise, why is your Buddhist consciousness becoming more and more indifferent? This old man thought that your Buddhist consciousness would have some progress. This junior actually did not cultivate much. Xiaofan said with a smile, even the great strength Vajradharma body, this junior did not cultivate it. And this old man naturally knows that the great strength Vajradharma body is not something that can be cultivated overnight. It requires great perseverance and great patience to succeed. Han Zhu waved his hand and said, but your Buddhist consciousness, sigh. This old man was originally a little surprised. It seems, obviously, Han Zhu was a little disappointed. He stretched out his hand and said, where is your Buddhist cultivation technique? Let this old man have a look. If it was the first time they met, Han Zhu would have taken out Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation method. Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to take it. But at this time, he generously clapped his hands and took out the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra and handed it to Han Zhu. Han Zhu released his Buddhist consciousness and only took a rough look before returning it to Xiaohua. He said with some disdain, "The level of this Heart Sutra is too low, I am afraid you will have to change it." But, this old man is not prepared enough. Actually, this junior came here to find senior because, there is another matter that I need to ask senior. Xiaohua knew that Han Zhu was thinking about going to the Buddhist ruins again, so he hurriedly said the Heart Sutra. "Oh, what is it? This old man thought you wanted to go to the Buddhist ruins." Han Zhu said curiously. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a spirit storage bag. This action made Han Zhu very surprised. However, when Xiaohua actually took out Jiang Luer from the spirit storage bag, Han Zhu's eyes widened. His broom-like eyes trembled violently, and he almost laughed out loud. But when he saw Jiang Luer's situation clearly, an extreme shock appeared in his eyes. But then, he narrowed his eyes and suppressed the shock. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "This little guy, is your blood relative? He also practiced your Heart Sutra? I will let senior know." Xiaohua saw Han Zhu's shock and was overjoyed. He knew that Han Zhu was indeed an expert of the Buddhist sect and knew about Jiang Luer's situation. He hurriedly said, "Although he is not my blood relative, he is still someone very close to me. Because he is already old, this junior let him come in contact with my Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra." Han Zhu nodded slightly and asked, "How long did he practice before he entered the heart-extinguishing realm?" Heart-extinguishing realm? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His mind spun quickly, looking for this realm in the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Unfortunately, Xiaohua seemed to have never heard of this realm. He only practiced for a few months. Xiaohua hesitated and said carelessly. Chapter 2753. What? Only a few months? Han Zhu almost cried out in surprise. He didn't have the bearing of a golden core cultivator, and there was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. "Yes, that's right," Xiaohua said with a smile, "this child has entered this heart-extinguishing realm without fasting. I'm afraid something will happen to him. I can't wake him up, so I hope senior can be merciful and wake him up. His mother is very worried." "Ha ha ha," Han Zhu laughed and pointed at Jiang Luer, saying, "There's a saying in the secular world, you don't know how lucky you are. This heart-extinguishing realm, I have been begging for hundreds of years, but I couldn't get it. This child has just started practicing the Heart Sutra, and he can enter such a difficult realm. That's simply an unparalleled fortune. You actually want to wake him up, you're simply harming this child. But, he's already so thin, his vitality is drifting. If we don't wake him up, wouldn't we be harming him?" Xiaohua said happily. "Sigh, the so-called heart annihilation stage is similar to my Tao sect's void stage. All thoughts, auras, and even life will be annihilated. Only in this annihilation can one find one's true self. Moreover, the longer one stays in the heart-extinguishing realm, the more beneficial it is to Buddhism's cultivation. In fact, he might even be able to cultivate to the legendary realm of the Buddhist sect's Supreme Buddha. Tell me, do you still want to wake him up?" Han Zhu sighed. Hee, if that's the case, I naturally won't wake him up." Xiaohua laughed. But then he frowned, saying, "But, he hasn't fasted yet. If it's too long, will it work?" Hee, Xiaohua, you're confused because you're too concerned." Han Zhu laughed, "How could you forget? How can there be anything in this world that's only beneficial and not harmful? Although the unsullied realm was extremely crucial to cultivators, but, how could ordinary cultivators enter the unsullied realm as they wished? If one doesn't have enough Tao foundation, as long as one enters it, he won't be able to come out, right? Yes, yes, these disciples all know. Xiaohua was anxious when he heard this. This child has been in the heart-extinguishing realm for long enough. Senior, please be merciful and wake him up. Although it will cause some harm to him, it can at least preserve his life, right? What a pity. Han Zhu said regretfully, I only know that the Buddhist sect has a method to awaken him, but I don't know what method it is. Senior, you don't know? Who else in this world would know about it? Xiaohua said anxiously. Alas, I'm afraid that the solution can only be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Han Zhu sighed and shook his head. Senior, shall we head to the Buddhist sect's ruins now? Xiaohua didn't want to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins, but he could only suggest this at this moment. Han Zhu sneered and said, nonsense. I've just arrived in Sky Patrol City and haven't fought against a sword cultivator yet. How can I head to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Besides, do you think it's easy to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? If we don't make sufficient preparations, not only will we not be able to find the mental cultivation method to awaken him, but we will also be trapped inside and consigned to eternal damnation. This. Alas. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Han Zhu was telling the truth. He could come and go freely in the Great War of Dao's sword because of Li Zongbao's special permission from the conference hall. It could also be said that it was necessary for the war. Now that Han Zhu had just arrived in Sky Patrol City and was waiting in front of Sha Kongzi, a nascent soul master, how could he leave just like that? When will you be free, senior? Xiaohua said helplessly. What are you asking? How would I know? It's not like you haven't participated in a war before. Han Zhu said faintly. Then, he clapped his hand and took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiaohua. This is my message talisman. You can send me a message when you enter Sky Patrol City. Where's your message talisman? If I'm free, I'll naturally send you a message. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua lowered his head and took Han Zhu's message talisman. He also gave his own to Han Zhu. It's just that. When Han Zhu accepted Xiaohua's message talisman, he looked at Jiang Luer with great regret and said, if there are no accidents, when I'm free, it should be the end of the Great War of Dao Sword. You, better take good care of him and don't let him be in danger. Alas, I'll do my best. Xiaohua could only sigh as he watched Han Zhu put away the Dharma array. Han Zhu did not even look at Xiaohua as he flew away. That direction was not the direction of Sky Patrol City. Clearly, Han Zhu was still afraid that others would see through his tracks. Thinking of the helplessness in his heart when he watched Han Zhu fly away that day, Xiaohua blamed himself again. Damn it, why did I give Jiang Luer the Buddhist Heart Sutra that day? Of course, he is capable of practicing, but to stumble into such a state of great fortune. But just as this thought came to his mind, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned and his heart suddenly became clear. I've practiced the hand of cause and effect for many years, why haven't I realized it yet? Since Jiang Luer can't practice Taoism, he naturally has to find other ways to practice. I have the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparmitha, which was sent to him by the heavens through me. And he has just practiced this Heart Sutra and immediately entered the heart-extinguishing state, which is hard to find in a lifetime. Such a great opportunity, doesn't it indicate that Jiang Luer really has the hope of becoming a Buddha in the future? Moreover, didn't Han Zhu say that? As long as Jiang Luer's vitality is maintained, he will be fine. Since the heavens let Jiang Luer enter the heart-extinguishing state, they will naturally let him out of it. What's the use of worrying here? And didn't the heavens plant the karma for Jiang Luer decades ago and want me to enter the Buddhist sect ruins decades later today? Presumably, there must be a way to solve the problem of Jiang Luer's heart-extinguishing state in the Buddhist sect ruins. Darling Xiao. What are you laughing at? Fairy Hongxia thought that her request made Xiaohua feel awkward, so she had been paying attention to Xiaohua's expression. Seeing Xiaohua smile, she was happy and asked in a low voice. He, to be able to accompany you all on a trip to the Han country, this Xiao is extremely happy. Xiaohua naturally would not explain the reason for this matter clearly to Fairy Hongxia and replied with a smile. You are the heaven's favored ones. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Master Wu's name is now second to none in the Sky Patrol City. Tisk, Wu Ming is Wu Ming, how can there be such a person? Xiaohua laughed. On the contrary, Fairy Hongxia's reputation was previously only in Shi country. Now, not to mention Lian country and Meng country, even the sword cultivators in Huan country have heard of you. Isn't it all thanks to darling Xiao? Fairy Hongxia reached out and held Xiaohua's arm. If not for darling Xiao's innate primordial water, would have died in the sword tomb. Humph, impossible. Xiaohua sneered. If any sword cultivator dares to hurt you, I, Xiaohua, will kill my way to the sword cultivators sect and annihilate their entire sect. Fairy Hongxia was very happy. However, looking at Li Zongbao's lonely back in front, she whispered, I didn't expect that the time that sister went out was not long, and the time that she spent with senior brother Li was also not long. Why is senior brother Li so deeply in love? Sigh, not only was it not long, it was almost very short. Xiaohua was with Wuxia during that period of time, so he naturally understood the reason. He sighed and said, what is love in the world? It is called a life and death commitment. After saying that, Xiaohua transmitted a few more words. Fairy Hongxia blushed and whispered, although I did not meet you much, and your cultivation at that time was very low, but the things that sister entrusted you with, those precious spirit stones, and that 99th piece of good fate token. To you, every one of them was an opportunity, any one of them could change your life. However, you did not hesitate to give them to me. That kind of spirit, that kind of determination, really opened my heart in an instant. At that time, I was still regretting. Who asked sister to meet you first? Since you are not the person in sister's heart, then I will definitely capture you in my hands. Not only in your hands, right? Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a lecherous gaze. Fairy Hongxia pinched Xiaohua's arm slightly, but her eyes were looking forward. Oh. Fairy Hongxia was a little surprised and whispered, Xiaohua, look at Xiao Mao. Ever since you sent a message to me outside the city, I have never seen his smiling face. Now that his face is getting darker, you should ask him. Xiaohua had something on his mind, so of course, he did not notice Xiao Mao's abnormality. Now that the knot in his heart was gone, he heard Fairy Hongxia's words and looked over. Indeed, he saw something wrong with Xiao Mao. He nodded and said, since this child recognizes me as his big brother, then I have no choice but to take care of his matters. He is our brother, you should also take care of him. I naturally know this. During the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, I have already taken care of him. Fairy Hongxia nodded and replied. Then, Xiaohua flew over. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, Xiao Mao forced a smile and said, Big brother, since you are calling me big brother, then let me ask you, did something happen again? Hearing this, Xiaohua's face showed a serious expression as he asked. This. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, it's nothing. It's just that I am in a bad mood and attracted big brother's attention. Forget it. If you're going to hide things like this, why do you still need to call this Xiao big brother? Xiaohua said unhappily. Sigh, big brother, if it was something else, why would I be so courteous with you? Xiao Mao sighed and said, on the battlefield, the spiritual stones, skills, weapons and merits were all given by big brother, right? When did little brother ever say a word of thanks? Then why are you here today? Xiaohua asked him politely, treating Xiao Mao as his brother. Xiao Mao pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He nodded fiercely and said, "To be honest, big brother, I met my enemy again in Sky Patrol City." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.